to another wonderful episode of Critical Critique. It's time for another stream, Ellie. Time for us to have love and hope. Okay, it's going to be a fun love and hope experience. There will be no conflict today, I'm sure. We're talking about a completely uncontroversial topic, right?
Isekai,
no hard
of course.
opinions. Yeah, no. So obviously there's been some drama around localizations lately. You know, especially when it comes to your favorite game.
Game of the year.
Your game of the year has had some controversy. So I found a lovely video that might help us discuss this growing issue within the mediums that we love, right? This massive problem, right? And we're gonna see what happens, right? We're gonna see what happens. I mean, hopefully there will be no disagreement, right, Ellie? Right, Ellie?
Naretsu?
Right. But yes, we've got 5-0 in the chat. Good old 5-0s to come to join us. So yeah, I guess we might as well switch straight to the video because we don't really have much to talk about in the preamble today, do we?
Well, I could talk about my long adventure of actually getting Unicorn Overlord.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll do.
You had to go on your own. You had to go on your own little quest to
yeah, after
game.
Naretsu said, Ellie, why isn't this done? Why isn't that done? It was the first night I actually slept good for 7 days, and he is complaining to me in my early morning.
I'm the nagging husband. I'm like, Ellie, why have you not done breakfast yet? Where's my eggs? Where's my
why isn't
there
a stream setup? Why isn't scheduled in the calendar? Why isn't there a thumbnail? Why isn't
having a whinge? Yeah.
And then, so I wake up and I make a title that finally Naretsu agrees after I gave like 100 of them. None of them
100 examples. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is exactly what happened. Yeah. 100 examples. Yeah.
100 examples. None of them were good. And finally one was okay enough. And that's the one we have right now.
Homer! Bart, no! So yeah, I'm responding to 5 out of the chat. He's like, Naretsu's Marge Simpson.
And
Bart,
then
no!
finally, when Naretsu goes to bed because he gets sleepy from all
I go to sleep when you wake up. Yeah.
He only says, "Nah, it's not good enough," and then he goes to bed, of course. And I have to do all the work.
Yeah.
So then totally. I already was in a kind of a not as happy mood because yesterday was actually the day that Unicorn Overlord came out. But
yes.
But at work I had to stay an hour longer because they had a little info meeting presentation. Oh no, the schedule is changing. My work hours are changing again, so that's kind of a pain. The routine I built up is already messed up. And also, I had a meeting planned, an interview for my internal audit. But then the guy who said he would have somebody to replace his to do the stuff for him while he does an interview, didn't have the person to do the interview, and he was busy doing stuff. And then he said, then we waited for an hour, and he said, and then he canceled anyway. So that was a thing. So then I went to my local game store for Unicorn Overlord and said, no, we don't have any anymore. Sold out. Next one will come. The next delivery will be next week. Well, that won't do. I'll go to the national toy store. Whatever you have in your country, just the toy store you have.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked, hey, do you have Unicorn Overlord? Came out today, etc., etc. I said, no, we don't have it in our system.
So it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
It's a fabrication of your mind. It doesn't exist.
So I went to this game store and this toy store in the opposite direction of my house. So I went the opposite direction. So I went to the game store, was sold out. I went to the toy store, didn't exist. So I had another half an hour ish of extra traveling time to go back to work after I went to those stores. No Unicorn Overlord. So then the next day, after all this nagging from the Red Suit, when he finally went to bed, I got onto the bus and the train to go for an hour travel to go to a game store that may have Unicorn Overlord. And finally, after some ill-timed transfers between buses and trains, I finally went to the store and I got the last copy of Unicorn Overlord.
Based.
And then I had to go back for another hour travel.
Final Fantasy fanfare initiate.
And then I still didn't got to play all that lot because I had to prepare the stream stuff.
We had to prepare for the
So
stream.
this is my
So yeah, that was Ellie's quest, your side quest to get Unicorn Overlord, so you can play Game of the Year apparently.
yeah.
And have a fun time. So anyway, so we're talking about the localization dilemma, right? There is a dilemma with localization. It is a big problem. It's a big hot topic right now. As hinted at, your Unicorn Overlord game has been the center of one such localization controversy.
It's already gone as far as I can tell, but
well, I mean, we disagree, but
no, the drama, the
drama. Well, no, because the fucking localizer put out a tweet literally yesterday, got criticized on the tweet. Because the guy literally said in his tweet, like, maybe we could shed some clarity or whatever, and people were asking for clarity and asking questions about the localization, and then he locked the thread. So
the locking the thread.
So the drama continues. The drama is never ending.
It hasn't reached me. The me.
No, well, yes,
on
but you live in the middle of the, I don't know, what would be a good Dutch for the tulip fields. You're in the middle of the middle of the tulip fields. Yeah,
the polders, the dry, the land claimed from the oceans.
Yes, you're in. You're in the middle of that, and you're not on Twitter, so you don't know these things. And I get to come in and be like, "Ha! I'm the one that has no life." But anyhow, yeah. So So this is a fella. We've got 2 videos from this guy. This is one of them. The other one we might do it another time because they're very short videos. So we'll probably be able to get
a respectable
8
minutes instead of hour long discussion.
Hour long discussion, which is why we can spend some time kind of shit talking right now because we don't have to rush, right? But yeah, so we've got 2 videos from this guy that are somewhat in a similar vein to each other. That are basically just about the issues with localization, what the current problems are, and so. And I think we're going to have some stuff to talk about. I think, Ellie. I think we'll have some stuff to talk about. So anyway, let's quit stalling, and get right into it.
As you may know, if you've been around the channel for a while, I like to dabble in making videos about.
Oh wait, shit! I forgot something.
Ooh, almost.
Almost forgot. Oh shit! No, it broke. It didn't actually open the can all the way, Ellie. Oh no. I have to push the tab down myself. Yeah, I have to thumb it myself. Shit. Alright, there we go. Now we can start.
Localization and its many problems. Well, one side effect of this is that I sometimes get people in my comments saying that I'm wrong for telling people to, say, stop defending bad localization, or that I shouldn't
stop defending bad localization. Ellie!
What is bad localization anyway?
Bad local. Okay, so let's do some definitions. You love definitions, right? You love to define things. I will define a bad localization as a localization that strays too far from the original Japanese intent, right? Because obviously we have 2 languages. We have Japanese and English. And as we know, right, both me and Ellie know, they're 2 very different languages, right? Very different. Different in grammar, different in structure, different in a number of different things, right? Obviously. But I'm of the mind that you can, in fact, translate Japanese to English relatively faithfully with, minor adjustments here and there, right? Obviously, you have to make some adjustments. You can't just, MTL direct translate, right? And I don't think that's what anyone actually wants, right? I think that's a common straw man. People like Ellie like to propagate, right? But I'm of the mind that as long as the original intent is kept the same, right, and it doesn't stray too far from what the Japanese had already wrote, then it's fine. However, we've seen in a number of recent cases, the Unicorn Overlord one being one of them, there's been numerous other examples. I could go on a place like Varus Hangout and probably pull up like 20 billion different examples right off the top of my head. Probably should have for the cast, but I didn't because I'm lazy. But there are a lot of cases where you look at the Japanese script, right? And you look at a more direct translation of the script, right? To get an idea of what the Japanese intended, right? Oh yeah, I see you're doing some art, right? You're doing some
Oh,
art on the
do you
screen.
see it? I
That.
don't see it right now.
I saw it flashed for a second. I saw that. World's End with You, Neo. Yes, that's a good example. That is a good example. The whole curry thing and cultural appropriation and that kind of thing, right? So you have the problem where the Japanese script and the English localization don't match up in intent or tone, right? Because tone is very important, right? You have to be able to match the way that the tone is conveyed in Japanese. Because, the contrary to popular belief, Ali, the Japanese are fully capable of conveying tone with their language.
Finally, I
Very
got it.
capable of doing that. Yes.
Oh,
So
nice
you've got your
again.
little art project up here. So we've got the square to a triangle bad, right? Square to triangle, that's bad. Square to corners cut off the square, kind of good. That's fine, right? It's still a square, right? Still square, but it's got a couple of little adjustments, right, to make it little. I actually think that this is a bad example for you because if I wanted to be bad faith, Ellie, you want to know what I'd say?
Mm.
Do you want to know? Are you still there? You're being
Yeah,
very
yeah,
quiet. Okay. What I would say is, Ellie, how dare you want to take the edges off my video games? You want to make my video games less edgy? How dare
yeah.
how dare you take the edges off the
Wait
square?
1 second.
You
Yeah,
you
I was
evil.
afraid.
Yeah, you evil man. How dare you? But I think that kind of gets kind of where I'm at, right? Is I'm of the mind that there have been enough examples of bad localization, not just recently, but over the last like 5 to 6 years, and even beyond that, right? You can go way back in time to find even more examples, right? Not just the ones that everyone spams, right? Like Funimation stuff and that kind of stuff. I'm talking about, heaps of other examples. I believe the Tales of Cold Steel games, or I can't remember the company that does those, but those games are notorious for having issues with the localization. I believe one of the famous ones is one where a chick is bashing a man and they flower it up quite a bit, right? And we could talk about that maybe later. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Where are you at, Ellie? What are you? What's your hot take? Are we gonna kill each other already? Or
Well, the thing is, right, that it gets. I am approaching this completely differently in that I don't think that necessarily that making a square even into a circle is bad by definition, because it kind of depends what you want and need and expect from it. Because one example that I think is maybe I have two examples maybe even. One is the Starship Trooper, right?
right?
The Starship Trooper was a book, a boring book that said, the world would be very good if we were all ruled by a dictatorial authoritarian state where everybody goes into the military and you only get citizenship if
Well,
you
Ali,
complete the military.
I hate to completely fucking destroy your example already, but you're completely wrong about the point. because it's not everyone has to go into the military. It's 100% a choice to go into the military, and they even discourage people from wanting to get citizenship. Like, they flat out are not like, oh, you have to get citizenship, because I believe, from what I remember, if you we're gonna have a debate about Starship Troopers now because you're an idiot.
So Naretsu, I have two things, right? Two quick things, right?
But the TLDR, right? The TLDR is citizenship. The only thing that granted you in the Starship Troopers universe is the right to vote. You are still a free citizen, able to participate in every other form of system, right? You're able to have a business, you have freedom of association, you have freedom of exchange, you have pretty much all the same rights that you would normally have, you just can't vote.
So
right?
Naretsu, I have two things on that Starship Trooper thing, right? I know that people say that you don't have to go into the military to gain citizenship. That's
No. You have to go into the military to gain citizenship. What my point is that you don't have to gain citizenship to actually have a good life, is what I'm saying.
All right, so
it's not required. It's not required for you to gain citizenship. It's not like you're a fucking slave, right? That's the problem.
So,
but anyway, I'm sorry. I'm completely
all right, so two things, right?
Because I see where you're going, and I am going to disagree with it, but I want to let you finish.
All right, so two things on Starship Trooper. Just to counter future people, maybe. Later, the author said, no, you don't have to go into the military to gain citizenship. But that is a thing that he added a couple years after Starship Trooper was already said, hey, guy, this is kind of fascist. Why does everybody have to go into the military to gain a citizenship, to get to vote? And then he said, no. It's never mentioned in the books, but I swear you don't have to actually in the military. It's not the only way. So it's kind of weak. The second is, it is kind of a odd system. Well, only veterans, but if you don't leave the army,
we're talking about localization, not Starship Troopers.
All right, that's Starship Trooper, right? Next is. Starship Trooper was a book, became...
Yes, it was a book, and then it became a movie. That's what
became a movie.
That's what I want to get back to.
How do I do movie?
Just
here.
do those little clapper things that the filmmakers
movie.
use. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, there you go. That'll work. Yeah, just.
And the movie said, book is bad.
Movie try to parody book. Yeah.
Movie said book is bad. The movie is better for it, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you here because you're making your argument is flawed because the movie is not trying to translate the book.
No, this is the movie not an exact, but an analogy.
No, because it doesn't work, Ellie. It doesn't work because the movie set out from the beginning to parody the book. It is a new work essentially. Right? It is a new piece of media that has been created that uses the book as obviously a template, right? But it is a new piece of work. When we're talking about translation and localization, the localization and the translation, these two things get interchanged a lot online. So I'm just going to say the translation. But when I say translation, I'm encompassing localization in that process, okay? Right? So when you're translating something, you are taking something that already exists, right? A piece of media, and you are translating it into a different language. You're not creating a new piece of work, right? You're not meant, or at least you're not meant to be, right? You're not meant to be translating, right? So that's kind of why I don't think this analogy of yours works.
All right, because this is only part one of what I'm saying, right?
Okay, what's part 2?
Part 2 is stuff like Street Fighter's Poison.
Right.
You know, the well-known example of, hey,
The big. She got a dick. Dude looked like a lady.
yeah,
You
the
know,
big thing
dick,
of Japanese looked at America, said, oh, they don't like if you hit women. Let's just say that Poison is a man, and in
Right.
Japan it stays a woman, and this odd thing, this odd translation, this localization, it's kind of even more a localization thing than some localization.
It is directly a localization thing because they're trying to adapt it for the because you have to remember, like, there's also like a conversation to be had about how localization was handled back then to now, because I feel like there has been improvement in this regard where it's no longer a matter of, oh, we can't show like religious symbolism in the game because the Americans will get all mad, right? The soccer moms, right? Like, we've kind of moved away from that now, right? But I'll let you finish. I'm letting you finish.
Yeah, this Starship Trooper thing made the thing better, right?
That's debatable, because I don't think that I wouldn't say that the movie makes the book better. I view them as two completely different pieces of media. It's not the same.
I think that Starship Trooper,
and that's why that's why that analogy fails for you, Ellie, because they're not the same. They're not the same.
The story of the movies decided to tell on the basis of the book is a better story than the book itself.
Well, that's a nice opinion, but that doesn't help you argue
next
that.
Part,
that doesn't help. Well, hang on.
Part
that's a nice opinion.
That Poison's this localization of Poison created a far more interesting character than just
Ellie,
Poison as a woman.
Ellie, the problem you're having is these. Okay, let me count. I'm going to do the Starship Troopers one first because that's the easiest one, right? One, they're not the same in general. They weren't made to be the same. The movie was not meant to be a translation of the book, right? It was not trying to translate the book. The guy who created the movie wanted to parody the book. He wanted to say, I don't like this fashy bullshit, right? I'm a big anti-fashy man. I want to make the fashy look silly and goofy and bad, right? I'm gonna do that. Now, you can like that. That's great. That's fine. I think the movie's fucking funny as well. I think it's great, right? It's a fun movie, fun action movie. Big bugs kill the bugs, right? Big, propaganda stuff, right? It's well-made movie. It's good. But it doesn't help your localization argument because it's not a localization, right? It's not taking, like, when you're hiring a localization department or a translation department to translate a piece of Japanese media into English, you're not meant to be creating a brand new piece of media, because that's not what people were buying these games for, Ellie. They're not buying the game so that they can have, this Western American parody of what the Japanese created, right?
So, all right,
they want what the Japanese are getting, right? Now, because that's one of them, but you've made another one, which is the Poison one, right? So I want to counter the Poison one. I am of the mind that obviously the Poison change was a product of its time, right? Because at that time, localization was a lot different in terms of they were trying to push into the US market, and they thought that they needed to do these things in order to not get slapped by things like the ESRB or whatever the rating boards are, right? That's the problem, right? So back then, I can understand making that change. However, I don't agree with that change. I don't think that change should have been made. I don't think the game is more interesting or better just because they gave Poison a dick, right? To me, that doesn't really make it interesting. It creates an interesting narrative in the hindsight after the fact, right? Because now we have the entire story of the localization and whatnot, right? And how that affected the game, right? So it creates an interesting kind of what would be the term for this? Meta narrative, I guess, right? About the game. But I don't think that change is good right? I don't think it should have been made in the first place, right? Just like I would say that, if you're like, if we're going to be talking about stuff from that era, right? Things like the 4Kids changes for US television, right? Putting, removing guns and putting lollipops instead of smoking and, all that kind of stuff, right? I don't think that stuff is good, right? I wouldn't say that makes, One Piece better, right? Or Yu-Gi-Oh better, right? I don't view it that way. So that's my kind of counter to your argument, is that I feel like it's too opinionated, right? And saying, no, this process has made these things better and more interesting, right? And I just don't agree. So
all right, so you don't agree that the character is now the character is more interesting in the Starship Troopers is the story of the movie of Starship Trooper is a more interesting story than the story of the book.
I completely discredit the Starship Troopers example outright because I don't think that they're the same piece of media. So that again, that's different. But with the poison example, I say yes. I don't think it makes the character more interesting at all. I don't think it adds anything or subtracts anything at all to give them a dick.
All right,
I don't think it adds anything.
You don't agree, you don't accept Starship Trooper as a valid thing. All right, what do you think of Xenoblade?
Okay, that would have been a better example to lead with.
I'm giving examples as I come up with them. What about Xenoblade?
But that's a better example because we talked about the sort of history of Xenoblade in another cast. I should probably clip that out because it was kind of interesting when we talked about that. So the Xenoblade is an interesting example because obviously it was localized by the British European branch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously it was localized more for a European audience, right? And they clearly made a lot of changes and of course we're talking about Xeno 1, right? We're not talking about the future games that came after that. We're just talking about Xeno 1, right?
Yeah.
Obviously they made a lot of changes and adjustments and stuff. And most people would say, okay, there's nothing in there that's like overly egregious, right? Obviously, outside of they're all speaking British, right? They're all speaking the British.
I played Xenoblade 1, 2, 3, and X, and the thing is that for 2, the 2 looked more to be fitting for Japanese voices. I played 2 in Japanese voices instead of British voices. But the text is still based on what the British voices are saying. And the thing is that the tone is very different. The British tone is very different from the Japanese tone.
Yeah, and I view that as a problem.
But the thing is,
I view that as a problem.
The tone of the British fits with 1 and 3 and X.
But the problem that you then get into, Ali, is you're basically saying the Japanese can't fucking write for shit.
No, Noretsu. I'm saying that the British Xenoblade story is almost its own story.
Because the argument then becomes, the Westerners have come in and they have
written a different
the Japanese.
They have written a slightly different story.
Okay, but the problem is the argument then becomes which is better, right? And the other argument becomes, well, people can't experience the Japanese.
Why does one have to be better?
Because we only get one. That's why. Because we only get one. People aren't allowed to choose most of the time.
I can't play.
I'm not allowed. No, because you literally just said for Xenoblade 2, right? You said, okay, you're playing it with Japanese voices, but the tone is obviously going to be the English because that's what the subtitles are based on, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. You said that, right? Am I allowed to... Is there a setting in Xenoblade 2 where I can go, no, I want the Japanese script, not the English script?
Noretsu,
in English?
There's
not, is there?
Noretsu, do you have a button for a faithful adaptation of Starship Troopers, the book?
Technically, no.
Yeah,
but again,
is that a problem?
The movie was not... Well, not necessarily, because the book still exists, but I can't read... But the problem, Ellie, is I can't read the Xenoblade, a more faithful translation of Xenoblade 2. I don't have access to that. You only get one most of the time. Now, obviously, in the chat, people have been talking about the River City Girls stuff, right? Where they offered people a more faithful translation as a setting. And I'm all for that. I think that's fucking great. I'd like to see more of that. I would like to see people get more options. If you want to have a more westernized, script, right? You can select that as an option. Or if you want to have a more literal translation, well, I don't want to say literal translation because that gets twisted and taken out of context for what I mean, right? I mean faithful, right? If you want a more faithful translation, you should have that option, right? But we don't get that option most of the time, right? You get whatever the localizers think that you deserve. And that's what I have a problem with.
Well, you're
right?
framing it rather negatively, as if they are
No,
in
because
ivory.
it is negative. No, because it is negative, Ali. Because I want what the Japanese intended. I don't want what some fucker in California
Monoretsu, though, the thing is,
intended.
right, the Japanese intended to be in Japanese.
Well, yeah, obviously.
So,
But that doesn't mean we can't localize things faithfully. It's not fucking impossible to do it, Ali.
the thing is,
It's
right,
literally
that
not impossible.
this is kind of an argument of purity in the end, right? It will become how much corners will you cut out of this box? Is this already too different of a shape?
It's an argument of purity, I guess, but it's more an argument of artistic merit and intent, right? Because I view the idea of somebody. Yeah. Jake said it in the chat. It's an argument of authenticity, right? It's an argument of no, the Japanese wrote this character a certain way. They deliberately wrote the character like this because that was the story they wanted to create and they wanted to convey, right?
Well, that becomes
And
very
I
much
think
a purity thing.
No, let me finish. No, let me finish, right? And then if you take that character and you twist it and you turn it into something that's completely different because you think that's what's going to sell in America, I have a problem with that. I think that's bad. I'm sorry. I just think I do think that's a negative. Because I don't think that localizers are supposed to replace artists and creatives. I don't.
Well, the thing is,
I think
right,
it's silly.
so this is maybe a big point of disagreement in that the translators are artists themselves.
No, I very much disagree with that.
No, they are.
I vehemently disagree with that. You are not a fucking artist. You are taking someone else's art and you are translating it. You are not an artist.
Are the people who adapt from a manga into an anime artists?
No, because Ali, that's not the same.
Is it not the same?
That's
Why not?
It is. No, Ali. Well, if you stop interrupting me and let me fucking finish,
the Retsu, you talk a whole lot and interrupt me every time.
I do. I know. Because I'm more assertive than you. You my little submissive. Okay. Let me explain. Right. Let me explain. So when you're adapting a piece of work from one medium to another medium, that's not the same as translating something. These two actions are not the same because the act of translation is supposed to be faithful. It's meant to be. You don't take, like, I don't know, what would be a good example? You don't take, let's say, like a historical document, right, and translate that in a way that changes what was in the historical document. Because then you're rewriting history at that point, right? Like if we had some document from like ancient fucking Egypt or whatever, that was some really important document about Caesar's movements within ancient Egypt during like some great war or whatever, and this was some massive historical event, you wouldn't translate that unfaithfully.
All right, so this is funny because
the point would be to translate that faithfully, right?
I have an example of a Japanese diplomat and translator from Japan that went to the Netherlands to get some Western knowledge, and he came across the concept of of European style money, investment, business, etc., etc. There, our Japanese diplomats discovered that we have a lot of language that implies competition, fighting, taking out the competition, running them out of business, hostile takeovers, and all that stuff. So our Japanese diplomat guy said, all right, I'm going to translate, competition as battle or something, where, something as close as he could get. Then he presented them to his officials, and the thing they come back from, we don't like it. This is all very warlike. Translate it differently. So
Right.
he translated. He says he threw away his accurate translation of Netherlands business competitions and wrote something localized for the Japanese government.
Okay, but was the same meaning conveyed in the localized document?
They changed the tone.
Yeah, but was the same meaning conveyed, though?
I guess.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The same meaning isn't getting conveyed in these localizations.
Well, but is a
tone change? They're drifting so far away from what was actually said in Japanese that it might as well be fucking completely different.
Now, 5-0, quick. His biography doesn't go into much of how what he translated it to. Only really his own personal experience that the officials didn't like his the aggressive translation.
But so to loop back, right, when we're talking about, I think Moeshru makes a good point, right? You wouldn't call someone translating a legal document an artist.
Well, this is where I personally make a description. This is where I personally make quite a distinction. We are still we're talking about artistic works, right?
Yes, we are.
We are. We're not talking about legal documents with legal repercussions and annoying consequences.
But the debate that we're having is one of authenticity, right? We are having a debate about whether or not the translation that we are receiving from these companies is accurate enough to the Japanese, right? That it can be considered like the same product, right? Or the same piece of art. And there's debate happening even right now about this. I mentioned before the stream, actually, that there's a bunch of people are figuring out about the translations in the more recent Zelda games being inaccurate, where they've completely removed things wholesale, such as Link's journal, and how it was initially written in Japanese as Link being like writing in the journal in first person, and you get to have that characterization of Link, whereas in the Western version of the game, it's simply just like a task list of side quests or whatever, right, or something like that, right? I haven't played the games, right, so I don't know the full context, but that's just what I've been seeing online, right? This is the kind of stuff that we're talking about, right? We're talking about instances where the game is being fundamentally changed for a different audience, and the debate is on whether or not that is, well, firstly, ethical, right? Because you're taking someone else's art and doing whatever the fuck you want with it, because you think that your version is the one that people should get versus the Japanese version, right?
But they if they want a Japanese version, they can buy the Japanese game.
I don't think that's valid.
No, that's just a kind of a if you say, well, yeah, no, well, obviously if they want a Japanese version.
Well, Ali, obviously that's a statement of fact, because obviously Lamau just learned Japanese, right? Like Lamau, that's a great weasel out of the argument.
No, Namatsu, I just said it because you said if people want the Japanese version and the etc.
Yeah, but the problem comes is you shouldn't have to like. The whole reason these fucking localizers and translators exist is because they are meant to be doing the job of translating the Japanese artwork so that people can understand the Japanese. That is the point of their job, right? And if they're not doing that job, if they're instead coming up with random bullshit or completely changing what the original text was, right? Then I view that as a problem. I view that as a massive fucking problem that we should be debating about, right? Because we're debating on whether or not these people are doing their jobs properly. And to just go, oh, well, just learn Japanese. Got
so
it.
don't
right?
don't get triggered over me saying
No, I'm not getting triggered. I think that I'm making a legitimate point here because it's a common weasel that people do on both sides. Actually, it's not just the side that's pro-localization that makes that argument. People that are anti-localization also do the same thing where they go, well, just learn Japanese and then end of conversation, right? We can't have a debate about it, right? Because that becomes the end point. So I want to kind of like not go there because, again, it just becomes a stopper to the conversation.
And really, you said something into the effect of something into the effect of then we want the Japanese version, and said, well,
yes,
Japanese...
we want a version of the game that is as authentic to the Japanese experience as possible, right? That's what people want. They want they're not asking for MTL, Google Translate, AI Translate, whatever. Some people, they're idiots, will be saying that, right? But what bad faith, whatever, right? What people actually are talking about is they want the authentic Japanese game experience, right? They want, if the writing in the Japanese game was shit, they want to experience the shit writing, right? They don't want it to be punched up. They don't want it to be adjusted or fixed or have, controversial elements removed, have it censored, right? They want the same thing the Japanese are getting, but in English. But in English, right? That's the key.
And what if it's British?
Well, I mean, if it's British, then you can still faithfully translate it in British.
There are some advantage in doing it in British because you have a wider range of accents that you can use with more historical context.
I wouldn't mind if someone did like a fucking Kiwi localization. I mean, I've actually read some really funny. There's a few dojins on EX Hentai. I'd have to go find what their names were. I read them with Logic once. I was in a voice call with Logic and I read them to him because of my accent, right? Because it was funny. But these guys, they did like a Australian localization of like a hentai dojin, and it is very fucking funny. It is very, very funny. I will admit that. However, if it was like if that was the only version you got, you couldn't get another version, then I'd view that as a problem, right? And so you're saying, yeah, obviously, oh well, what if they translated it in British? Well, for one, I believe that you can in fact translate it authentically in British. I don't think that there's anything specific about the region or accent or whatever that makes it so that you can't translate it in faithfully, right? I don't see why you can't, right? And then the other thing is that I believe what was I going to say? There was a point there, but I've kind of lost it.
All right, so the point is
because we're going through so many different fucking arguments that I've had over the years with people that I'm like they're all merging together. They're all conglomerating in my brain, and
so
I'm like, shit, I have to find
the right one. Circle back all the way back to tone in Xenoblade Chronicles games.
Right.
The tone is very different from the Japanese to the British because the British are not as polite in their speech as the Japanese are. They can be, of course, very regal and and dignified in their speech, but mostly they just say, you're wanking me off, mate.
That's a bit more Australian, but okay.
Whatever. Your influence is creeping into me.
But
mate. Matey. You're a wanker. Right? That's something you could probably say in casual British. that you wouldn't say in Japanese. Therefore,
Yeah, so
either...
you would. Okay. So I don't want to interrupt you too much, but to kind of counter that, right? Yes, you probably wouldn't say "G'day, mate" in fucking Japanese, right, directly. But if the character said something that meant the same as "G'day, mate," and it was relatively the same amount of cordialness, I think that could be, again, I think that's fine. I think you can make a case for that, right? You do have to kind of look at this, right? To throw you a bone, right? I'm going to steel man you, Ellie. I'm going to steel man your argument, right? You do have to look at things on a case-by-case contextual basis, right? You have to look at what was said in the Japanese script. You have to look at what was said in the localization. And then you also have to look at a more direct translation that, you can get via translating it more directly without punching it up, right? You have to look at these things, and then you have, and then you have to make a determination about how far away does it. Like, I think there's like a scale, right? There's like a scale of tolerance people have for these changes. I don't think it's like just a hard and fast, it doesn't match the Japanese 1-to-1, so it's a massive problem. No, I think that there is definitely there is wiggle room, right? There's definitely wiggle room to have these kind of alternate, these changes and these things. The issue comes is when the localizers abuse that wiggle room, right? And in a lot of the examples that I've seen, right, there's clearly some abuse going on there with the wiggle room.
So, maybe to switch gears completely, right?
Maybe.
There is completely, right? Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Yes, the Yakuza ones have been under some heavy criticism lately, yes.
I don't know anything about that. I'm going to talk about K.
Alright. Well, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about Yakuza for a little bit, and then we're going to get back to the fucking video.
Alright.
Because we've been debating for like an hour. We're gonna be here for a while.
All right, so
anyway,
Yakuza.
You talk about Yakuza, and then I will respond, and then after I've responded, we'll get back to the video.
If you wanted to check out, this only works if you know enough Japanese. Check out K's dialogue in Japanese with English subtitles.
Right.
Because what she says in Japanese is rather different from the subtitles.
Right.
She doesn't say motherfucker in Japanese. For example.
Right.
So,
but the question would be is you would have to see what was said in Japanese and how does that relate, right? How again, it's contextual.
So right? This is a not a just for for the audience. This is not a Japanese to English problem. The Japanese also wildly switch up the tone of what's being said when from English to Japanese.
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone would deny that. It's just solely an English problem.
So,
I just think that most people talk about the English side of it specifically because that's the side of it they have to deal with.
But this is kind of my point is more to counter that there's a cabal of localizers only doing.
Oh, but
this
there is though.
That there is a cabal of localizers doing this only to Japanese, and they hide the Japanese and then put a bad English out. When the Japanese
that side of it, I'll agree.
The Japanese also have localizers that look at English and say, "Damn, we don't say motherfucker in Japanese."
Okay, so the cabal part, that is real though, because they outright fucking say that it is, and they outright act like it is. That's
act like it's very subjective.
The problem is you don't get to see how these people behave on Twitter and how much they are smug, petty, pathetic motherfuckers, right? That's
or
kind
you're just a whiny bitch, Naretsu. That can also be.
Oh yeah, cocksucker.
You're Japanese, Naretsu.
I am, you dumbass. You fucking.
Yeah,
I do my listening comprehension reps every fucking day, bucko. But anyhow, no, you don't, because here's the problem. You don't get to see how these people behave on Twitter, and you would. I swear to fuck, if you saw how they behave, then you would see why people think that there is a fucking because the way I actually think, right. I'm gonna this is the last point before we get back to the video, right? If these localizers didn't act like fucking petulant children on Twitter, 80% of this problem would go away. Quite literally. Like 80% of it would just vanish. Because of the fact that the way that they've acted on Twitter and the way that they treat the fans and people that criticize them, that has caused a feedback loop where people just want to fuck with them out of spite. And that's why you get stuff like the Nagatoro sus stuff, right? Where she actually, I think I've mentioned on the cast before, right, Ellie? Like, I've said, or at least I've said to you when we've argued about this, I think the sus translation was fine. That was she used the shorthand for sus in Japanese. She said they used the shorthand for sus in English. The only reason people got mad about it. The only reason people got mad about it was one, the fact that the Among Us memes were hot and people were making the connection, right? Even though there wasn't a connection there. And the second reason, and this is where it comes in, right? The localizer on Twitter who made that line was acting like a dumb fuck and saying shit at the time like, man, I just love pissing off the chuds. I just love doing things like sneaking things into my localizations to piss people off. I just love doing it. And they're just directly fucking saying that on Twitter, right? Like they're just saying that, Ellie. And look, even if it's a joke, right? If we be in good faith and but Ellie, listen, even if I lended the good faith to say that it was a joke, that behavior is feeding the feedback loop. And then these localizers will be like, oh, but why are people so hostile to us? Why are people being so mean? Why are people like this? And it's like, no. You maybe if you didn't feed them, this wouldn't be a problem, right? Maybe if you didn't act like this, it wouldn't be a problem.
The solution is to give Elon his final wish and let Twitter die.
Well, I mean, you know, I wish, but you know, I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is that localizers need to start fucking acting like professionals and stop acting like petulant
people on
children.
Twitter shouldn't be such babies.
No. I'll say people fucking jump the shark a lot. I'll say that, right? Again, with the Nagatoro sus thing, I think people were going after that for the wrong reason, right? Like, you should go after the petulant behavior of the localizer, right? In that case, right? Not necessarily the translation itself. But this is. I mean, yeah, the Jello apocalypse stuff is a whole nother fucking conversation about that particular incident, right? So, like, yeah, again, like there's a behavioral problem that I think is feeding a lot of this.
All right, now to play the video.
We have a video to watch. I'm sorry if I'm not like responding to chats too. Just bear in mind,
chat is having fun amongst themselves, so it's good enough. Right?
Listen, chat. I see you and I appreciate you. Okay, I see you guys having debates in the chat. I guess I will say, yeah, because Jake made a good point about, you know, I think the best translation / localizers intertangle a great deal with the culture outside of the medium and collective psychology to broaden their skills for their job to do to work in those missed details. Yeah, exactly. You know, if I remember a quote, you know, our eyes are blind until we see the world differently. And no, I have not read the translation for the elfin light on the bus. Yeah. Nagatoro did have some bad localizations, though. There was a scene where one of her friends says her BF played basketball, but the subtitles has... Oh, yeah, I vaguely recall that one, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not saying that, like, obviously there's probably some fucking bad localizations in there, right? I'm just specifically talking about the sus one, because that's the one everyone got mad about, right? Like,
and even, you know...
Specifically that one.
having them talk as cringe teenager is still appropriate anyway.
Well, you see, I don't agree with that. But we've already exhausted we've had our hour-long debate. Let's skip 16 seconds. We made it 16 seconds, Ali.
All right,
We made it 16 seconds into the video.
Go on,
All right,
Ratsu.
let's see what Video Man has to say.
Nitpick a game's script, or that my proposed alternatives aren't as good as the over-localized quote-unquote originals. And while it is somewhat frustrating to have to read comments like these over and over again, it is also a rather interesting experience for me as well. Why is it interesting, I hear you ask? Well, that's because I get to witness firsthand people who are victims of what I've come to call the localization dilemma. I've alluded to this phenomenon on a number of occasions in various videos and replies, but I've never taken the time to lay out what it actually is and the implications that it has for you guys, so that's exactly what we are going to do today.
He's talking quite a big society.
Now, before we begin, I'd just like to say
big society.
Big society, the problems of big society, game translation in the Japanese game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he hasn't explained what the localization dilemma he's talking about is yet, but I guess the context is just basically, this guy makes videos about the topic a lot. He gets a lot of comments from people disagreeing with him, like you.
Yes, I haven't commented unless in the so you have sent him my texts to him without me caring about it.
Oh, do you want to out yourself for that? Because I was gonna keep you getting your ass mogged completely secret. So do you want?
Ratsu is making debates when I'm not even there.
Listen, I'm a shit stirrer at heart, okay? I love my shit stirring. I saw an opportunity and I took it, okay? If you guys follow me on Twitter, you may or may not have seen it. I don't want to spoil it. I'm just gonna say Ellie got himself fucking mogged by a certain dog loving individual, or dog girl loving individual on
by selectively sending my
Hey! I sent the 4 best images that I could. I was as good faith as possible.
You still picked out. You localized my responses, Ratsu.
Hey, blame Twitter, because Twitter only let me send 4 images, okay? And I picked the 4 that I felt best represented your argument, right? Okay, so you had the opportunity. I told you should have gone and argued with him yourself, because you were the one talking mad shit.
Yes, and I don't care about what he thinks.
Look, you got mogged. You're coping right now. Big cope, Ellie. Big cope.
Come back when I care.
We're not gonna give any context. I think it's funnier if we don't tell the chat. I think it's funnier. But anyway, back to the video.
Say that I will be referring specifically to games in this video, but anything I say can be applied to any other localized piece of media, be it a movie, a TV show, a book, what have you. So, to start off here, let's draw an extremely simple diagram that depicts the localization dilemma. At the top, we have a box that will represent a game in its original unlocalized form. Now let's say we want to take that original game and bring it over to another region where the language is different. In doing this, we will have to make a decision to go in one of 2 general directions. On one side, we have the decision to make a localized version of the game that is as faithful to the original as possible, meaning changes are only made when absolutely necessary, and on the other, we have the decision to over-localize a game, changing things based not only on necessity, but opinion as well. Like I said, this diagram...
Do you agree with this?
Yes.
Do you think there are only 2 options?
I think that there is a bit more of a spectrum, but I think most of the time, when I look at examples, there are typically only 2. I think. Okay, I will somewhat disagree in the fact that I wouldn't have done it as a diagram like this. I would have done it as a spectrum. I would have done Venn diagram wouldn't work either. No, it would have to be like a fucking. Yeah, it would have to be like a spectrum where you have faithful on one end and unfaithful on the other end. And you would have to
personally, I would.
You would have to dial it in. You would have to dial it in based on the context.
Personally, I would make the graph. right?
Oh, you're doing some
Oh, I
fancy
know, I'm
artwork.
not really, but I can make a graph.
Oh, I thought you were being. That's why you were being silent. I thought you were. I
No,
thought you were.
I was asked. So la 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 la
Yeah. So
la.
we've got a graph.
And the opposite is kind of like this and like this and like this. Ooh,
Well, no,
nothing.
I would just have it as I would just have it as like a binary line, and on one side you have faithful, on the other side you have unfaithful.
Well, the point
and
is
then you
for
just
me
and then
is
you have
right.
to and then you have to adjust the slider. Is how I would do it.
Right. The point for me is that that as the pace of the story progresses, this will change. The faithfulness of your localization will.
I don't agree with this at all. This seems very stupid.
No, but it is so. Over the course of the thing you translate, sometimes you will, even if by necessity.
Okay, I kind of get what you mean, in the sense that, let's say you make a change early on, you have to keep that change consistent later on, right? And that might cause
but
problems,
also sometimes new elements come in which will be faithful to the original, and
I don't know about that one, because I think this is you're making it a bit too complicated than it needs to be, in this sense, because I don't think it necessarily works like that.
No, the thing is,
what does Jake say? Throw faithfulness out of here, as that is the audience trust being put into the service. The operation would be an approximate. Yeah. Jake makes it should be approximation and authenticity. That's a good point.
Yeah,
That
all right.
could be
I'm still not sold on authenticity as a thing, because it's quick. I still feel
No,
like
I kind of am, because that's what people want. Like, they want it to be faithful or authentic, right? They want to they want it to be as close to the original as possible with minor edits, right? They don't want something that's super adjusted. So I think authentic is a good way to put it.
All right. So I am kind of I don't like this dilemma as to be faithful and unfaithful to begin with, because that framing doesn't sit well with me. Right?
I think the framing is fine.
Really?
I think the framing is fine. Yes, because I think
purity testing all the
I
the
get
beginning.
Okay, so I get if you have a problem with purity type arguments, because I mean, okay, whatever. That's just the weird interpretation, because at some level it is kind of a purity thing, because you don't want the original artwork to be altered and made unpure, I guess. Like, that's the thing, you're the one framing it that way, though. I haven't heard anyone making a direct purity argument using this kind of framing.
Well,
most of the time they are just direct. Most of the time they are directly using it as the definitional of the word, right? Faithful and unfaithful, right? It's not necessarily like, the game, the purity of the virginity of my Japanese game has been sullied. But
I do think that I do feel that when I see the localization things, controversies going on, it often, I feel, goes into purity, and assuming what the intent was, and it's tested upon the what you think the intent is, which is already kind of a personal opinion.
Well, it depends on what you're using to judge. That's why I always tell people that they should be they should be comparing it based off a raw Japanese translation, rather than, obviously don't use fucking MTL, right? Obviously. But if you compare it based off a more literal, because you can do a more literal translation fairly easily, right? Like, it's, people do it all the time, right? So you would compare it to the more literal text, and then you would say, right, okay, this is what the literal says. How have they adjusted it based off that, right? So Jake has been on fire in the chat. He's been making some really good points as well. Purity sliders slight into political reading, which isn't wrong in all this, though. artistic purity must be emphasized. Yeah, it's a different kind of purity, right? Because when you use terms like purity spiraling and purity testing and stuff, typically that is in the political context. And some changes are obviously political, and there is a political element to this in a lot of cases.
Everything is
There's
political,
culture,
Naretsu.
blah blah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yes, Karl Marx. Yeah, okay.
Some
But
critical theory kind of thing, right? I don't know.
it's critical theory, yeah.
Part
But
of.
yeah, no. Yeah, nothing is raw purity. Yeah. But anyhow, let's get back to the video. Let's see what our man's going with this. Let's see what he's cooking.
Represents a simplified version of this process, but for the purposes of this video, we don't really need to get into the minutia here.
Yeah, that's our job.
Yeah, we want this guy, and then the sliding scale, which could go back and forth depending on what the situation is.
Anyway, let's continue.
Let's say that a company or localization route with the game they're responsible for, or in terms of this diagram, they've chosen the route on the right side. In accordance with this route, the localization team has more freedom to use their own discretion when making changes, and can even add their own flair to the script if they so choose. The team goes about localizing the game in this way from start to finish, and eventually it comes time to release the game in their region. From the perspective of a localizer, this is where their involvement with a game ends and they move on to their next project. However, from a consumer point of view, this is where the implications of the decision made by the company or team of localizers, all the way back before they even began localizing the game, start to take form. What do I mean by this? Well, once a game is released, fans play the game, form an opinion on it based on what they are presented with, and then hold that opinion for years to come. This is the root of the problem with the localization dilemma. An opinion once formed is extremely difficult to alter, let alone remake entirely, so the opinions of players...
What's the problem with the opinion of the thing?
He's kind of about to get into it, but essentially the point is once the localization comes out, people formulate their opinions, good or bad, and then solidify them, right?
Yeah, but how's it different from playing a game which is bad, and then you think the game is bad? I just you play your Ubisoft game, your Assassin's Creed, your English, your
Assassin's Creed, yeah,
whatever, your American shooting game, your Call of Duty, and a Call of Duty game is bad, and you think the game is bad, so and then you solidify your opinion that the game is bad.
Right. Well, let's see what he gets into, because he's about to get into it.
When it comes to a specific game tend to hold true for many, many years, possibly never changing at all. This means that the fans who enjoyed their time with an over-localized game will tend to stick with the belief that the localized form of the game is best, even if they have no idea what the original game is like.
There you go.
Is that a problem though? If the game is good in its over-localization, which is kind of a already framed as a bad thing, I feel in this video. Over-localization, but if the over-localization is a good game, is that then bad? Is that then actually a bad game?
The issue is if you wanted to look at it objectively, right? Because obviously we differ in the opinion of I am of the mind that over-localization is bad in general, right? I view it as
over-localization is bad by definition.
If I wanted, yeah, it is, and if I wanted to be super fucking extreme on it, I would say that it's insulting to the original work, right? Like straight up, like I view it as a direct insult, right? So obviously, if I could play an over-localized game, right? Like let's do. I haven't finished it. No, not Xenoblade. I'll use one that I've actually played, right? Valkyria Chronicles, right? I haven't finished Valkyria Chronicles because I've attempted to a couple of times, but I've just not had the time or I haven't managed to get into it. I always end up stopping at some point for whatever reason and then not picking it back up again. But that game is an example of a game that is heavily localized, like to the point where characters are saying things that are just completely not what the Japanese are saying at all. And I watched a supercut of Plot Fan's stream actually because he's been doing a stream where he plays through the game and he points out all these different localization changes because he plays with the Japanese audio and the English subtitles, right? And
Mhm.
then he's like, the character literally just doesn't fucking say that. Like they said something, and they said something completely different. And he talks a lot about the tone, as you put, we were talking about before, right? You're playing a game where in the Japanese, the tone is meant to be more somber and more, this is a war story, right? It's like Saving Private Ryan. But then you look at the dialogue in English and it's all happy-go-lucky Wilkie's
Mhm.
Wilkie's
Yeah,
the dung
you laid the
beetles the dung beetles are super rad, even though that's not what he said, right? You know, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And so here's the thing, right? If you were someone that played the English version, had absolutely no idea about the Japanese tonal difference, right? And
Mhm.
you enjoyed that, right? That's fine and all. But then the issue comes when you're confronted with the fact that, well, hang on a minute, the Japanese version of the game is just completely fucking different, right? You didn't get the same thing, right? You have to be able to recognize that is, well, it's a problem, right?
Is that a
Even if you can
problem?
go, it is a problem.
Why?
It is a problem because you didn't get the thing
The
that
pure
you didn't
version?
get to experience. No, you didn't experience the same art. You weren't given the opportunity to experience it the way the Japanese artists wanted you to experience it. You were given something completely different. You know.
No, so this is kind of maybe a bit also another departing point. If the localized version is good, that's good.
Well, I think that the problem is that, you know, how do you define it as being good,
People like it.
right? I don't think people like. I mean, people like fucking all kinds of shit that's trash. Okay, I
Yeah,
don't think that's
sure,
a good
but
metric. I
whatever.
don't think that's a good metric to use to define whether or not a localization is good. I think you should define a localization as being good or not based on how faithful it is. That should be the metric, right? Does the localization convey the same meaning and tone as the Japanese? If the answer is no, then it's bad, right? Because the whole point is you're meant to be translating it. You're not meant to be writing your own fucking story, right? That's not the point. It's not like Starship Troopers, where the creator of the movie set out from the get-go to create his film, his piece of art, right? That he had control over, right? To be a parody, right? He set out with that intent to do that. Localizers are not being hired to do that, right? They're being hired specifically because company wants to be able to sell the game in a different language and region. We need to hire someone to do that.
I don't think it necessarily matters for the company that the game is the same.
I mean, obviously not, because otherwise they would, you know, care about the fact that people are saying that you know, there's obviously a disconnect going on here.
Yeah.
But then we could have an entire debate about, you know, the localizers effectively lying to the fucking Japanese side that this is the kind of stuff that people in the West want when it's not. Right?
Although the Xenoblade game
we could have an entire heated debate about that, but I don't really feel.
But the Xenoblade game sold well enough for them to continue on their to continue on their British tone with a lot more swearing than there existed in the Japanese. So they sold at least Xenoblade on being different from the Japanese tone.
So I think Moisho made a good point. If Twilight gets localized in another language, but it's actually just a direct translation of The Lord of the Rings, is it a good localization? Because I'd say no. I would say no, it's not.
I do think this is not.
It's obviously an extreme. It's obviously an extreme example, but I think it hits home on where the core disagreement lies. Right? Is that, to me, when they're being unfaithful, they are directly changing the original work. Right? And whether or not you like that changed alternate work or not, that personal opinion is irrelevant to the objective fact that they did alter the work, right? There is an objectiveness.
Naretsu, when you talk about objectivity, you going back into a measure of how pure it is compared.
But Ali, did they change the work? Yes or no?
They always change the work, and it's only a matter of how much.
No. No, it becomes an objective measurement. Did they change the work? Yes or no? Okay, yes, right. And then, as you just said, right now we have to determine how much they changed the work.
And
did they change the work? Did they change the work to the point that it is completely different to the original? Yes or no? Right.
Well, then becomes a subjective question of how much is depends to the person.
Well, I would say on my personal scale, too much is when it completely deviates from the original intended Japanese tone.
But what did the Japanese intend?
Well, you can find that out easy, Ali. I've told you multiple times. You just fucking look at it. You look at it. You look at what you could find. More direct translations of the thing. The Japanese text is right fucking there. You can go find it.
But then the Japanese didn't intend Xenoblade to be British because
well, no, obviously they probably didn't. No.
Yeah, so is Xenoblade now a bad localized game?
If you're going to use the metrics, yeah, it is technically a badly localized, quote unquote, right? But that doesn't mean that I can't say, yeah, no, it's still enjoyable.
Yeah,
right?
And this is the area
where... But to use Valkyria Chronicles, because that's something that I've actually played, and I have more of an advantage to talk about that, right? I can say, yeah, no, I enjoyed playing Xenoblade in English with the English subs or dub, the English sub or dub, right? I had a fun time. It was good, right? I didn't have any I didn't think it was terrible, right? But then if I find out later that, there's like a completely different experience here that I didn't get to experience because I was denied that.
Well, Naretsu,
right?
This is
maybe it's possible. Well, let me finish, because maybe I would have preferred the other experience. Maybe the other experience would have been more interesting because it's a darker tone that better fits the ideas of war and it being a war story, right? Maybe there's a high probability that I would have preferred that other version, but that other version, that Japanese more faithful version, was denied to me. I was not allowed.
The happy version you got in Valkyria Chronicles is denied for the Japanese.
Yeah. So yeah, and this is where we have the problem.
Which one is then better?
But Ali, maybe if we didn't have this problem, maybe if the localizers did their fucking job and simply were more faithful to the Japanese intent, we could have both had the same experience and we wouldn't have had a debate in the first place. There wouldn't need to have been two versions of the same game. We could have just had the original version, right? That's the problem.
But then, if say you liked or even let's reverse it, right? Plenty of times it also happens. You have Bomberman in Japan, and then you have the American Bomberman, if you remember. Remember the edgy Bomberman?
I am not very familiar with Bomberman,
but there was at one point a super duper edgy Bomberman version with a full hyper realistic, hyper violent Bomberman.
Teleports behind you. It's nothing.
It was super duper cringe.
Right.
But say that Bomberman was a massive hit for some reason.
Right.
Edgy Bomberman instead of, cute chibi Bomberman. Oh no, that's for babies. This is the real Bomberman for real man. A real man Bomberman. Then let's say localization of Bomberman, a cute mascot character almost, into a real action hero. That you then suddenly have two versions.
Yeah.
And is then the gritty version denied to the Japanese, or sometimes?
I mean, which came first is the problem, because now you're arguing that, oh well, I guess the Japanese didn't get to have the English one. And it's like, yeah, you can argue that, but the problem becomes which came first. Who was the original creators? What did the original creators intend, right? Did they intend for Bomberman to be edgy, nothing personnel kid Bomberman, or did they intend him to be more cutesy?
Yeah,
right?
but this is maybe going a little bit wider.
Yeah, that's not a Moeshium is
Alright.
like, that's not a localization. That's just a whole new game. It's
All right,
completely
that's a different thing. Maybe you know your boy Xiao Ming,
Zhao Ming, yeah,
Anime?
yeah,
anime character,
yeah.
the Three Kingdoms character.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah.
The chitty the music thing.
Yeah. Fun guy. The original Japanese is Chinese, of course.
Yeah.
The Japanese have their own version, and it focuses.
Wait. You have to. What are you talking about here? Are you talking about the anime specifically, or are you like, what are you talking about?
The story of the Three Kingdoms in Japan. This comes from Joe, reliable source. Pause and select.
Right.
In the Chinese version, big story. So Xiao Ming comes along, does stuff, dies, and then other stuff happens.
Yeah, things happen in the story. Yeah.
The Japanese version is Xiao Ming comes, Xiao Ming does stuff, Xiao Ming dies, story ends.
Right.
The Japanese version.
So all you're establishing is that localization happens in every language, which is the point you've already made.
No,
right?
this is taking a story of a big ass story. And
it is a big ass story.
Big ass story. And the Japanese have taken it upon themselves to make a story about this one character and making it kind of the Three Kingdoms about this one character.
Okay, but is that a translation of the Three Kingdoms, or are they just making their own original work based
kind
on
of
the
both,
Three
right?
Kingdoms?
They translated.
But that distinction is important, because that's the same problem with the Starship Troopers example, right? There is a massive distinction between taking somebody else's work and reinterpreting it and saying that it's the original work, right?
But to the Japanese, that is the
saying
original.
That it's no, Ellie. You can't say, when we're arguing about this, this is a very important fucking distinction, right? There is a massive difference between taking someone else's work, reinterpreting it, and then putting it out there as if it is the original work. That is what the localizers are doing in English. They are taking thing from Japan, they are translating it, localizing it, and then saying, look, this is the game from Japan. Here it is in English. It's the same, right?
Do you think
it's the same, right? But there is a massive difference between, okay, the Japanese look at the Three Kingdoms, right? They think, oh, that character in the Three Kingdoms is kind of cool. Let's make like a different book or a different anime or some other thing about that character, right? Let's make a wholly new creation has been made based off that original work, right?
To the point that to the Japanese, Three Kingdom ends with this guy's death.
Right, but that's different. That's a completely different, Ellie. There is a massive distinction.
This is another wild example. The Bible.
I knew we were going to get here.
Yeah?
I knew you were going to fucking go. Yes, because this is another common argument that people that are pro-localization, to the point that they will cocksuck these people like they're gods, right, will use. They'll use the Bible, because they'll say, well, didn't you know, Ellie, that the Bible has been translated and retranslated, and there's multiple different versions of the Bible, and all these different versions of the Bible have split into all these different kinds of religions because of the different interpretations of the Bible.
Now
And you see, Ellie, because of the fact that the Bible has like millions of different interpretations and stuff, that means it's okay for the anime character to say to say Big Chungus Trump bad build the wall 2024, right? That makes it okay for them to change the dialogue, Ellie.
So
right?
Naretsu,
that's the argument that keeps getting made.
So the point is in that, right, is that first off, it's kind of it's kind of normal and almost inevitable for these things to happen. The differences in versions, and that these versions almost supplant the original, is kind of a thing of human culture. The original Bible no longer meaningfully exists. It's the King James version written by King James that thought, you know what, if I write the Bible, then I could put all the things that I want in the Bible in it. Or no, I give all my interpretations of the Bible will be the interpretations of everybody. That's good for me as a king. So I could say, puts a little bit more emphasis on that the citizens, the people have to obey the king. You know, a little extra line, little bit more emphasis on that people should obey the king.
And so this means it's okay. It is. So you're giving the green light for localizers to basically be able to do whatever the fuck they want because, well, the King James wrote his own Bible, right? That's,
the point is that these things happen, and we accept that these things happen.
Yes, so it's okay for localizers to shit on the original Japanese word. That's the problem. Ellie, but that's the problem, though. That's where your argumentation leads. That's the end point of your argumentation, right? Is, hey, did you know that King James wrote a Bible? I guess you're not allowed to criticize the localizers when they put fucking 20-year-old memes in the fucking Japanese video game because they think that that's super cool, right?
All right, Naretsu,
like you're not allowed. You cannot ever criticize a localization.
The point isn't. The point isn't really then we should allow everything that the localizers as a group allow them to do everything that they do. This is more of a recognition of that these things happen, right?
Yeah, but I'm not saying these things don't happen.
All right, so
that's the problem.
That's good. All right.
I'm not saying.
All right,
I'm not saying.
Made.
Yeah. But that's the problem. Is I'm not saying. Obviously, these things happen. Obviously, like, how many fucking caveats do I have to fucking give you, right? How many times do I have to tell you, Ellie, I recognize that when you're translating something, changes have to be made. That's not what's being argued about. That's never been what's being argued about. What's being argued about is what the fuck are these translators doing when they are taking something from a different language and completely fucking changing it, right?
So
looking at examples where, hey, the Japanese guy and the guy in the fucking, what is it, 20 Neo, World Ends With You or whatever, he didn't fucking say cultural appropriation. He wasn't even talking about cultural appropriation. He was talking about whether or not his curry could be considered authentic or not. These are two completely different fucking concepts, right? They are not the same fucking thing. That's what people are mad about, right? You have two different pieces of dialogue that are saying two completely different fucking things, right? So you can't just be like, oh, but King James, he wrote a Bible though, right? Like, it's completely irrelevant to the discussion, Ellie. It's completely fucking, like...
No, we need to have some... We need to put on some baselines. Right?
Well, yeah, you need to have some baselines, but the problem...
We can move on.
But the problem... No.
Why not?
We don't get to move on.
Why
because,
not?
Again, you're acting like you won when you didn't fucking win.
No, then we agree, that's okay, then we can move on.
No, we
don't agree?
Ellie. Yes, but we don't agree because you think that what the localizers are doing is fine, and you keep making excuses for them. That's the
Alright, so
problem.
I haven't even
because
said
you no
what
because
to
no
what
because you
level.
keep going because what happens is I'll bring up an example of, hey Ellie, this localization seems kind of iffy. This is bad, right?
I
And
haven't
then you'll
seen
go,
it.
and then you'll go no, but then you'll go, hey, no, it's fine, Naretsu, because Xenoblade exists. Xenoblade existing means
Alright, so
it's
you
fine.
haven't given me any examples. You said something about Korean cultural appropriations. I never seen or heard that example before.
Yeah, and this is the other tactic you use, where you'll deflect and you'll be like, "No, I haven't. I'm not familiar with examples.
Naretsu,
I'm not familiar. I don't go on Twitter. I don't know anything about anything. I'm ignorant, right? I get to be ignorant about everything, and that means I don't have to actually argue my stance, right?
Naretsu, do you want me to argue my stances?
Well, what is your stance? What is your stance? Argue it.
Alright.
Okay? Let me reframe. Argue your stance on why localizers should be allowed to get away with this type of stuff that they've been
Right,
getting away
the
with.
framing is already should be allowed to get away with something.
Yeah, because they are being allowed to get away with something.
Alright,
that's bad,
well,
right?
are localizers allowed to make changes?
They are allowed to make changes, yes, obviously.
And to what extent?
They are allowed to make changes to allow the to translate it so that it flows better in the other language. You are allowed to change some things, right? That mean that you can get the same meaning across from one language to another. But that doesn't mean that you get to add fucking PogChamp to the fucking translation. Right? Right?
That
Do
sounds
you think
funny,
that they
though.
should be? Do you? No, but that's the problem. That's the problem, Ellie. Just because it sounds funny doesn't make it right. Right?
No, Naretsu,
What
the
is your
point for me
what is
is, alright, my stance.
yeah? What is your actual stance here? Right? Instead of
Alright.
obfuscating.
The story has to be good.
Right? Okay. But what if the story is bad in Japanese?
Well, then I hope it's slightly better in English.
No. If the story is bad in Japanese, the story should be the same in English.
Now let me then rephrase it a little bit. Dialogue better in English.
No, same different. It's the same thing.
Now,
If the dialogue is bad,
overarching
no, Ali. If the dialogue is bad in Japanese, then it's not the translator's job to fix the dialogue.
It is a localizer's job.
It's neither of their jobs. No, these two things are basically the same. You can't fucking.
No, if the localizers, if we're going to separate translator from localization in this one instance, it's then the localizers.
Because you can't separate in this one instance because it's both part of the same fucking process. If you're translating something, you have to localize it, because if you don't localize it, then you're going to get the so-called MTL fucking translations that you would say are inappropriate, right?
Yeah, so
you have to. So you can't.
Naretsu, let me finish.
You don't get.
Let me finish, Naretsu. So the thing is, right? If we're, I am now thinking of a company, right? Company has a game. Game is kind of badly written. It's stilted in Japanese. It's then a localizer's job to make a good story in English. A good flowing.
No, it's not.
Dialogue in English. Isn't a localizer's job a company?
No, if the dialogue is bad in Japanese, right? Sure, the localizer can make adjustments so that it's more understandable, right? But they shouldn't be making changes to try to make it "quote unquote" better dialogue. It's not their job.
Well, Naretsu, isn't it our job as in a as a great moral code, or is it not their job as a company says, "Hey, make this"?
It's not their job in both. Because at that point, then the company's just offloading the writing to the English department. They're not, and at that point, you're also saying you're doing a bit of this white savior complex stuff, where the Japanese version is just worse than the English version. The white saviors of the Americans have come in to save the bad Japanese game. Jake,
I
yeah, the
have-
localizer or translator have no business fixing what the author failed at.
I have fixed things that the author didn't do because there was a misspelling in Japanese, and then I spelled it correctly
No, but
in English.
Ellie, that's different. That is 100% different than what
Well,
we're talking
there
about
is.
here.
Is it that different? Because if you say that,
Yes, because that's a fucking. That is a fucking. You're talking about
isn't that a mistake?
typo.
Is it a bad...
No, you're talking about a typo, right? Like an actual grammatical error versus like they basically are just shit at writing, right? There's a difference between grammatical errors and like if you write a story, right? You can tell whether or not the writer is an amateur or a shit writer and how they write. Okay, right? We're talking about localizers fixing that aspect.
So, all right,
right?
this is more of a. This is not.
Yeah, Jake is right. You know, technical fixes are all right. Okay, the total of the original text itself is what's meant.
So,
right?
but there's a something. There's a scale in this, right? Typos are okay. If
Well, it's Elliot, I've said it like 50 fucking times. Yes, it's obviously contextual and it's obviously a fucking scale. I literally said that when he had.
So,
I literally said that when
my
it was on the screen.
Naretsu, at what point on this scale is it not okay anymore for the localizer translator?
Well, we've said that multiple times.
All right,
it's
say it.
when it's when it completely changes what the original text meant, right? What the original text was trying to convey has been altered, right? That is when it becomes a problem, right? Getting cultural appropriation out of the word authentic, these are two completely different words that mean completely different things. That's not changing something to make it better, right? That's not fixing writing. That's changing something entirely. Valkyria Chronicles has had its entire tone changed from one thing to another. They are completely different. That's bad. They have failed at their job of conveying the same meaning, right? Because that's meant to be what they're supposed to be doing, right?
All right, so Naretsu, quick question, because we started this because what was my stance?
Yeah, what is your stance?
All right, so like I said, I want the story that I'm reading from Japan to be a good read.
Okay, but again, we're just going to get into like the circular argument, because the natural response to that is, well, not every Japanese story is a good read. Even in Japanese, right?
Yeah, so
not every Japanese story is good, right?
So this is this is when this is kind of why I separated translation from localization for this example, in that if I am being sold a story from Japan by a company, by Atlas, right? Atlas, the Japanese games.
Yes, Atlas does. Yeah.
Atlas sells me a Japanese game. I want the story from Atlas to be good.
But what if it's not good?
Then Atlas did a bad job. I wanted a good story.
Yeah, but why should you expect the English localizations and translators to take a bad story and make it good? Why is it their job to do that?
Well, if they are limited by cutscenes and dialogue and mouth flops and character animations to the point that they can't anymore to do more than their best.
It's not the question of whether or not they can or not. It's whether or not they should. Should they make the bad Japanese story good in English? Is that their right to do? Do they have the right to take somebody else's artwork, good or bad, and make it into something completely different that is subjectively good or bad to them? as localizers or translators. That's the core of the disagreement here, I think.
Well, the general, I'm in this instance, I'm kind of more thinking of a thinking for the big corporation. Big corporation wants big money, so
well,
they
yeah,
want the story to be
obviously
good.
from a corporate perspective, but we're not talking about it. I don't think people, when we're having these discussions, are talking about it from a corporate perspective. I think what people are talking about is an artistic integrity perspective, right? People are talking about this from the perspective of, no, an artist created something with their own blood, sweat, and tears, right? I mean, I'm an artist, right? I've been fucking trying to learn how to draw better for the last fucking 3 months, right? Like I'm fucking in the trenches trying to be able to create my own art. And if I created my own art, right, and then somebody came along, right, and was like, hey, I'm going to translate this into Japanese or Korean or fucking German or Dutch or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And then they just completely took my work and changed it fundamentally into something that I did not intend, right? I would be fucking livid. I would be absolutely fucking livid because that's not my work. I didn't fucking create that. It's a fucking mockery of what I created. And that's where the core argument is. That's where the core argument is. It's got nothing. It's got nothing to do with the companies want to make more money or blah 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 blah. My capitalism, right? Whatever. It's fine as long as it's fine, but it's okay for the companies to do this because my capitalism bad, right? It's not about that. So we're arguing about artistic integrity.
So this is where where your artistic integrity lies, right? If I write a story and I've written half finished stories before, if I write a story and it's being translated into English, because although I can write English, I'm less good at English than I'm in my native language, of course. If that version is different in tone, like Xenoblade Chronicles, or even more fanciful, like the Unicorn Overlord is, that's fine.
I don't agree.
Well, that's a personal opinion, of course. In the end, right?
Because to me, if I created art and then all of a sudden people were thinking that something that I didn't create was mine, I would see that as bad. Because I didn't like, if I had made Unicorn Overlord and I had specifically written the characters to not speak in a certain way, right? If I, as the author, wanted the characters to be a certain way, and then all of a sudden I find out that if people in another country are experiencing something completely fucking different to what I intended, I'd be mad. I'd be mad about that. I would think that was insulting to me, because now people think that that's what I made when that's not what I made. Mushroom makes a good point. You say it's okay to change the story if it's quote unquote bad, but what if the manga has bad art? Is it okay for the localization team to just completely redraw the art? Like, that's a good point. Like, if we were talking about a painting, right? Should a painting with nudity have the nudity removed if it's going to be exhibited in a, like, I don't know, in China or whatever?
This is why I mostly written stories, right?
Yes, but this
written
is
stories are translated. Written stories are translated.
But see, we're getting to the core now, though. We're getting to the core of the problem, right? Should the artwork be altered? And I don't think it should be altered.
And I say it's first of all, medium matters, right?
Well, no. I think you're just trying to weasel your way out of addressing
No, medium matters, right? Medium, a TV show is different from...
To me, there should be no fucking difference in how you handle a piece of work between it being a movie, a game. This is essentially the what you're not. I know you don't mean it this way, but the way that you're arguing it is making an insinuation that otaku media is lesser, therefore it doesn't matter.
So there are plenty of light novels and whatnot. That's as much of a part of otaku culture than as
Yeah,
manga
but
is.
the problem is you're making it's fucking demeaning though. It's saying no. It's okay for this work to be fundamentally altered from what it was
Well,
because it's
according
quote
to you,
unquote
is
bad, right?
fundamental. Of
Well,
course,
yeah, because it is fundamental. If you
is
take
it?
if you take thing A and turn it into thing B, it is no longer thing A. That's
Well,
how that
this
works.
is of course the question is of how square is yours? How square is it still after? And if you say
No,
that this is too much of a circle now, the
no,
first
but
one is
Ali, you're just looping back around and making the same argument again. But which again, I've already said that there is a difference here. There is a fucking difference between cutting some of the corners off because I don't know, some allegory that works in China doesn't work in English or whatever, and changing it. Like one of the ones that I remember using quite a lot was, hey, there's like a thing about monkeys and cats or something, right? You know, like monkeys and cats, they don't get along, right? If you change that to dogs and cats for the Western release, that's fine. That's okay because it's the same thing. It conveys the same meaning. It's saying the same thing. It's just saying it in different words, right? But that's not what anyone's arguing about. But you keep looping back around, acting as if that is what people are arguing about.
no, that's
What
true.
we're arguing about is what we are arguing about is these fundamental changes between these two different
what is a
interpretations
fundamental?
of
You
the
say
work.
what is then the fundamental change? What is, for example,
If
in
you take a war story that is Saving Private Ryan and
Mhm.
you turn it into ha comedy show, you know, all the characters happy-go-lucky, big ha funnies, right? They're two different things. I don't know how better to explain it to you,
All right,
Ali.
so Valkyrie Chronicles was a fundamental change. Was Xenoblade Chronicles
Yes,
a fundamental change? For example,
you,
from
you,
what you know of
you,
it.
you, from what I know of it, you could argue that yes, they did make some fundamental changes in it, and they should be recognized as fundamental changes,
Was
regardless of if it made it better or worse. They
was
are objectively fundamental
was
changes.
Persona in from what you know? I don't know
Well, yes,
either.
because I mean, in one of the Persona games, they literally turned a white person into a black person or something. So I mean, you can't.
No, for
Yeah,
Persona 5.
I would argue that yeah, they did fundamentally change Persona.
Persona 5 or so. Was that?
Well, I haven't played any of those games, so I don't
Alright,
fucking.
I
You know,
mean
I can't
neither.
fucking.
I said that's why I said from
Well,
what
yeah.
you
So
know.
why bring them up if you haven't played them?
Well, I'm gauging what is fundamental to you and what's not.
Well, what's fundamental to me again? I mean, Ali, this is the problem. We're just arguing in circles. Like Murishroom, I believe, like a while ago, like said it perfectly, right? And that it's when it changes the meaning, tone, or intent, right?
Yeah,
Those three things are
that's
important. And when you change those things, that's what people have a problem with. That's why people are saying, no, you shouldn't be changing the meaning and tone of or the intent for whatever fucking reason you might have. Right?
But all right, this is where I'm maybe going to disagree with Musa Shroom in some way that tone is always kind of the first sacrifice.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be though.
Well, no, tone. There's always these annoying yos at the end of a sentence. Blah 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 yo, and that means something or something else at the end of a Japanese sentence. And this stupid is a stupid tone thing that doesn't have that is zero equivalence to English. And what you end up is just rewriting the whole sentence to fit something that approximates what's being meant.
Yes, but when you do that, are you taking a war story and turning it into a comedy?
I have sometimes drastically changed what's being said. Just to
Yes,
fit.
but have you changed The intent or the meaning?
Not in my
Deliberately.
stuff, but I have
Right,
done
there you
drastic
go.
changes. I have made fundamental changes based on some stupid yo ending at the end of a Japanese sentence.
But does that completely change the work, Ali?
The entire work? No, it's in the end.
Yes.
It's a sentence, but there are multiple of these sentences.
No, does it? But does if I read the Japanese version, would I get a different experience?
Well, when it's different enough for you? Because if I change,
my fucking Christ, no. It's that. This is a flat yes or no. Would I get a different experience? Is the meaning changed? Is it completely different? Is it authentic versus cultural appropriation different? Two completely different.
It's not
words.
longer authentic in that sense, I guess. Because I'm
See, Mushroom is getting what I'm trying to convey. You write it to approximate the tone conveyed by Yo. Yes, you are rewriting it, but you are still trying to convey the same meaning behind Yo, right? Yes?
Yeah.
No? Yes? Yes.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes
see, there we go. That's what I'm asking for.
Sometimes I have to agree, ignore the yo, just because it doesn't fit. Sometimes I ignore yo. Sometimes I have to make the characters less polite or more polite. Sometimes I have to just ignore what's being said in that text bubble.
Yes, but you're not just deliberately injecting your own shit.
Well, that depends.
You are still keeping in mind what did the original author intend by this.
Well, I have encountered situations in Naretsu where I see a text bubble in Japanese, and I think, this is impossible. I can't. There is no way to link this text bubble from the previous what's being said to what's being said next. Sometimes I make stuff completely up because there's no
this sounds
line
fucking crazy to me. This seems crazy to me, right? Because how the fuck can it make sense in Japanese but not in English?
Because there are bits in English just in a text in general, right? Character says something, explains something, character says something, character explains something, character says something, move on. Sometimes explanations, what is being said in an explanation in English is more natural to come before, earlier, or after.
But that's different though.
But then
because obviously Japanese, I've said this already like 2 hours ago, that yes, obviously Japanese uses a different grammar system.
Then becomes
objects and stuff, right? They obviously do that, but that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying
here comes the part,
you change. I'm not saying you change the order of things or you add the context that's missing in the Japanese.
No, listen. When you change stuff like that, right, at some point a character is going to exclaim some surprise or worry or excitement about something that is already explained earlier or later. Then the excitement worry or excitement is.
Yes, and sometimes in the Japanese the meaning is inferred by context as well.
So that means
to throw you a bone, because yes, Ali, I have been looking into this and I do understand this. Yes,
so then that means that in the middle, where in the Japanese there is suddenly a great worry about what's being explained, but the explanation for that part can only really happen after the character is worried about the thing that's being. The timeline doesn't fit anymore. What do you do with the text bubble?
It won't work obviously it won't work in English, and you do have to make an adjustment to make it work in English.
So then I have the worry of the character doesn't. I have to make something else
You have
up
to
for that
yes,
character.
but the character is still worried about something, though.
No, it
That's
doesn't
the
have to
key
be.
here.
Doesn't have to be.
Well, no, because if they're worried, they're obviously worried about something that's happening,
If
right?
the character
in the
is only
context.
worried for that one panel and never again,
Yeah, but Alex,
then I'm not going to have him worry in that panel, in that text bubble. Then I'm going to have him say something else.
I think Mushroom's right. I think you need like an actual fucking example for
Alright,
this.
so,
Because this sounds well, no,
bubble.
because we've been going for way too long on this fucking topic, and you would have to pull up like an actual example of this in Japanese to explain it, rather than just here is because I think you're just doing a very poor job of explaining it. Because I think if you explained it better, I probably would agree with you. But the way that you're explaining it is like making it sound like you're just like, nah, fuck what the Japanese intended. I'm gonna do what I want to do, right? And I know that's not what you mean, because I know you, right? I know that's not what you mean. But
so in this example, this is just a mushroom, not an atomic explosion.
Yeah, big explosion.
So in the Japanese, he'll be worried about eating mushrooms because he's allergic.
He doesn't like, he's allergic to peanuts.
He's allergic.
He's allergic to peanuts. Yeah, he's peanuts. Yeah, he's allergic to peanuts.
But the conversation flows like this, but the mushroom is mentioned only here. So he can't be worried about mushrooms because it's not mentioned yet.
No, but the thing is in Japanese, the context is implied. Like, for instance, you might have mushrooms shown in a scene.
Alright, no, but the rest of in this one example, right? They're talking about how fancy shields look in the beginning. This is a dungeon meshy or something, right? This is dungeon meshy.
Right, so they're talking about fancy shields, right?
Then in the Japanese, there's some shields and mushrooms. A little bit is mentioned here real quickly, and also something else, a sword. And then this bit is about worried about mushrooms, and the here in mushrooms and it being used as a weapon is being really mentioned over here.
Right.
Sword.
So
sword as a mushroom. So what do I do with this part where he's worried about mushrooms?
Well, obviously, like in the context of using a mushroom as a weapon, you would be worried about mushrooms being used as a weapon if he's allergic to the mushrooms.
Yeah, but then. But his mushrooms being
used
as a weapon
so if that context is not presented in the Japanese because it's implied.
No, it's not. It's not. This is not about implications right here, right? This is just a kind of a consequence of the order of explanations and word order and whatnot.
Yeah, but I understand that.
So it's about fancy shields. He's worried about mushrooms. Let's use mushrooms as weapons.
Right.
This is how it would go in English. In Japanese, it was some shields and mushrooms. Oh, I'm worried about mushrooms, but we can use it as weapons.
See, Mushroom and I are like on the same wavelength because we both don't see how you can't translate that.
Well, this is of course an abbreviation. But the point is, I have a text bubble that is out of place.
Yeah, so yes, but if you change that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you're detracting from the meaning. Right?
But I am removing his worry. He's no longer worried about mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't fucking get it. Maybe I'm just retarded. I don't fucking know what you're on about.
By consequence of the whole translation,
his
phobia of mushrooms is disappeared.
But I don't see how this relates to.
I'm
making Did you replace it with a Trump meme? Like, what the fuck? Like,
he's no longer phobic for mushrooms. I've made a fundamental change to his character because this text bubble is completely out of place.
Yeah, and me and Mushroom are like, yeah, that's bad. Don't see how you couldn't keep that in it. But I want to address Jake's, because Jake he's put out a very nice long comment for us, and I want to address it because he's been great. And then we're gonna finish the video, or try to finish the video, right? So this is from Jake, right? I'm gonna pull the verbal knife out. Strap in. Are you strapped in, Ellie? Are you strapped in? Are you ready?
I'm not.
The localizer is tasked the localizer is tasked to not just handling the storytelling, but the narrative, the subtext, and the discourse that is baked into the central ideas, authorial thesis, and themes. The desired interpretation that has been argued by Naretsu is to convey the authenticity that is explicitly presented and underneath the surface. When that is being deliberately or intentionally editing the story, it not only changes what is spoken in the narrative and the context, as the central idea of the narrative arcs are also changed too, or are changed too. Where such cases are apparent, like the Gamergate line in Prison School, this was one such case that breaks the suspension of disbelief, right? And of course, I mean, you put in the description not to bring up Dragon Maid or whatever, right? And I'm not going to bring up those examples. But the reason those examples come up is because they are so blatant, right? But where we have these debates is in the more ambiguous examples. The Unicorn Overlord examples that people have been talking about, right, over the last few weeks to months, right? It's the debate about that is not one of, hey, is this completely inaccurate? Hey, they're injecting culture war bullshit into the translation. No, people are having a debate on whether or not the flowery language being used has deviated significantly from the original intent of the work, right? Of what the authors intended, right? And you can debate that. Like me and Ali have been for the last 4 hours, right? we can debate on whether or not it has or not, right? That's a whole debate. But the issue becomes, did they or did they not actually, fuck up the authorial intent, right?
All right, so this is of course where I said, you said where your lines with translations lie and versus mine. I don't see. I really don't see Unicorn's Overlord more flowery language as a breach of that breaking with the offer.
Well, all I would say is, based on the examples that I've seen and from the perspective of people that are bilingual Japanese, right? There does seem to be a discrepancy. Based on the word of people that I would trust in that, there does seem to be some cases where there has been a drastic change in the characterization of some characters due to the flowery text, right? We're not going to go into that anymore, I don't think, because I think we've kind of exhausted this section of the debate, right?
All right, so let's summarize, right?
Because we're going around in circles, and I want to
all right, that's a quick blah 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 blah. I'm fine with I write a text and in Japanese it becomes ancient poetry style. That's cool.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that if the Japanese didn't want it to be ancient poetry style. I think Jake's interpretation of my stance is correct. Convey the authenticity as it is explicitly presented and underneath the surface. I agree with that interpretation.
But to me, making it flowery or ancient Japanese poetry doesn't remove the thing. It mostly just changes the tone of it. But tone is not.
Again, we're just going to go around in circles, and it's just going to come down to we disagree. I don't think we're going to get to it. We're not gonna convince each other right now. That's why I want to move on with the video so we can talk about a different subject.
I have the ultimate power. 1 second.
Well, no, you no, don't. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Here we go. Yeah, you get to write on the screen. Yeah, even Jake wants us to get on with it. Right? Yeah, all right. You shit stirrer, you. See, we're both just as bad as each other. we're both just as bad as each other, shit stirring. But anyway, let's get going.
harmless a few decades ago when they added vast amounts of information about every game, both in
Oh, the video is skipping forward a bit.
Oh, okay. It's probably because we've spent too long.
Yeah.
It's been desynced because we've
How
spent
many?
too
How
long.
far are we in the video?
We're not even a third.
Oh,
Not even a third. We're like 3 minutes out of 8. So let's shut up for a minute.
have no idea what the original game is like. This way of thinking was essentially harmless a few decades ago when the average person didn't have access to vast amounts of information about every game, both in original and localized form, at their fingertips. However, as we all know, the same can't be said for the modern day. Nowadays, the likelihood that one of these localized game enthusiasts will come across someone like me who points out the many changes and inconsistencies in the localizations of their favorite games is quite high. And as those of us that have interacted with someone like this on the topic of localization can most likely attest, these interactions tend to go very badly. No matter how many times you say things like, defending bad localization only makes game localizations worse, or even the smallest localization change can have devastating repercussions later on, or making unnecessary changes to a game and then selling it as if it were the same as the original game is deceptive towards the consumer, none of it seems to reach their ears.
You hear that, Ellie? You hear that, Ellie? None of it seems to reach their ears, Ellie. None of it.
It's always going to be different. The example of the repercussions is that Xenoblade Chronicles will be British forever. That's cool, actually. For example, because what repercussions?
You're
has
being
there
the
been?
meme.
What is the repercussions of the English, the British localization? Well, that's too free, and the future.
So you have one example to excuse every other time.
Well, I don't know any other of the repercussions of localization of.
Well, it's like the guy said. It's like the repercussion is that people are not getting the fucking version of the game that they thought they were getting.
But it's British or nothing in
it's
the
deceptive. It's deceptive to the consumer. Actually, I actually think that's a good point.
It's always going to be different. It's never going to be the same.
No, but Ellie. The problem with you saying that is that excuses every single time there is you're essentially creating a scenario where no one can ever criticize localization ever. You're not allowed to say that's wrong, that's bad, that's a bad translation.
I'm railing.
No, you can't. You can't though.
No. So I can and will. This guy is being very Puritan in this in the localization sense. And I am more, pushing against that than our own disagreements.
But that doesn't address my point, though. You've created a scenario where even if you had what is a legitimate criticism of localization to you? When is it legitimate?
Well, when it's a legitimate criticism of localization is because It's mostly when I no longer see the point of it.
Can you give an example?
Well, I guess that Gamergate thing in prison school was, what's the point of this, right?
So your problem with the Gamergate example in prison school is not with the fact that they changed the line to something that wasn't there initially, and thus completely changing the tone and meaning. Your only criticism of it is what was the point in doing that?
Well,
just to try and steelman your position, right? That's what you're telling me right now, right?
Slightly different tone. You're translated my tone.
I'm localizing. I'm localizing your point. Yeah,
you localize my point. No, the point. What was the point of mentioning Gamergate at that time? I don't see it. That is kind of the feeling I have.
See, you're breaking Jake just as much as you're breaking me right now. That was your suspension of disbelief breaking, Ellie. You are experiencing what the rest of us are experiencing and having a problem with. The only difference seems to be that rather than coming at it from the so-called purity angle that you're talking about, even though I would disagree with that characterization somewhat. I think there's a little bit of that there, but I would disagree with it fully. You're simply making the point of, okay, what was the point of even of making that change, right? It's a pointless change, right? But the problem comes, right? You've created a wiggle loophole where other changes are okay because suddenly, oh, that's not a pointless change. But then you have to now define, okay, what is the difference between a pointless change and a non-pointless change, right?
This is the wondrous world of when I think it's good.
Yeah, but that's entirely fucking subjective.
Yeah, welcome to fiction and media and whatnot.
Yeah, but just because it's subjective doesn't mean that we shouldn't be able to go this flowery language and unicorn overlord. Hey, if I look at a direct translation and if I hear bilingual people saying, hey, this is changing the characterization, there's a fucking something going on here, maybe we should talk about it, right? You're saying, no, we can't talk about it. We can't talk about it. We can't debate about it because because I like it.
Lorenzo, this is the thing.
In
right?
the stream, Ellie comes out as a consumer.
Lorenzo, this is the part, right? Because I think it's neat. There's not much debate you'll have with me because I say, "Oh, that's flower language. That's cool," and then my point is, "Oh, it's cool."
I think the difference is I can put aside my personal opinion on whether or not something is cool or not to be able to actually argue if the change is good or not, right? Like the personal interpretation, whatever, because that didn't come out quite right. It was a bit confusing. I'll rephrase it, right? Whether or not I find the flowery language to be interesting or cool or good or whatever is a subjective opinion is irrelevant to whether or not it conveys the same meaning as the Japanese. These are two completely different metrics.
Right. So,
right?
but this
and
is
I think you're confusing the two metrics.
So this is where I think tone is not a essential part really of. I
think you'll find some big disagreement there.
All right, what you mentioned with Valkyrie Chronicles, that is. What I hear from you, that sounds more than just tone, right? Is it just tone? Do you think?
Well, the characters are literally not saying the same thing in the text.
Yeah, so they're not saying the same thing.
But that changes the tone, though. That's the thing.
Right,
these two things these two things are very connected.
I feel, from what you said, that the Valkyrie Chronicles changes more than just the tone of what they say, right? From what I see in Unicorn Overlord, for example, is that they say the same things with a different tone.
I've seen some examples that would be contrary to that, though, where the characterization of a character has been completely changed.
This is maybe another point. Characters that show up once and die or are never to be seen again, I don't care much about their original characterization. Just like I've seen an example once of an NPC in a city on the street that says something in Japanese, and he says something like, "Oh, it's what a lovely weather here." And in English,
it's okay as long as I know I'm fast forwarding ahead with your point, but again I kind of want to get back to the video. To try and fast forward a little bit, as long as it's inconsequential, you don't have a problem with
inconsequential people. I don't mind. They're not, essential, fundamental to the story.
All I'm gonna say to that is I disagree, and I think we're gonna have to.
All right.
But I will mention in the chat though, some people think adding political messages into a work are cool, right? So again, this is the problem. But Ellie, this is where I have my bigger disagreement with you is that you're creating an excuse that can be used to justify things.
Well, the thing is, right, that all this talk about localization is always about your personal limits and beliefs and what is good enough and what is over the line. And I'm only
this stream consequentialism. Maybe you should have changed it from we should change the title after the stream to what changed. We changed drama or desecration into consequentialism.
I think it will go over the character limit of the YouTube titles.
Maybe.
But yeah, but
maybe.
you're talking to me, Naretsu, and me says I don't care about minor characters. Changing the tone isn't a fundamental change.
Okay, so I'll address this and then we'll move on, right? We are having a overall discussion about the subject, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are not necessarily I am not necessarily debating on a personal level with you. I am debating in terms of the overall conversation about the topic and where I think that we should be moving, right? I'm not just because we can have a personal disagreement about the subjectivity on whether or not Unicorn Overlord's dialogue is cringe or not. Like that's like a completely separate conversation, right? We're having a debate on whether or not the artistic merit and integrity of these works is being tampered with, right? In an overall sense.
This maybe is like disconnect.
And you're saying, in your opinion, no, it's fine to basically desecrate these works because I like it, right? Because I think it's cool, right?
You know me. I don't often. I don't like in general to argue against the people out there. I'd rather like.
Well, I'm not arguing against the people out there. I'm arguing against how your points are coming across.
All right, that's fine.
because your point does come across, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, as if you are making excuses, right, to allow these other people to be able to say, yeah, no, it's okay to change the prison school. I mean, it was an inconsequential piece of dialogue, right? There's no problem with it.
The point. The thing is, right? I can only really measure it to my own standards in that sense, and that is this tone change doesn't rise for me to the point of being tone changes in general don't rise to be a crime against authorship.
All right. Well, we've established that we have a personal disagreement on that, so let's continue.
You'll just get a reply akin to, well, I like localized games, so there's nothing wrong with them.
This entire conversation summed up in a fucking sentence.
Well, the
thanks,
problem...
Thanks, Video Man.
And Video Man will then say this is a crime against society in general.
We have reverse future sight. Reverse future sight has happened.
Yeah, but really to go back to a slight serious again.
Let's get back. Yeah, I've had my moment of levity. I need attention.
Yeah. So he does go, oh, big. This has big consequences for society when people think.
Well, I don't know if he says big consequences for society. I think he's meaning it has big consequences for how these works are interpreted.
Yeah, but I'm extrapolating that for society because to society.
Well, I don't. Well, hang on. I don't think that's good faith, Ali. I don't. Think
I'm joking. I'm jostling. I'm saying that he will find this as a great shame and a tragedy.
No, Moishroom, stay on the stream. No, don't. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There's just Moishroom's comments. Good.
No. I have his tone, the tone of the video, I'm going to localize it, is in that there's some great tragedy to happening at the moment. And I don't...
And yeah, you personally don't agree with that, and I do, and that's
yeah.
So let's keep going.
I received a response like this on several days, and every time I read something like this, my mind is blown. The fact that someone can really think...
Yeah, his mind's
blown.
People
disagree, and my mind is blown.
No, that's not what he's saying, though. He's saying that his mind's blown, that, people can't... Let's just let him continue.
Really presenting
Okay,
a
go
purely
back,
subjective
5
opinion.
seconds, because the video skips forward a little bit.
All right, here we go. Yeah, let's listen to what he has to say.
Response like this on several different occasions upon replying to comments, and every time I read something like this, my mind is blown. The fact that someone could really think that simply presenting a purely subjective opinion with no factual evidence or compelling arguments to back up their stance that games should continue to be over-localized is crazy to me. Now, I'm not going to say
What was that
So it's
sentence?
basically so it's basically saying that Ali, your subjective opinions.
But, like his opinion is objective.
Well, I mean,
Is his opinion objective?
I think if he's presenting, you know, if you present examples, right, which we have been during our conversation, right? If you present examples of, hey, like I presented the Valkyria Chronicles example,
And I gave my Xenoblade stuff.
No. But listen, but you have the subjective opinion that it doesn't matter. But I'm saying, no, objectively this happened, right?
No,
the tone and the tone and the dialogue was fundamentally altered. This is an objective thing that happened, right? You can't deny that that's an objective. That's something that didn't happen, right? Because you can read it.
Correct. So I feel like you're not using the right definitions in this. The things, the lines are what they are, but your use of objective is kind of confusing me in this sense.
Sorry, you're getting mogged in the chat. You're getting mogged in the chat. I'm having a great time right now. This feels like
What
the picking on Ali stream.
What do you when you say objective? I know you say
when I say
objective,
when I'm saying objective, I mean that objectively the dialogue was changed. That is something that happened, right? You can't because Ali, you can't subjectively argue that dialogue was changed from the Japanese to the English, right? You can't say that didn't happen because clearly it did. When you actually look at the dialogue,
yeah, but that's not
that. That's an objective thing that happened. You can't say that didn't happen. You can have Ali. Okay, let me.
What do you mean with them?
Okay. Hang on. Let me see if I can help you here. Right. You can have a subjective opinion on whether or not that change of the dialogue is good or bad. Right. That's a subjective opinion. You agree with me?
Yeah.
That's a subjective.
I follow.
But the fact that the dialogue was changed is objective because it happened, right?
You mean significantly enough?
Yes.
All right, that's where you lost me at the
So that's where you're getting hung up. You're getting hung up because obviously I don't have an example in front of me to show you.
No.
Right?
You said just objectively changed, and of course it's changed. It's in tone and
yes,
whatnot.
I have to remember that because you run under this idea that it's going to get changed regardless. Everything's going to be changed. But I'm so. That's a problem. That's a problem, right? Because at that point everything's objectively changed, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
so
yeah,
you're focusing on objective, and there are multiple ways I could interpret that, but none of them.
But now we're just getting into dumb semantics at this point, right?
So,
like you understand what I mean now, right?
Yeah,
when
significantly changed. That's what I.
Well, not even significantly changed. The dialogue was just flat changed, right?
Yeah,
like
at least
right?
That is significantly and or more, right?
Right. Okay. Whatever. I don't want to argue the semantics with you. So let's continue.
There to be made here at all, but at the very least, especially one that I consider compelling. The vast majority of responses I've received, as well as the ones I've seen on sites like Twitter and Reddit, typically boil down to, I like localized.
Yeah, we know you hate Twitter, Ellie. Don't worry, we know.
So you hate it too.
Well, let's see what he has. Let's see what arguments he's been getting. Right. Let's see what he.
We'll go back 2 seconds because the video skipping were very annoying.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's just having a bad day. But anyway.
well as the ones I've seen on sites like Twitter and Reddit, typically boil down to, I like localized games, so localization good. The saddest part about this is that the fan bases of many localized games are comprised of a large portion of people that think this way. Like I said before, the reason being that the only game English-speaking Western fans can play is the localized form of the game, which therefore becomes their sole point of reference for the series. Let's use Fire Emblem as an example.
Okay, so we're about to get into an example here. But
Alright,
I
so
just wanna,
quick.
let's touch base. Let's touch base on this argument here, right? Of people only have one frame of reference, right? And I kind of made this argument earlier, right? People only can only experience one version of the game, right? And so they use that as their frame of reference in their argumentation, right? And that's where I have a problem.
This is. I was going to do something slightly different, the kind of midpoint critique of the video, and that his sentences are kind of run on-ish, right?
I don't know what you mean. You're gonna have to explain.
All right, so he's just said a lot of words to actually say people just like what they like. And
No, but he's making the point that I just made. He's trying to say that people are defending the localization because the localization is their only frame of reference, and they don't.
But
have
also because they
another frame of
liked,
reference.
because even if the localization was bad,
well, yeah, because they like,
yeah,
because they liked it, obviously. But the problem is that they like it, but that's the only version that they have. So they either like it or they dislike it. But the argument isn't about whether or not, subjectively it's good or bad.
He is arguing against people that say, "But I like it," and then says, "No, that's wrong," in a way.
Because people are jumping over each other's heads, and you're doing it right now, right?
No, but
the issue is
I just had
just because you, Ali. Okay. Let me put it this way, Ali. Would you say just because you like something, does that make it good?
Well, if it's just media, that's fine.
Well, no, because if we're going to have an actual discussion about whether or not something is good or not, just liking it doesn't necessarily make it good on a scale of, right, is the writing well made, right? You liking the writing doesn't necessarily mean it's well written. You could write something that's written by like a 5-year-old.
This is slightly different from what I meant.
you can look at a drawing of your kids that you can put on the fridge, and you can be like, yeah, I like this drawing that my kid drew. It's adorable. Look, it's me and the dog and the family and the house, right? But you're not going to say that drawing is literally the same as the Mona Lisa, right? Okay, like there is obviously a difference between these two things. So just because you think that something is good doesn't necessarily mean that it's, just because you like it doesn't make it good.
All right, so
doesn't mean that it's a
do this
good
for me,
thing
right?
that
Go back 5 seconds and just let the sentence play and listen to it.
Okay.
On to, I like localized games, so localization good. The saddest part about this is that the fan bases of many localized games are comprised of a large portion of people that think this way. Like I said before, the reason being that the only game English-speaking Western fans can play is the localized form of the game, which therefore becomes their sole point of reference for the series.
Alright, so this first part is where I have the most issues with. It says, people like game they played, so people liked the game they played. That's
right, but that doesn't. But those people are saying that the game is good because they liked it.
Yes,
but that's the hang up here.
But if
is the localization good because you liked the localization, right? But the localization could be filled with errors and mistranslations and all kinds of shit. They could have injected all kinds of bullshit that wasn't there before, right? That doesn't make it good just because you like it. You can't ignore those objective changes that have occurred, right? And if someone wants to criticize those changes, right, that this is where the hang up is, right? You can't dismiss the fact that those changes occurred and that people have a problem with them just by saying, oh, I liked it, so it's okay. right? That's where this guy's going here, right? That's what he's trying to say.
He's being very, I don't know, it feels really very redundant in what he's saying.
I don't think it's redundant at all. He's making a very salient point. I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel it's very redundant.
No, because the people are because that's what people's argumentation is, and even you have been falling a little bit into that because you're saying, no, personally, I think it's fine because I liked it. And what the argument is like, no, if we're criticizing the accuracy of the translation and seeing whether or not it is actually accurate or not, just saying, like, actually, funnily enough, just saying, oh, but I liked it though, that means it's good, is redundant.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying, so... so he's being redundant.
God damn it, Ellie! No, he's making the point that the people commenting are redundant, Ellie. You don't know, you...
Move on, Retsu.
Since that
move on because I mogged you.
their hot button issue as of late. The Western Fire Emblem fanbase is largely comprised of people who actually enjoy the neutered version of the game they're presented with by Nintendo of America, so showing these people things like the skinship minigame, some of the more politically incorrect Japanese lines, or some of the removed romantic relationships will typically prompt a response of disgust or disdain for the original game. And I mean, you can't really blame them, right? After all, they're not fans of Fire Emblem. They're fans of the Western version of Fire Emblem. They're not fans of the development teams
and
Nintendo.
For everything.
Yeah, but
it's kind of.
I think you're like deliberately ignoring the point so that you can.
Well, he's being very Puritan in this sense, and it's kind of annoys me.
No, you're not. No, you're not engaging with the point because you've already made a conclusion and you're being reductive, right? You're saying he's a Puritan. Full stop. No other argument. We can't discuss the actual point. He's Puritan. You know, you've essentially made your mind up. Is what I'm picking up on here. You're not being very open-minded.
So his point is that people like there is a version of games that are the translated, the localized games, and people are fan of those games, right?
Yeah.
And there are the Japanese games.
Yeah.
But he's saying that the English versions are not real Fire Emblem.
Well, they're not, because they're not what the original creators intended. Because the original creators intended there to be the skinship minigame. They intended there to be politically incorrect dialogue in the game. They intended for these things to be a part of the experience. But that part of the experience has been removed and censored from the Western release, right? So what he's saying is, because these people are fans of the quote-unquote neutered version, right? The version that has been edited and adjusted for the Western audience, when you confront them with the fact that, no, hang on a minute, the game that you're playing, right, it has all of this other stuff in it, and it's supposed to have this stuff in it, but it was removed, and they simply say, well, no, I like the other version better.
Yes.
And it's like, well, I guess you can like the other version, but that doesn't change the fact that the version that you like is butchered, is censored. And that's bad. Because censorship is bad, Ellie. I don't know if you know this, but censorship is bad. You know, I don't know if you agree with me on that, but
I'm getting flashbacks.
If the government came in and said, look, you're not allowed to have any of this stuff in the game. You have to censor the game. You wouldn't agree with that, would you?
I'm getting
say,
flashbacks
that's bad, right?
in that if you want to understand Kant, you have to read the German version.
You have to read the German version.
And if you read the English translation, you're a fake Kant philosopher. Right? Or was it some other philosopher guy?
I don't know, but what I'm saying.
And that's I don't know. This is kind of a big, oh, you're not a real fan, even though you played all the Fire Emblem games.
I
in
don't
that sense,
necessarily think it's. I don't like. I think it's an argument of like, you can't really say that you're a fan of the game if you're not playing the actual game as it was intended. You're a fan of a different version of the game.
yeah,
It's
but
two different
that is the
things.
version that you only really can get. So is it kind? This is kind of, it feels like kind of
Yeah.
victim blaming, right?
Well, it's not victim blaming if the fans of that censored version want more censorship.
Well, if they
Because they're
want
arguing,
more of the games that they always have, always got.
yeah, they want but they want more censorship and they want to ruin the game
Do
for the
they
rest
want
of us.
more censorship, or do they want
Yes, they
more?
do. Yes, they do. They want more censorship.
Or do they want more of the game that they got?
Yeah, well, those two things are the same because
No, if they want
censorship.
more of the more of the games that they got.
Ellie, they quite literally say they complain when the game isn't more censored. They literally do this. They literally do this, Ellie. I know you don't see it, so it
No, I
doesn't
don't.
exist, right?
I
right?
don't.
And so, and therefore,
I've
therefore, it does
Engage.
not exist, right?
I've played Engage to completion. I thought it was a bad Fire Emblem game, and I played Three Houses, of what I thought was a very good Fire Emblem game, and so on.
Yeah, but the problem is you're just going to be like, well, those people don't exist. The pro censorship people that demand for more censorship because they like the censorship. They just don't exist, right? They're not
Well,
real people.
my point
apparently.
is, outside of people that apparently exist, in that
No, they do it. No,
no. Or I'm not
exist.
saying that they
do
don't.
exist. No,
I'm not saying that they don't. I say
no,
that I have no
no.
knowledge of them.
They do
apparently exist. I don't know them,
apparently
they do.
No, they do exist.
All right,
Just because they do. Say it with me. They do exist.
They
Ellie.
do exist. They apparently do exist.
Okay. No. They do
apparently
exist.
do exist.
No. They exist.
Move on, Naratsu.
Ellie.
These fans only know. I don't know. They only know the version of 5e Dungeons and Dragons.
Or
right?
whatever.
That's the only rule set that they know, and they like the 5e set rules. The 5e rule set. So they want more of the 5e rule set. Then the 3.5 people come in with their old rule books and say, "Oh, the old versions were so much better. Look, you could roll how many legs you could roll for how fast your horse would go when one leg was wounded. That's the real D&D." And
okay,
then
so my counter to this is those people that like 5e D&D, right?
mm-hmm.
You can just go and play 5e D&D.
Yes.
That 5e D&D still exists. I can't fucking play an uncensored version of fucking Fates unless I modify my Switch and not my Switch, my DS. Unless I hack into my 3DS, which I might end up doing at some point since it is a dead console anyway, and I might as well fucking break all the TOS because fuck the TOS, right? I have to go through all of these hoops and download an uncensored ROM and fucking go through this fucking rigmarole of being able to play the version of the game that the creators intended, right? What I'm trying to get at is it's more difficult for me to be able to play the version that I want versus the version that they want. I can't just go and play D&D 5e because the version that I want doesn't exist, Ellie.
Well,
Nintendo didn't allow it to.
There's no more.
There
will be no more future expansions of 3.5.
Yeah, there won't be any more. There won't be any more expansions, but you can still play 5e as it is, can't you? There's nothing stopping you from just. There's nothing stopping you from playing 5e.
The point is, you have a group of people that say 5e is bad because it's too simple, it's too dumbed down, etc., etc. And the 5e people say, I want more of 5e, and they get more of 5e. Then you can say, but you could say, people might have said that the people who play 5e are not real Dungeons and Dragons players. They play a fake dumbed down version.
Right, but you could say that.
So
the 5e
in that
players would say the same thing.
in
The
that
5e players would say the same thing. But the issue I have here is that I think it's a false equivalence because
but the
unlike
thing, this is a real fans situation. I feel.
yeah, but I'm not going to argue about that because I think that that's false equivalence, right? I'm arguing from the perspective of unlike the situation you're presenting, I can't fucking play the unbutchered version of Fates. I can't just go to the fucking store and buy the uncensored version of Fates, right? It's not that easy, right? I have to, it's
all right,
and
no,
that's where I have the problem.
I think you're a little bit too hung up on Fire Emblem, but let's
No, I'm
move
not
on.
because this is because this is important.
Well,
This
no,
is
I was
important
making
for
a
the point.
wider argument, but you still went going back of how I
No,
can't
but your
play
no. The
Fates.
issue is your wider argument is not the
Let's
actual
move on.
argument
Let's
that's
move
being
on.
made. Yes, because I mogged you again. Okay.
Of Japan and Intelligent Systems, they're fans of the Localization team and Nintendo of America. This inherent disconnect between the fan bases of localized games is the biggest issue caused by the localization dilemma that every company must face when deciding to bring a game to a new region. If you make the conscious decision to localize a game more than is warranted by the text, this disconnect and general infighting among fans is an inevitability. And with such a divisive and complicated problem, there couldn't possibly be a simple solution, right? Well, as it turns out, there is. All you have to do as a company or localization team is choose to take the left path on our little diagram here and make a localized game that is as faithful to the
Have fun, Jake.
Yeah, have fun, Jake. You've been great in the chat. We've had fuck you, Ellie. you and your fucking fancy writing on the thing. But anyway, let's keep going.
original game. Now I can already hear the hurried fingers of local as they type. You only want them to make a faithful localization because you like faithful localizations. But that
Ellie.
I've no desire to type him anything, so.
All right, let's keep going. We've got a third of the video left, so we can probably blitz through this.
but that's true. While I do prefer faithful localizations above all else, my reasoning here is not based solely on subjective opinion. The main reason the decision to go with a faithful localization solves the localization dilemma is that if a game is localized to be as close to the original as possible, then the player's opinions of that game will be based solely on what the game truly is at its most fundamental level. The conversations amongst the player base will shift from the validity of changing dialogue, censoring outfits, removing characterization, or altering names to the actual merits of the game, like the dialogue itself, the art direction, the music, or the combat. And before you say it, yes, I understand that you may not like this new, more faithful version of your favorite game, but that simply means that you never liked it to begin with, and that's okay. You don't have to hold these foreign series hostage from the rest of the fanbase and the world because you don't want to face the fact that you've been living in a fairyland cooked up by English localizers for the past 20 years.
Ellie.
There's like two things here, right? There is a reality in that they got localized or they'll never come out.
I think if you ask hardliners like me, we would rather it just not come out.
All right,
Straight up.
So
that argument's going to get completely like that. That is the full stop of that argument for most people.
All right, so have fun learning Japanese, I guess. And
well, I mean that would be what would happen, yes. But what I'm saying by that is that because again, you're talking with people like me that hold anti-censorship and anti, the stuff as a core moral value. So those people are just going to tell you. They're just going to tell you to fuck off. So
I have the second point, and that is that I'm not appreciating his kind of if it's not the original Japanese or super close to the original Japanese, it might as well be non-fake. Right? He's feeling really like it's either this square or it is this. It's kind of this is the limit right now, I feel, for him in how different it can be.
Well, yeah, because we want it to be as faithful as humanly possible. We want as little of those corners to be cut off.
Or
as
this
humanly
corner
fucking
too.
possible.
This corner has a slightly over.
We like that's the thing, and I don't see the problem with that.
Well,
I
it's
don't
not.
see the
No,
problem.
the point is not this. It's cut. It's the point is that it has a different shape. I'm not implying that something is removed.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing. The people are arguing for things to be removed, Elliot. We're arguing with people. We're arguing with people that want things to be removed. They want things to be censored because that's their personal opinion. They want it, right?
This shape,
you might not want.
Here,
things
this shape.
to be removed.
This is already too much for him. It feels like.
Yeah, because it should be as close as humanly possible, Elliot. I don't know why it's hard for you to understand this. Like, I don't know where the disconnect is.
No, I've just
something was either removed or added. Otherwise, it would be the same. Right? That's what Mushroom's saying. Right? There's no like. The dialogue was changed a little bit to fit a thing. Yeah, that's fine. The dialogue was changed a whole lot and completely changed the context. That's not fine.
All right, so
right?
So beyond that, right? I'm to say that, for example, right? This feels in this moment for the video that the Xenoblade Chronicles are in British is already kind of a crime.
Well, I guess you could say it kind of is, yeah. Even if it's a good
So
crime.
It's better for the world to never have known Xenoblade. Should have been Japanese only.
I don't know, maybe. I haven't looked too deep into what was changed. Like, because, again, you're making the failing that you think that just because it's British means that it's extremely fundamentally different from the Japanese in the same way that Valkyria in the same way that Valkyria Chronicles is. But the problem is one, I don't know. I haven't looked into a lot of the changes outside of the one specifically for Xenoblade Chronicles X because they removed the boob slider in that, and there's a few other examples of things like that.
The thing I'm using
to be bad faith for a minute.
Let's pause for a second. I'm using Xenoblade Chronicles as an example multiple times because it's from Japanese to English. It's also because it's in British, and British is already strange for the Americans. It's out of the. It's not the default. So
right,
it's
but
the
question isn't about that. The question is it still faithful to the original Japanese, British or otherwise? It doesn't fucking matter if it's British or not.
It already feels.
Is the Spanish version? Is the Spanish fucking dub fucking authentic to the Japanese? Ellie,
all right,
to
the bigger Twitter argument space, Xenoblade being in British rather than being in American already gives it an extra oddity. It gives it another foreignness.
But as Mushroom is saying, we're not arguing about that. That's not the argument.
No, but I feel that this partly is because this is about how much it feels too close to the original.
Yes, but you can translate it into Spanish and still be faithful. You can translate it into German and Dutch and still be faithful. Just because it's translated into British instead of American isn't an argument, right? It's a slightly different form of English. The question isn't. It's in a slightly different form of English, right? Is that more or less faithful than if they translated it into American?
Well, yes, because it's more foreign. It's more odd. It's more off-putting for the people who only.
But the question remains the same. The question remains the same. Is it faithful to the Japanese? It doesn't matter.
In the sense
it could be American, it could be British, it could be Spanish, right? The question is, how faithful is it, right?
It's It's for the Americans. I feel that I've seen this. For the Americans, the British voice acting, the British lines in text, give it a foreign feeling that is farther removed from their own localized version. If
No,
you
but
have if you have a
You're
Japanese game,
Ali,
if you have a
you're
Japanese
sidestepping
game,
the argument.
no, if you have a Japanese game that is translated to American and to British, and then throw it into both into American, into United States, then the
Yes, you
American
go. Yes,
version is more localized to America and will therefore garner less feeling of being less off than the British version which have is not localized
Ali,
for
this
America
isn't
and therefore
about
being less.
vibes and feels. We're
Well,
not talking
do
about
you really
vibes
think
and
it's not
no,
about
Ali,
vibes?
Ali,
There's
no,
no vibes in this.
no, Ali,
This is
it's
all
not about vibes and
objective.
no, Ali, you're completely ignoring and sidestepping the actual argument. This is completely irrelevant. I'm sorry to tell you this, but
I am Naretsu. I'm
no,
not buying that this whole localization thing is pure objectivity.
No, I'm not, Ali.
All right,
you're the one being bad. You're the one being bad faith.
all right.
Right
Tell
now.
me
Jesus
how much
fucking Christ.
objectivity or subjectivity or whatever.
No,
is.
no, Ali, you're attacking straw man right now.
All right, go ahead.
You were the one that was like,
go
oh
ahead,
no, you're
Naretsu.
talking to me.
Go
you're
ahead.
talking to me. You're not talking to the random fucking people
Yeah,
on Twitter. You're talking to me, right?
that. Go
you
ahead.
were the one doing that, right?
All
So
right,
now I'm going to turn that back
ahead.
around on you.
Yeah, this is a nice
Jesus
detail
Christ,
5
Ali.
that the Blade speak American. That was fun.
Right?
But
Yeah,
go ahead,
yeah, that's
Naretsu.
great. But that actually gets to what I'm talking about. What I was about to say, right, is whether or not it is in British or Spanish or German or American or whatever has nothing to do with the overall question: is it accurate to the Japanese text? Right? If you translate it into Spanish, you are fully capable of translating it into Spanish and have them all speak in a Spanish accent and all speak in Spanish fucking lingo or whatever, or slang or whatever, right? All of this nonsense, right? Fully capable of doing that while remaining accurate to the Japanese intent. So you saying, oh, but to the Americans, the British is more foreign and weird and blah, 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 right? It's a completely different argument. Completely fucking different.
Yeah, but those vibes still matter. Because in the
No,
end,
they
it's vibes also that determine how accurate it is to you. Because
they don't. No,
if
no,
a
they don't.
schoolgirl says sus, then it's apparently, oh, it's terrible. But
because people have been primed to look for that stuff.
Yeah, but then
because
people
of all of the
are
past
overly
experiences.
sensitive pansies about it.
Yeah, and I fucking agreed with you in that example, okay? Right? I fucking flat out said, yes, in that example, where Nagatoro used sus, I believe that was an accurate translation. That was fine. Do you want to know how I came to that fucking conclusion, Ali? I looked at what the Japanese said. I looked at the context. I looked at what she actually fucking said in Japanese. Oh, she used a Japanese term that's shorthand for suspicious in English? Sus makes sense.
I told you that, I believe.
Well, you might have told me that, or I might have found that in other... even fucking other people on Twitter that are bilingual and whatnot have fucking said this, right? You're not the only one that said this, right? And I agree with it, right? I've said to people, don't jump the gun. You have to look at what the Japanese actually said. Just because it might be a meme currently that's hot right now, you can't just fucking go all guns are blazing, right? You have to fucking look at shit objectively, right? You have to go, right, what did the Japanese fucking mean by this?
All right, Naretsu, to cut this off, I don't think that this guy is above it.
I don't know. I'm looking at his arguments at face value, right? I'm looking at his arguments and I'm going,
he's constantly dropping this little over-localization
yes,
stuff.
Because, Ali, over-localization is a thing that exists. It happens, right?
And, faithful and unfaithful, the framing
yes,
of...
because there is such a thing as being faithful or unfaithful. You can't deny that these things are happening, right? You can't deny it. And that's the problem I have with you, is
Naretsu-
you keep denying it.
You're not a...
Right?
You're... I'm going to draw again, Naretsu. Play the video.
Oh no. Oh no. Look. You keep denying it, right? You're acting like it doesn't happen. It never happens, right? You can't
In my
criticize
opinion,
it.
any attempt at preserving the standard of massively over-localized games is nothing more than a selfish attempt at averting one's eyes from what these games truly are. Now, do I honestly think I'll be able to convince any of these adherents to over-localization that they should embrace faithful localization with this video? As I said before, absolutely not. They'll probably just comment something like, I like Fire Emblem, so they shouldn't change it, and then move on with their day, thus proving my point that opinions once formed aren't easily changed. The real point of this video was...
Is he going to change his opinion?
Why should he have to change his opinion?
Well, apparently, people have to change their opinions.
Well, they do because opinions can be wrong, right? Just like yours.
Yeah,
like
his apparently. Well, just like yours.
No, because we're not wrong. Because we look at
Are you wrong?
At what the fuck's going on.
How are you sure?
I'm sure because I'm looking at, hey, the Japanese text didn't fucking say that.
And
Literally didn't fucking say that.
Naretsu, that's... Purity is not an argument.
It is an argument!
No, it isn't.
What do you mean purity isn't an argument? Just because
Hope
you have a
and
political
Steve,
stick up your ass.
Purity is not an argument.
No. Just because you have a political
Go
stick
play
up
the
your
video,
ass about
Naretsu.
purity arguments doesn't mean that we should just throw away the entire concept of accurate translations, right? We could just translate whatever the fuck we want, right? Because we don't have to worry about artistic integrity, right? We shouldn't be allowed to fucking criticize these things, right? We can't. Like, I'm sorry, Ali, but this is just, your argumentation is terrible. It's just wrong. You can't just be like,
purity,
no, purity doesn't matter.
You're just argument for purity. That's...
Yes, because I think that the artistic merit of people's art is important. Yes, I do. I will 100% admit that I do think that people's artistic integrity is good. I think Death of the Author is cringe. I think we need to stop fucking believing that
you are engaging in Death of the Author. You are.
No, I'm not, because
you're an adherent to it.
No, because one, you can look at what the fucking the authors can come out and fucking directly state what their intents were.
Naretsu, how often have you disagreed with Rowling? Have you disagreed with J.K. Rowling on the characters of Harry Potter?
Well, I don't really
J.K. Rowling said that
I
Hermione
don't really give much of a shit about
Harry Potter. Therefore, the offer is dead also to you.
Well,
the offer is no higher authority than somebody else.
No, but that doesn't mean that you get to fucking completely fuck with people's work, Ellie. You don't get to do that. I'm sorry. I know.
You can interpret the work as much as you want. That's definitely
no, but interpretations are not the same as deliberately taking someone's work and then fucking trying to turn it into yours.
Death of the Author is about interpretations.
All right, well, maybe I shouldn't have used Death of the Author as the example, because now you're just going to be bad faith about it. Right?
No, Death of the Author is about interpretations of the work, and you have your own interpretations
so
of the
maybe
work.
I made a mistake, because now you're going to do what every other localization defender does, right? And act in bad faith because I made a mistake, right?
Alright.
Right?
If it's not Death of the Author, that's fine, but then we're clear on that.
Because what we're talking about is artistic integrity and authenticity, right? That has been my consistent stance the entire podcast, right? Is I value an artist's work, right? I value it. I think it's worth something. An artist created this. And to have somebody else who is completely unrelated to that artist's work come in and think that they can do it fucking better than the artist themselves and has the ability to change that work to their whims and their interpretations.
Alright, so
I think that's wrong. No,
No,
I
so
think
this feels
that
like.
is
Are
wrong.
you? This feels like So you know my stance on copyright.
Yeah, I do know you hate copyright. Copyright's
Yeah.
bad, right?
So this feels
But
like
when
you
we're
are
talking about
in big favor of copyright in this sense.
no, well, no.
No,
You're
but
doing
if
this
we
this is
can't
no.
if you can't mess with somebody's author work with the
Ellie,
the authenticity, then you say that the work is always owned by the author
this is a ridiculous argument
instead
because the
of being
context
art being
matters.
free. No, all right. So
No,
but this is my
matters. Ellie, we're
consistent
not
view.
Ellie. We're
Art
not
is to be
talking.
reinterpreted and whatnot.
Ellie, we are not talking about somebody else creating a parody of Winnie the Pooh or whatever.
Oh no,
right? We are talking about somebody taking no. We are talking about somebody taking Winnie the Pooh, right? Recreating it, repackaging it, editing it, censoring it, removing things from it, and then presenting that to someone else who doesn't have access to the original Winnie the Pooh and saying, this is Winnie the Pooh. That's what we're talking about. You are confusing these ideas in this context, right? You are confusing the idea of parody and reinterpretation and the creation of new art, right? Because, again, the disagreements on copyright is that copyright doesn't allow people to create derivative works like that, right? That's the disagreement with it. You're not able to create a new work using the existing IP, right? That's the issue with it. But we're not talking about creating new works, right? We are talking about fucking with existing works.
No, it's not fucking with existing works.
It is.
It never
what
is.
these localizers are doing is they are fucking with existing works. They are taking
translating
something
is not fucking with something work. It's Natsu, if you might never accept
adding
it,
the
but
translating the Gamergate
translators are writers.
Adding the Gamergate line is fucking with prison school. I
is,
hate to tell
it
you
is
this,
cringe, but it is an artist's
it is
work.
No.
You might
deny
with
the other artist's work.
But translators are writers.
Well, no.
You have to be a good writer to be a good translator.
Well, then these guys are shit writers. Then.
All right.
There you go.
They're cringe.
I don't agree. I don't agree that they should be writers to begin with. But if you're going to do that, my response to that is they're just shit writers,
yes,
and they shouldn't be fucking, and they should not be rewriting the work of better writers, right? Or writers or another person's work, right? They shouldn't be fucking with it, Ellie. I'm sorry.
Well, the job of a translator is to rewrite something in another language.
No, the job is to convey the same context, meaning, and tone. It is not to rewrite it, Ali. I'm sorry.
Translators
that is not
are
their
writers.
job. It is not their job, Ali.
Translators are artists in that sense.
You can keep repeating it as much as you want.
And
you can keep
denying it all you want.
I can't. It's not denial if it's a fact that they're not fucking.
Well, no, you're just more in denial then. You're
I'm not in denial because you're wrong.
You're in denial about your denial.
No, you're just wrong, Ellie.
No,
because you don't, Ellie. You don't even fucking understand the difference between a parody and fucking with someone else's work, right? From a ground up level.
No,
if
that's
you can't
just
even
your
understand,
your hurt feelings is the difference. Your own hurt feelings is the difference.
If you can't, see, now you're just getting into ad hominem attacks now.
No,
right?
but
you're not even arguing
it is about hurt feelings. You say fucking with somebody is something harmful
yes,
done to you.
because that's what they are doing, though.
No, but that's just
exactly
how you feel about it. That's how you feel. You can't.
You can't
fucking with something
is
not an objective measure.
Oh yes,
it's
because my language isn't fancy and articulate enough for you, right?
No,
what do you want me to fucking say, right? You want me to say, oh, they're fucking, editing the work in a way that doesn't convey the meaning, right? Yeah, just because I'm not fucking being like fancy pantsy and using big words, right?
But Naretsu, you
doesn't
are
mean
offended.
that what I'm conveying doesn't have
You're offended.
Yes, I am
so
offended.
your feelings are hurt.
I am offended.
Your feelings are
Yes,
hurt.
I am offended because I give a shit and you don't, right? Yes, I am offended that artists' work is being fucking tampered with, possibly without their actual knowledge, right? Because there's been evidence that that is the case, especially with the fucking translation of that one manga. No, you can't.
You already said there was a big cabal.
You can't. No, well, no. You're doing this. You're doing bad faith shit, Ellie. You're doing bad faith shit because I'm about to bring up the example. I'm about to bring up the fucking example of I turned my best friend into a girl, and how the author didn't fucking know about that. They didn't fucking know about that. They had to be told by everyone else that that was happening. And then when they did find out, it was like, oh shit, they're fucking with my work. What the fuck's going on here? And so then they had to change it, Ellie. Because it was wrong. Because it's wrong to do it.
But is that a malicious fucking with somebody's work in a big cabal?
It is. I think it 100% is malicious, yes.
And how do you know?
Whether or not it is intentionally malicious or not, you know, whether or not it is incompetence or not, can be debated. But I think that it is definitely a hostile action to do that. And I think people have a right to be angry about it. I think you should be angry about it. Because I guess, unlike you, I think art has value. I think it's a worthwhile thing to protect.
Art is only valuable if people can share it and edit it.
But there's a
change it.
Ellie, I don't know how many times I have to tell you that there is a difference between what is happening with localizers and translators and people writing fan fiction and people writing parodies and people creating their own works. It is not the same. I'm not talking about cabals right now. We can't even get to that point because we have to argue about whether or not this is actually a problem or not, and you just want to deny that it's a problem at all.
Well, you know, I already said my stances.
And as 650 has said in the chat, you know, fucking they go mask off. Ellie, they just fucking admit that they're doing it.
Baby Twitter arguments with hurt feelings are not real life.
If the localizer tells me to my face that they're doing it, am I not meant to believe them? Are they just lying to me?
Yes,
are they just
Naretsu, they are on Twitter trolling you.
If they're on Twitter trolling, well, maybe they should. Well, maybe they shouldn't be fucking doing that then, Ellie.
Then you shouldn't have your feelings hurt so easily.
Maybe
all
if
those
they
people,
didn't want to be treated like shit.
All those Twitter people shouldn't have their baby feelings hurt, right?
Ellie,
that's
maybe,
Twitter.
Ellie,
baby feelings all the way.
Ellie, maybe if they didn't want to be treated like shit and they wanted to be taken seriously as fucking professionals in their field, they wouldn't act like that. They wouldn't poke the bear. They wouldn't create room for people to make these wild conspiracies, right? They wouldn't create an opening to allow that to happen.
Naretsu,
they would be open. They would be open about
personalities.
This is what
they are people with their weirdo peoples that also troll.
I think it's bullshit because they also complain about the fact they're getting treated like
they
shit.
Are not and better, better people than you are. If you troll and are annoying on Twitter,
and
then they can
50 makes the same. No, 50 makes the same point. Why do they do it all behind closed doors? Why is it so secretive? If they wanted it to not be a conspiracy, they could just be open about it. Just talk about it on Twitter. Why did you make this change?
Naretsu, I talk to you behind closed doors. When I say
we have our arguments. We do. People are getting a vision. People are getting a snippet of what happens behind the closed doors.
Sometimes, very rarely.
Sometimes. But the difference is I think the difference here is, I mean, you and I, we're enjoying this right now. We're having a fun time. We're not. I don't want people to I don't want people to misunderstand right now. I don't want people to misunderstand right now. We're getting heated and we're being a bit fucking tilted, right? but we're not. It's all fun, right? It's a part of the show.
Nah.
It's all part of the show, Ellie.
All
It's
part.
all part
No,
of the
it's
show.
you. As soon as
It's all
the
part of the
ad
show.
money comes in, the 1 cent at a time, you will still get your Switch. You'll have my word.
Yeah, I'll get my Switch. But all right, let's cool it for a bit. All right, let's try and calm it down because I am getting tilted. Right, let's calm it down a little bit, Ellie. Right, because you are doing some bad faith tactics, right? And you got to calm down.
We're getting angry. We're getting tilted.
We're getting tilted, right? My point, right? And this is we're almost done with the video too. We only have a little bit left.
Cool.
Then we can talk about stuff that makes us happy, right? We can end the debates and we can have happy fun times, right? So my point is on a fundamental principled value level. I value artistic integrity and I value an artist's freedom to not have their work butchered by a third party and presented as if that is their work, right? To have their work be made worse and presented in a manner that reflects badly upon them as an artist. I think that what I will finish and I will let you go uninterrupted. I promise you. Just let me finish, okay? I think that what the localizers are doing, based on examples that I have seen, right? The numerous examples I have seen, based on their general behavior, right? And how they conduct themselves as people, right? And how they treat the fans and the way that they interact, right? I am of the mind that they are making unnecessary changes. They are making changes that fundamentally adjust what the artwork is meant to be, right? They openly admit that they are doing this. They openly say they are doing this. And I think it is just flat out wrong. I think it should not be happening. I think they should be treating these games, these movies, these animes with respect and the respect that it deserves, right? And that is where I stand on this topic. And I don't fucking know how you could disagree with that stance, but somehow you do. And I find it very weird. Now, I will let you go, right? I'm going to stay. I do need to get a drink, but I'll stay here and listen to you because I need to get a Bluetooth headset set up or something. I need to figure out a different way of doing things so that I can walk around or whatever. But I will now let you have the floor. And then once you have indicated that you are finished, we are going to finish the video and talk about anime. That's what's going to happen.
All right. So, I'll die before I cast what happens on Twitter. So, localizers are free from my big wrath until the end of time. But the authorship and the authenticity are not in translated and localized works are not really a concern of mine. In that, as soon as it is translated and localized and whatnot, it is not longer the work of only the, in this case, Japanese author. It is as much a product of the translator, localization, the whole team. Therefore, any crimes and whatnot against the work are not, or egregiousness of the work itself is shared by both the translators and the author in parts that are attributed, of course, to one another, or equally fairly attributable. And because of this, when it's translated, the author, part of the authorship of the work also lies with the translator. It is not a crime then to have. Then it's not a crime, say, against the work itself, because it's also a work of the translator. It then is if you want to say it, a bad work of the translator and maybe even of the original author. If a entire paragraph of a light novel being removed because the localizer didn't like it. It might be okay. I don't know the context. Hey Naretsu, I haven't said I'm done.
I was trying. I was really trying, Ellie, but that response is fucking terrible. Continue.
I don't know. Because they didn't like them. This is such a vague statement. I can't do anything about it. But that's were you there for my earlier parts, or listen?
Yeah, no, I am listening. Yeah, no, I've been listening the whole time. Just
sorry.
Because I was giving you the respect that I said that I was going to give you, right up until you said something so incredibly fucking retarded that I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm sorry that the idea that it's okay to just remove an entire fucking paragraph from the word.
Paragraphs can be very long and very short. I don't know anything.
Because I think the difference is I know exactly what the fuck Mo Isher is.
Yeah, and I don't know. A paragraph can be 3 lines.
Yeah, you don't know, Ellie.
You
should just stop it. You don't know, and before you keep doing yourself
so
a stitch.
I'm offered something without context and say I guess, and then
play the ignorance card. I'm trying to give you an out.
I don't know. Classroom of the Elite. I haven't read it or seen it or watched it. In any case, but yeah, authorship, translator. Also, there can't be really a crime against the work if it's the work of the if the work is also owned and the burden shared by the translator themselves. If therefore the translator makes a good work, then the work is good. I find it to go back to the video. The if you like the Fire Emblem games English, then you're a fake fan because they're not Japanese. Is kind of cringe. They are Fire Emblem They're Fire Emblem games still. They play the same. They have the same plots, the same characters. I haven't encountered really any Fire Emblem games that are significantly different from the Japanese, and I play them always on. I play them on, English text, Japanese voices at most. As a concrete example, at most the tone changes. It's very, very rarely the lines changes in any significant way at all.
So, well, I mean, you're completely glossing over all the censorship and fates, but that's besides the point, I guess.
Yeah, because I never finished Fate because I thought it was a bad game.
But that means the censorship's okay, though, right? That's fine. Because
I didn't encounter the censorship or the lack the presence or lack thereof.
Well, I mean, they removed an entire minigame from the game. But
I quit before that part.
But Ellie, just because you quit before that part doesn't mean 1, that didn't happen, and 2, that's good or bad.
Yeah.
Right? You're making that's the problem with your argumentation there. It's like, oh, I'm ignorant about this thing, therefore it's okay, right? It's fine.
No, I have no opinion, or not that, but I have a very apathetic attitude on stuff that.
So Mo issue. So what we're gonna do is, because I know chat's been fucking mogging you, right? Chat is mogging you right now, or at least as much as it can mog you, right? But I will address the chat and then we'll move on with the video, right? Because all I can say to your spiel is that I disagree. That's pretty much it.
But I basically said the same. I did the same thing to you. So anyway.
Yeah, like we have a fundamental disagreement, and we're not going to be able to get over that in one stream. But yeah, so Moe's stream was deliberately talking about 7 Seas and the situation with Classroom of the Elite, Mushoku Tensei, and a number of others, where several entire paragraphs of context and story were removed, and they had to go back and retranslate and republish the books because it was because it was actually bad. That was bad thing to do, right? You can't say that was good. I want to talk about Big Bone and Metal Gear Solid. because that's actually an interesting situation. Oh yeah, I did bring up. I brought up the Tales stuff, like Tales of Cold Steel stuff before 650. I can't remember exactly when I talked about that. It might have been during one of my fucking screaming matches. But I did bring that up because that's another example. But I wanna touch on the Metal Gear Solid thing, because that's actually a really, really interesting debate about that. Because on the one hand, you have the original translator saying that their version is superior, right? That's what I've gathered from looking into the situation of that. And a lot of people praise that translation. However, Kojima himself was very displeased with that translation after it was released. And there are specific examples where the translator would mistranslated certain aspects of the text that changed. I think one of them that I'm recalling was something to do with Psycho Mantis, where Psycho Mantis's dying words were changed in the original localization version, and it removed something to do with his mother. And that was something that Kojima disagreed with, because he deliberately wanted that to be something conveyed in the text, right? So you have an interesting situation there where the author is flat out saying, no, this is not what I intended. You've changed this fundamentally in a way that I don't approve of, and such. So I think I'm not going to get like too into that, because I'm not super well versed in it. I've only like seen arguments on Twitter about it, right? And I don't have it like memorized what the points are, right? But I just wanted to kind of add in that I think that that's a very contested translation. There's some interesting stuff going on there. So yeah, but the issue with the authorship of the translation is, again, I think it comes down to what you view the translator's job is. I don't view the translator's job as being to create art. I view it as translating art. And I think there's a difference there. Ali doesn't agree with me. We've already spent the last like 3 hours arguing about how we don't agree about it. So I'm not going to redo.
How many minutes are in the video, Naratsu?
Only like a few. It's like half a minute. So
let's him talk.
Yeah, I'm finishing up. I swear. I swear I'm finishing up. But yeah, it's definitely a heated debate. Let's just leave it at that, right? Heated debate.
This video illustrate the dilemma that causes these people to exist, as well as to show you how simple the solution is to all the problems brought on by this dilemma. Hopefully I was able to accomplish that, but seeing as this is a concept that I thought up, I may not have done the best job explaining things, so let me know if you have any questions or additions you'd like to make to my little theorem here. I'll be glad to respond to anything that's not, I like localized games, so you're wrong. But other than that, if you happen to enjoy today's video, consider giving it a like and subbing if you haven't already, and I'll see you in the next one. Back out.
And the man's done, but there is still like 30 seconds left. But I think it's probably just the end card, right? So it's probably
you can go skip, click forward, and we still some Patreon thingy. Then it's the end.
Oh yeah, it's just the things comes up. Yeah. So, do we need to even do a final thoughts?
Video is a bit rambly. I don't like his attitudes towards when it's not the OG perfectly accurately translated, then it might as well not exist at all. That's the feeling I get from it. He also argues against a vague feeling, which makes I'd rather would have him, mention specific arguments if he was going to,
He never said perfect, Ali. Molly Sherman points out, he never said perfect.
Well, he said, as close as possible, or
see, I think you're letting some of your
faithful translation.
You're letting some of your bias seep into your analysis.
Yeah, well, I already mentioned pointed out his biases with his framing of unfaithful translations and over localized, and of course he's arguing against a vague cloud of feelings and statements.
See, here's the thing. Like, all I can say is, I disagree. I disagree, Ali. That's all I can really say. Like, that's all I have to really say I mean, about the video itself, I can agree with you. I think it's a little bit rambly. I think he could have done a better job, like, concising his point a little bit. Overall, though, I don't actually disagree with his assessment. I think there's definitely this idea where you have people who are fans of the translated, localized version of a work, the censored version as well, if you will. Right? We'll just lump all those together, even though they're different things, right? Just for the purpose of simplicity, so I could skip a bunch of words, right? Yes, clearly, you have a subset of fans that are into that particular style. I'll use I'll use Valkyria as an example. You have a ton of people, they like the light-hearted, oh, it's a war story, but it's got some comedy in it, and it's all the characters are all, they're, the characterization's a bit more upbeat, it's a bit more punched up, oh, it's great, You have people who are into that style of writing, okay? Just like you have people like you who are into that flowery, medieval, poetic,
Well, it's only one
style of
game
writing.
thus far. It's
yeah,
fun.
but I'm examples,
No.
right?
Yeah.
Just using it as examples, right? You can be into that, right? And those people are into that. And what I think is happening is they think that when someone like me comes along and says, well, hang on a minute, that's not what was said in Japanese. I think there's some questions around the artist intent here. Have they changed something here that, what was the actual intended meaning behind what they wanted to do? And, in the extreme end, you have Valkyria Chronicles, and then the lesser extent, I guess you could say Unicorn Overlord, right? As the spectrum, right, that I'll use. Like, hey, they completely altered the entire characterization of a character and turned them into, I don't know, a guy that likes pickles or something, right? To use Fates as an example, when that was 100% not what was in the original Japanese at all. It's like a completely different character. And I think there's a debate that can be had about that, but the problem is people interpret having that debate as you saying the entire game itself is bad, right? Like, Unicorn Overlord is a bad game, Ellie. It's terrible. It's horrible. It's the worst game ever. It's shitty game of the year, right? Whatever, because people have that disagreement over the localization, right? And that's what I think this guy is getting at in the video, is that's why people get so defensive about it, because they view the attack on the localization as an attack on the entire franchise and the entire game and what they like personally, when I don't think it necessarily has to be. I think we can have conversations about what was intended versus what was delivered without it devolving into that subjective, oh, I like this, oh, I don't like this.
Well,
I'm going to use an example. Okay. I know I'm rambling on, but as I do, right? As I do. But this is important, Ellie. This is important. And this is my final point, and then you can maybe say something else, and then we'll talk about anime, right? One example I have, Girls Frontline. You know how much I love Girls Frontline.
Yeah.
Right? I talk about it all the fucking time. There's censorship in Girls Frontline in the Chinese version versus the English version. But, well, I mean, there's an uncensored code for the English version to get the uncensored art, right? The artwork, right? One of the characters in... I wonder if I don't think I could bring up the example, right? Because it would probably be too much of a pain in the ass for you to bring the images up. But I just want to get the names so that people can look it up themselves, right? Because if you go to the GFL wiki, which is the IPOP wiki, so iopwiki.com, right? And you went to dolls and you went into T-Doll Index, and she's a machine gun, but I'm just trying to get the name right now so I can. Where is she? She was done by an artist that you'd probably recognize too. She was done by AS.
The point of Ghost Frontline is.
No. The point. This is less about dialogue and more about art, right? But it ties into my overall start. It ties into what I'm saying, so it's important, right? Where the fuck is she? Oh yeah, M1919A4, right? So yeah, M1919A4. She has a Halloween costume, right? And the Halloween costume in the uncensored version shows a lot of skin, right? But in the censored version, she's in a full black bodysuit. And I would argue the bodysuit's sexier, right? The bodysuit is more appealing than showing the skin, and it actually looks better. But I can't. But the censored version is still the censored version, and I don't like the fact that the artwork had to be adjusted and censored. And I can have this. Well, hang on. I can have this pseudo contradictory stance of I personally prefer the censored version while still criticizing the act of censorship.
Well, that's here's my hop on point on you talk a lot about authorial intent, right? The offer, the intent of the offer. That is, in my opinion, kind of impossible to know unless they actually say this is my intent, and even then they can still lie about it. Even in your censored version, it might very well be a demand of the studio to say show more skin.
Well, no. In this situation, it's the Chinese government. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but even still, right? The game dev studio said show skin at least 80%.
So that's actually an interesting debate that I don't think we're going to have time for.
No, and then the Chinese government comes in and say this is too much skin, and the offer says yes. I can
here's the thing: is an artist that is hired to like do a commission, right? Should that artist, if you're told, hey, draw this, right, by the company, right? I think that's a little bit different than the artist drawing, let's say, their own work with their own agency, right? That's the thing. There is an interesting. I actually think that's interesting.
You get in an odd situation where even authors themselves work for a company.
Who is the who is the author, right? In this case, is the author the artist that's been contracted to do the artwork, or is it the person that contracted the artist and pays the artist to do the artwork? Right?
I would the person who draws the thing, but
I don't agree. I don't know if I'd agree necessarily because, this is going to spark an entirely different debate.
Another time,
another time. But to cap that off, I don't necessarily agree because I think if you're hired to do a job, right? You work in the factory, right? What would happen if you had the authorial intent in your factory to completely go against what you're supposed to be doing at your job because you're quality assurance, right?
Yeah.
What if you decided a completely different standard of what quality is based on your own authorial intent to what the company believes that quality is, right?
That becomes then more of a question of then the I'm quality assurance, so I'll make sure that. Well, I'm not.
You get what I'm. You get where I'm getting at.
Right,
you get what I mean.
I'm not necessarily quality controlling for my factory. I'm quality controlling for the customers of my factory.
Okay, but the customers of your factory have a set criteria that they use to define what quality is. And what I'm saying is, if you suddenly decided, fuck that, I don't care what the customer this isn't quality, this is shit. I'm going to decide what quality. That wouldn't go down well, would it?
Well, I have often thought, damn, this is kind of bad, but they still approve it. If I was in charge, I would be far stricter. But that's
right,
me.
Right, but that's the difference, though, isn't it? You're being hired to do the job and create the thing. Well, I guess not create the thing, but you get what I'm saying, right? You're being hired to.
I'm placing my stamp on it.
Yeah, well, you're being hired to do things to a specific standard, right? You don't have the authorial intent in that case, right? To be able to, so again, different argument, interesting argument though. Maybe next time, because I do want to do this guy's other video, right? Because he has another video, and maybe we can do this again, not next time, but another time, right?
Yeah.
Find something else to do next week, but definitely an interesting discussion. So anyway, shall we talk about anime and
let's
debate. The debates end past this point. the screaming ends past this point.
And now to discuss who's the best waifu.
Yes, the best, the only debate that matters. Okay, right. So what are we talking? What do we got?
Let's
First?
go
What's on the
just
docket?
free run first.
Great, good episode. Very, very intense. Very, very action packed. We got a lot of the green haired girl fan service today.
Yeah, Uber.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Did you cut out
Ubel. I said the name.
Uber. Oh, Ubo. Yeah. You know, I can't pronounce fucking names for shit. So she showed up. She did some fun things. We had some fun
Yeah,
stuff.
you know, they mentioned a couple of times that magic is imagination, and apparently your any magical defenses doesn't matter at all as long as the offensive caster can imagine it.
I love how her superpower is she has autistic. She's got magic. She's literally got magic autism. She's just like, yeah, I can cut that. I can cut that. Fuck you.
Although, have you ever cut cloth like that?
Yeah, I actually have.
Yeah, it's fun. It does make a nice sound.
You can do it with paper too. It's really nice.
Oh yeah, paper is also nice. Hair is also. I mean, I never really cut somebody else's hair, but hair cutting makes a nice sound.
Yeah.
I get you, Bull. Cutting
Yeah,
things makes a neat sound.
Yeah, cutting things is cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not cutting yourself, but
or maybe cutting somebody else is also maybe.
Yeah,
not
don't. Yeah, maybe don't go that far like she does, but maybe don't go that far. But yeah, so outside of that though, fantastic animation as always. Really
in the freedom fight especially. But I want
that was some crazy effects going on there. That was some
with
fucking
black
wild
hole
shit.
universe, reality shattering fire and lightning and golems and.
Yeah, she used some dark magic bullshit on Freen. That was
the real Freeran.
all big scary. Yeah.
Oh, and Freeran apparently used some non-mana super magic.
Yeah.
It's
that's
fun.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the non-mana super magic.
That. I mean, she, fake Freeran literally shot a huge beam of black magic. So I thought you mentioned.
Oh well, it's hard to define because there's so much going on, right? There's so much shit going on with it.
No, I do very much appreciate Freeran looking very angry. In the fake Freeran looking actually kind of angry at Freeran in this case.
Yeah.
We'll never.
I will say though. I know to completely change gears a little bit. I am sad that what was it? Is it the ice one? Yeah, the ice girl. She got
Lavina. Yeah.
Gonna be interesting because the water girl passed, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting to see. Hopefully next episode we get some dynamics with that because that would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I caught on a theme of it's not too late. It's kind of a theme.
Well, yeah, because the guy said, you're young, 3 more years. Right?
Yeah, but even before this, right? You're young, you can do it in 3 more years. Then a sign that says it's not too late to go after your gorilla warrior friend. Then it's Freeran that is discovering her love, 50 years after it's over.
Yeah, there's an overarching idea going on, which is quite interesting.
The overarching idea, it's not too late, in general.
Yeah.
To go do what you want. For Freeran, for Stark, who was kind of,
he's kind of like not here right now.
Yeah, but Stark never really, was lacking a family. Didn't have a family. Then he found some family with Eisen, but he came across was it Orsten, Oren, one of them.
Yeah,
And there he saw, well, I can still have a family even here. So even for him, it's not too late. He can still have. That's the theme that I picked up from after this episode. Freerun, beyond Journey's End, the journey doesn't end after the end. You can still do what you want.
Yeah, Yeah.
Also,
I agree.
I
So,
very much appreciated that Edel, one of the hypnotist girl, is just standing over Richter and said, "Hey, look, these golems, aren't they
they're pretty
cool?"
cool, right? Yeah, they're cool, right? Yeah.
Like, you know, the authority that you get from being the first there, but not actually being responsible there.
Yeah.
You know, if you're the first one to arrive, then you immediately act like the boss, even though you have nothing to do with the situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, definitely a good episode. I think we've got 2 episodes left. I think.
yeah, but there's
This
I
season.
haven't even looked at when season ends because I'm just
I think we have 2 episodes. My Kuritsu says there's 2 episodes left. I don't know if we're getting more after this, so we'll see what happens. Probably will get more after this because it's definitely been a good popular show. So,
yeah.
all right, what do we got? What do we got next on the docket? What do we got?
Well, tell me what you want.
I need to get a drink, so you go off about, I don't know, apothecary or something.
Oh, sure, apothecary. I can do apothecary.
Yeah, you go off on that for a sec, and I will be back real fast.
So apothecary. The previous 2 episodes I was talking about how Mao Mao is kind of the series is kind of shifting gears a little bit, and for very surprisingly to me, it seems that Mao Mao is kind of attacking Lacan. You know, the strategist dude, which is his father, which got her mother pregnant with her, and then kind of
Big sexual relations, big
kind
relationship
big
trees.
semi rape.
Also, I'm gonna annoy Samu because this stream, because he's not here, he gets 2 of them. He
Ooh.
gets 2. Not the same kind of drink though, because I only have 1 caffeinated drink a day. But this one's just a normal one. So
Yeah, so Lacan, you know, the guy that got her mother pregnant with her and then ruined her and made her basically worthless and sick and whatnot. He was being annoying to Jinshi, saying, "Oh, I saw blue roses. It wouldn't be cool if there were blue roses at this garden party, even though blue roses don't exist and roses won't bloom until 2 months from now." And therefore Jinshi has to have now blue roses, otherwise he isn't a good, you know, he will lose standing, etc., etc. So Jinshi is asking Mao Mao to get roses to bloom 2 months early and be blue. So Lacan won't be a problem for Jinshi this time, for now. So Mao Mao does it. Basically placing the roses in a sauna, getting them warm, getting them a little bit more, you know, moisturized, more sun as much as possible, and it works kinda. You can see the flowers aren't in full bloom. You know, as roses, you know, big petals. Are still kind of closed. But they're blue flowers, and there's a green flower and a yellow flower of roses. It's just a coloring agent. The roses suck up colored water. The roses were white, so they just suck up the white.
yes, I have. I believe that's real too. I've heard about that. You can do that there's certain methods you can use to do that with flowers.
Yeah, so Jinshi won't lose face. Lacan is defeated for now. Lacan in the bottom right, because he doesn't really see people around him. He only sees pieces on a board.
Yeah, chess piece.
Even
Big.
Jinshi and Gaoshin in the middle left. But he does see Mao Mao, which is kind of interesting. But Mao Mao is confronting Lacan at the end as the cliffhanger of the episode. So she has a plan. After all this talk of mine about changing of, you know, season, setting up things, suddenly bam, she goes on the attack. So I'm very curious on how things go from now on. Alright, Naretsu.
All right. Shall we do Magical Girls?
Sure.
The Yuri fans are eating good this week. Yuri fans are eating good, aren't they, Ellie? They're
Yeah.
eating real good. So you know how we can solve. You know how we're going to have to solve the localization debate. We're going to have to enter the room.
We'll be on the TV, Naretsu.
Oh no. So yeah. What did you think? I'll let you. I always let you go first with Magical Girls because obviously I'm a based manga reader, so I
Oh
already
yeah,
knew
I'm
what
a
was
filthy
coming.
secondary.
So, yeah.
Oh,
It's more interesting for you to talk about it because you were having a first time experience.
So Azura was punched off into the sky with a star twinkling.
Yes. The training arc still in the background, still continuing, still happening.
But the setup is that either Azura will just appear fighting to fight Gigante or the slime monsters. Now that I mention it, I think she'll just find her weapon to fight the slime monster, and then that will be her real weapon instead of just freezing some water in the air. And Retsu will will have the answer.
Let's just say she's gonna get a weapon eventually. I don't think that's a spoiler, but let's just say it's gonna happen at some point.
They talked a lot about weapons, getting weapons,
Yes,
so she'll get a weapon, maybe even against the slimes because it's kind of pertinent right now.
Yeah, we're gonna see how that happens next episode. But no, might not happen next episode, but we're gonna see what happens.
Yeah,
right? We're gonna see what happens.
I kind of expected that Kiwi actually was 3 stars.
Yeah,
just because of her outfit.
It's kind of hinted a little bit that she's hiding her power level for some reason. A little bit. But yes, we got the confirmation that she is indeed a Catwoman.
A leopard.
Yes, a very interesting transformation for her. If we remember how she was even introduced in the first place, with her joining the organization because all these magical girls are taking the spotlight away from me. They're I'm gonna post nudes online to get to get more
attention,
more attention. But then you look at this, her final form, I guess, quote unquote, might not be final form, but her upgrade form, right, is basically probably the most revealing out of any that we've seen yet, right?
Yeah, and
it's the most revealing, and yet she doesn't typically show it, right? There's this interesting kind of.
I am slightly disappointed there wasn't she actually had those 3 stars all along, or ready to access at least. I kind of I kind of wanted a little bit of an arc in there. I thought it would be nice to have for her.
Yeah, I think it would have been. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think it would have been cooler to have a full arc where we sort of find out more about it.
Yeah, because Kiwi's, I've diagnosed Kiwi as wanting attention, and and I thought or have the feeling that the powers kind of relate to your being true to yourself, and I always thought that Kiwi was kind of hiding who she was in a sense, and just throwing your clothes off wasn't really enough for me to warrant the power up.
It wasn't satisfactory enough.
No. So I in my big criticism, 0 out of 10.
0 out of 10. Disappointed.
I would have liked a little bit more of an arc, because I was surprised that Enorma was just attacking right now. I thought that the Kiwi arc was coming, even with fighting sister Enorme, Gigante. I thought that was coming in some way, but yeah, I expected the arc and I didn't get it, and then I'm thinking about how the arc could have gone and how cool it would be, etc., etc.
No, I can understand that. So let's get to the main event of the episode.
Utena is a voyeur and a sadist and
she is a, well, think of it from this perspective, right? So the reason she did this is because she obviously is not happy about the fact that they hunt the magical girls and destroy the magical girls. She likes the magical girls. She wants to protect, I guess, in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So the whole idea was, hey, I'm gonna force you to purify yourselves, right? You're gonna purify yourselves. You know, big purity. You love purity, don't you? You love your purity. You love purity, right? As we've been discussing today.
I from the little Japanese cultural knowledge that I know, purifying is more in a sense of doing a ritual that absolves you from your sins rather than...
Which does kind of fit with what I believe in Utena's own twisted way. That's what she's doing here. Now, if we want to talk about like stuff that I guess isn't explicitly said, right? You could argue that Utena doing this also kind of progressed these two characters. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's they progressed in their relationship due to Utena's involvement. In a similar way to last episode, Utena forcing her to sing naked caused her to progress, right, in her character, right? She's become stronger in a sense, right? So this seems to be an overarching thing for Utena, where
to
perhaps
push people
maybe
forward.
to push people forward, not bring people down, right, through these actions. So yes, we got some the Yuri lovers ate good. We also got to find more about Shadow Girl because she was a bit left out, you know, because we've already kind of sussed out the idol girl. You know, she wants to be the big idol, but she can't sing, right? Like she, you know, big idol, but she can sing when she's embarrassed, right? Her true, you know, it's coming back. Her true self emerging. You know, But with the Shadow Girl, we find out it's more a matter of, oh, you know, it's a very typical, you know, a little bit stereotypical, right? She's, you know, left out, feels left out, hides in the shadows until the brighter character comes in. And then we get, you know, oh, she was developing feelings for her the whole time, right? And Utena's just pushed them, giving them the little push, right? Giving the Yuri push, right? Gonna get
I also kind of the dynamic of the two is cool in the sense that she doesn't really care. She doesn't really care about all this idol stuff, but she does care to be. She
cares about her friend, right?
Yeah, well, in a sense, because she is interested in pushing her friend forward even when she is down, when she is just you know, she is supportive of her, and it isn't like she is just hanging on. She does have a dynamic with her.
Yeah.
That's what I want to convey. She's not hanging on, and when she stops helping, and if she does something else, she'll do the other thing.
No,
also.
she genuinely wants her to be happy, basically.
Yeah,
she does. And this is interesting because I believe a fella on Twitter that I quite like to interact with. I think a certain Tempar on Twitter started watching the show recently, and he had a little thread about it, and he was kind of saying stuff like, he was relating it kind of like Fooly Cooley in a sense, where it's, you know, there's a lot of stuff about, you know, coming of age, you know, sexual awakening.
We talked about sexual
awakening. We've talked about that before, but something that because he was, you know, wondering whether or not it was just him being drunk off his ass while watching it, or if and I basically said, nah, it's good, and he asked me to kind of explain why I thought it was good, right? And so I had like this little interaction where I kind of went on a little mini thread, and of course the people following me on Twitter, you'll probably be able to find it, right? Where I kind of explained why I think this series is good, and I kind of chalk it up to as you've mentioned that word multiple times, the dynamics, right? The show slash series, right? Talking about the manga and the anime together.
Yeah.
Is all about these dynamics, right? These contrasting comparison dynamics between these different characters, and even within characters themselves, right? You have Utena, who is a shy girl, but she's actually a sadist, and she actually has different layers of complexity to her contradictions, right? She gets off to hurting the magical girls, but she actually wants to make them more stronger, right? She wants to empower them, right? She's shy and reserved, but she's now being put in situations where she has lots of people around her. She's making new friends, right?
And there, in those situations, to cut you very rudely off, she is kind of she is the leader of the group. Even when she's
Yes.
not transformed, she is the leader. She tells Alice off. She says that Kiwi should go here, come here, etc., etc.
Yes.
So she is, well, she is shy, especially in the beginning. She's not really that shy overall. She's not shy to not talk to the the people in the magical girl shop.
Group, yeah.
She's very assertive. No, I want this. And I would assume when the shop owner says, "I don't have it," she'll ask, when does it? When is the next?
When does it come in?
When is it the next time?
So there's an interesting dynamic there, right? It's not like there is definitely like, I mean, we could I mentioned before, right? Shadow Girl. She is very stereotypical. Yeah, it's a very typical story thread for that type of character, right?
Well, every character to credit the writing. Even the shadow, what I specifically Shadow Girl isn't hanging on. She has a dynamic. She has a back and forth with Idol.
There is complexity to these characters. They might have like what do the Zoomers call it these days? The tropes, right? They've got the the shy girl, the idle girl, the quiet lolly girl, the boisterous Kiwi. Kiwi is aggressive, right? Same with the magical girl side of things, right? You have the leader / motherly, look after everyone, right? You have so and so and so and so, right? But these all are like, while they're stereotypical and they're tropey, they have this underlying complexity that's been added to them that slowly gets kind of cranked out as the series kind of progresses, and as we show these different dynamics interacting with one another, like Kiwi and Utena's relationship and how they contrast each other, and their interactions with one another bring out other aspects within each of them, right? Same with even Kiwi and Alice, right? We got to see a little bit of that this episode, where Kiwi is making, like, have you noticed this kind of overarching mini story where Kiwi, in the fight with the idol girl, destroyed one of Alice's toys, and so she buys her a Gundam, and now she's making the Gundam for Alice because Alice can't make the Gundam herself, right?
No, yeah.
And Kiwi is getting frustrated because she doesn't know, she also can't make a Gundam properly, right?
Apparently, so she'll manage because in the ED she has a complete Gundam.
Exactly, but you see, that's what I mean. There's this entire subplot going on, right, in the background that you kind of have to pay attention to notice, right? There's this entire little, and that's like boistering the friendship between Alice and Kiwi, right?
To maybe cut it a little bit down, the point I see is that Utena on her own is kind of shy, but when she is interacting with others, she is kind of the center. When Kiwi is kind of on her own, she's aggressive and attention-seeking. But when she is with others, she is kind of considerate and caring, and even though she does what she wants, she'll apologize and whatnot. Shadow Girl will stay in the shadow, play games in her own home as long as she wants. But when she meets Idol Girl, she'll help Idol Girl get better clothes and whatnot.
So, and accomplish her dreams and so on.
Yeah, so there are always the characters gain depth as they interact with other people, which is kind of what is more realistic than you might at first glance expect. Because I mentioned all these characters how they would all act, and they would act the same throughout as that is their character. But this series takes a little bit more effort to ask what
There's definitely
will
there's
happen when
definitely
they
development.
interact.
Yeah,
What
and
happens
there's
when they
definitely
interact?
And there's definitely development going on, and that development is, it might happen a little bit slow, right? Like it's kind of a slow burn in the development department, but it is there, right? Like, I mean, and we did see, like, oh, now the idol girl and the shadow girl are more open about their feelings in their relationship after, having to do the Yuri, right?
Yeah.
but the question now is going to be, how's that going to be reflected in the final few eps that we have in the show, right? I mean, obviously, I know for a fact it continues in the manga, right? But that's a question that you can ask yourself now. Is right? Okay, now that they've established this relationship dynamic, how are those two characters going to interact going forward, right? How is there going to be a change in the dynamic now that they've become more open about it, right? And part of that, I wanted to cap on with the Alice and Kiwi stuff, right? Real quick, is you'll notice that Kiwi, like Alice, is genuinely worried about Kiwi, right, before the fight with the giantess girl, right? And Kiwi has to reassure her, no, I will think before I charge into combat. And you contrast that with the first episodes where we had Kiwi, where Kiwi is constantly getting into the fights with, the yellow girl, right? Constantly charging headlong in, constantly trying to, get into the fight. But now with their relationship with Alice, right? And Alice genuinely caring for Kiwi and worrying about Kiwi, Kiwi has to be like, no, Kiwi, don't worry. I am going to be smarter about this. I am confident in my abilities. I'm going to be smart, right? I'm going to think about this, right?
Yeah.
And so that is why this show is so fucking good, right? It's such a great fucking show. It's fantastic. Also, the new ED is great.
Yeah, the extra characters. Yeah, that's why I put it in as an image. The ED has updated with more characters.
I think like an overarching kind of theme here is the attention to detail, right? There's a lot of attention to detail in this adaptation that I think, like, because they didn't have to do that, right? They didn't have to like make an entirely, well, I guess that's just changing a few images out. I guess it's not like they completely redid the ED, right? But
yeah, and sneakily,
they didn't
right?
have
To burst your bubble, to break your to break into your dreams. Having more character voice actors sing a song means you can sell 2 more versions of the song.
Yeah. Capitalism,
and of course the full choir version with all 5 of them, and
all
the
5 of them,
and the version with the 3 of them.
But no, but it is interesting though, because it's like I said, you didn't have to do that, and it is an interest. I think it's an interesting. It's not just that. There's heaps of little attention to detail things that they do, right? Like we were just talking about the overarching thing with the Gundam, right? Like there's little things that they add that I think elevate it. So anyway, what else have we got?
Let's go do solo leveling, because we skipped it over like 2 weeks.
Yeah, we skipped it last week because there was just a recap episode last week, and I haven't obviously watched this week episode because I haven't. I get up around the time it comes out, so don't have time to watch it. But yeah, this kind of felt like a bit of a filler episode to me.
Kind of
a little bit.
It kind of felt like it was almost still part of the previous episode, because it kind of like was. I'm forgetting all the names because I'm not used to remembering Korean names.
Korean names, Jeonju or whatever.
Yeah, so the son of the construction worker, the new guild.
Yeah, they want to make a new guild.
The construction company wants to make the new guild. So the son of the new guild and our main protagonist, the main protagonist comes in and say, "Yeah, the deal that you had, I'm in. I said I wasn't, but I'm in."
Yeah, I said I wasn't, but now I am.
Yeah,
but here are the. But the condition is we have to go into the dungeons ourselves. Just us. Yeah.
And
because he wants to do solo leveling. Yeah.
This is all based on very limited info I have, filtered through other people. This episode feels like big Korean angst, big societal angst. Oh, family,
Well,
but it's kind of
I'm gonna
hard.
I'm gonna drop a bombshell on you.
Yeah.
A good 50% of this episode was anime original.
Ooh.
Uh,
Anyway, but
so
nonetheless, it
yeah.
felt still like Korean society
So
anxieties.
So to extrapolate on that a little bit, because again, I've been watching this guy who talks about the differences between the manga and the thing, just because it's interesting, because
Mhm.
it is actually interesting. So you were kind of spot on when you said this felt like an extension of the last episode, because all of the events with him and the guild, the construction guy's son, right?
Yeah.
In the manga, he doesn't disagree to the idea, go and do the dungeon and come back. The order of events has been kind of reversed in a sense, where he actually just agrees to, in the same way that he agreed this episode. There wasn't this like he goes off and then does the dungeon and comes back, right, with the recipe for the thing, right? And he realizes, no, I do need to actually grind, right? I need a way to grind. Oh, I can grind by doing this thing with the construction guy, right? Like he doesn't do that. Like in the actual manga, it's they have the meeting in the cafe, they agree to make the guild do the stuff, you'll get the we have to go in by ourselves, right? So and so and so and so, right?
You get the recognition, I do the bosses, etc.
Yeah, you get the recognition, I do the bosses, so and so and so and so, right? And then he gets the key to go into the Cerberus dungeon and does the Cerberus dungeon, right? So
he does it on
and
his
the other
own
thing
anyway, and now
and the other thing is, so all of the stuff with the construction worker guy trying to snipe the blonde girl,
yeah,
and the two guild leaders having that conversation about the island, and all of the stuff with the past party, right? Like, I mean, you've got it on the screen right now, the guy and his daughter, right? All of that is anime original. All of it. None of that happens in the manga. In the manga, what happens is Shun and the one-armed guy meet up at a combini, right? Or they meet up at the dairy, as we would say in New Zealand. We call it a dairy, right? They meet up at the dairy, and they're basically just like, "Hey, you're alive." They have one of those conversations, right? And they have like, but then the one-armed guy gets the message about the dungeon on his phone, and then they both go to the dungeon and meet, and that's when all the characters meet up, right? So you don't get to see the guy interacting with his daughter, and you don't get to see the trauma that the long-haired girl is going through, and you don't get to So I think that it's kind of good additions in a sense, because it's kind of fleshing out the world a little bit, right? Because you're getting to see, okay, why does this guy go into these dangerous dungeons? Oh, he's doing it for his family, right? Oh, the long-haired girl is traumatized, but she still wants to go into the dungeons because she has strong feelings about it as well. Oh, there's this internal guild politics, and the guilds are important, and there's something about this island where there was a failed raid, and there's apparently all these monsters on this island, and the guild
we
masters
saw that
left
in the
something
first episode,
there, right?
The island was in the first
Yeah,
episode.
it was shown in the first episode. Yeah, they're on the island, and they're there's something about that, right? That's something that might come into play later, right? There's some seeds. I don't know, but I'm just saying, because I haven't read it, but I'm watching the guys' videos as they come out, right? So, but like, let's just say that the anime is dropping in these kind of like world building seeds about that. So like, that might come later down the line. Maybe Shun, I can't remember what it is, but maybe he goes to the island or something, and there's going to be like something about that. So yeah, I think the additions are good, but I do feel like it kind of makes the episode feel like a filler episode, right? It kind of feels like spinning the wheels a little bit, because when you think about, like, did the plot actually progress a whole lot? Not really, right?
No, well, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit more about my impression of Korean societal anxiety thing, because the exposition about the guilds and the power that they have is very much, from what I know, of course, don't know exact things, but from what I know, Korea is very dominated by companies, and companies decide everything it's a
There
word.
is some parallel. There are some parallels to Japan in that sense, I guess. Maybe a bit more extreme.
Well,
because
but
obviously,
more
obviously in Japan, business and work culture is a big thing. Isn't
no,
it, right?
but more
So,
of like that Amazon is helping elect the president kind of deal.
well, Samsung, I guess, in this
Yeah,
example.
a Samsung kind of deal. Yeah, you have to have worked for Samsung if you want to be president. This is what
Right. Okay.
this is.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, don't this
See,
feeling, right?
I don't know so much about this. I know a lot more about the current ongoing gender war, though. That's
So
happening
there
over
is the you know, you want, if you only get into a high office if you have the support of company Samsung, and if you don't, you're just trash.
You're
So
fucked, yeah.
internal politics and companies wanting influence is very much a big part, and that is reflected in this episode. The big anxieties of, oh, I have to work a lot to support my family, but it's hard. It's also, you know, companies rule Korea, therefore they can do what they want with you. You're just a tool in the company, etc., etc.
Just a cog in the machine.
Yeah, and you have to get by. Another anxiety ticked off in the world of solo leveling. Then there is, you know, healthcare expensive, I guess.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Especially with this particular world. Yeah.
yeah. And then there is, what was it? Oh, women are sexy and kind of tools, somewhat. You know, traumatized.
Somewhat. Yeah.
They're either super cool and super hot and still, you know, listen to commands and or are traumatized, dear little beings. And crime, boss, government can put on shady people, and you have to work with them. You have to deal with them. The company says so. It all felt like, this episode felt, for the most part, like I said, Korean societal anxieties.
Well, it's part of the world building. I guess.
Yeah.
Like tapping into some of that real life stuff, but adapting it to the world that's been presented. Because obviously, there's not gates opening in Korea, right?
Although,
there's not a quote unquote association.
Well,
right, of hunters,
that may
right?
be true, but
well, yeah, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
like it's
yeah,
adapting those real life concepts, right, into a more, I don't want to say palatable form, but you get where I'm coming from. That kind of stuff.
So yeah, next episode is when the action will really start again.
Yeah, and I'll be watching that later today, so we can talk about that next week.
Yeah,
because we're a week.
All right.
So anyway, what's next?
Let's do Metallic.
Oh yes! Have you got the GIF or the video? Or the...
Yeah, I have the video playing on.
Oh, good. Because so today's episode of Metallic Rogue was, well, not today's, but yeah, there it is. It actually looks really good in the template. So we got some big. How would we describe this? Big war drop.
Because it was like 2 episodes of action and confusion. And now there's finally some answers again.
Yeah, we got big. Yeah, big.
And people
big
say
fucking
exposition is bad.
Well, I mean, it was alright, I guess. Got some interesting. Wall drop, but I think the key part of the episode was, damn. They put a lot of fucking work into that one section. I'm gonna criticize it. Right? As good as it is, would you agree with me in saying that it did feel kind of jarring?
It was out of place, but it's very much...
Yeah, like, I liked the over-animation of it, and the fact that it was so fluid, and, you know, it's clear that they put a lot of work into it, but because it doesn't fit. Right? Like, it just felt like, oh, it came out of nowhere. Like, all of a sudden, they're super emotive, right? Like, the characters are super emoting, and the walking is so expressive, and then she's, like, tilting her head, and, like, I mean, you can see it on the screen, right? Like, oh, shit, you took the helmet off. Oh my god, what the fuck? You know, like it's super
来訪者が人類と接触するために作ったコンタクトネアン。それが私。
I'm just saying
言ってなかったっけ？
stuff, I guess, but
You're just saying things, yeah.
I'm saying things.
聞かれなかったからだね。
This felt to me
あん
like
たは秘密が多すぎる。
I want to this guy. This is your school project, I guess. Your graduation. Your graduation
one guy,
project.
they had that one guy in the office, and they're just like, all right, Sanji.
あ、これね。
This is
し
your
てこないと私が人間じゃないのがバレるでしょ。
this is your time to shine, Sanji. You get to do this
ナオミは人
entire
間じゃないの。
sequence yourself, right? We
ナオ
want
ミ
to see
オルトマン
what
は
can you
人
do.
間
And
で
now
はな
Sanji
いの
is
で
going to
す。
get like a promotion.
来訪者が
He's
人
gonna
類と
get-
接触するために作ったコン
Damn,
タクトネア
Sanji, you
ン。
did such a
そ
good
れが
job.
私。
Look at all those
promoted.
close
言ってなかったっけ？
physics and mechanical movements
聞
and
かれなか
whatnot.
ったからでね。
Yeah.
あん
Good
たは
job,
秘密が多す
Sanji.
ぎ
You
る。
Those rotations of the head, good stuff.
Yeah, super cool. Super cool.
But yeah, in general, I do must
何してん
admit,
のあんた。
I
あ、
was
これ
very
ね。
checked
し
out
て
of
こ
the
ないと
actual
私が人
fights
間
in
じゃ
the
ないのが
beginning
バ
of
レ
the
るでしょ。
episode, and I was way more interested
ナオミは
when
人間じゃない
you
の。
know, the visitors
ナオミ・オルトマンは人間ではないのです。
And the
来
interesting
訪者が
fact
人類と
that
接触するために作ったコンタクトネアン。
Yeah,
それが
you've
私。
seen Rogue's transformation,
言って
right?
なかったっけ？
Looks like a visitor
聞いて
when
な
she's
い。
transformed,
聞かれ
right?
なか
All
っ
of
た
them
から
kind
だ
of
ね。
do, right?
あん
To
た
an
は秘
extent,
密が多すぎる。
right? This kind of fish mer person type look, right?
Yeah, I
So
mean,
there's some
we didn't
interesting
really.
stuff there.
Well, the thing is, of course, when we just see them as
何してんの？
robots,
あん
they
た。
look like old robots. But with
あ、これ
the
ね。
with
して
these
こないと私が
visitors,
人間じゃないの
they
が
are
バレるでしょ。
Hindsight, context, yeah.
Yeah.
Hindsight.
ナオミは人間じゃないの。
I'm
ナオミ・
I,
オルトマン
this
は人間
episode
では
made me
ないの
realize
です。
that I'm just missing.
来訪者が
I'm
人
missing
類と接触
exposition
する
in
ために
this
作った
series
コン
in
タクト
general. I
ネア
wanted
ン。
more
それ
exposition.
が
I
私。
wanted more people
言ってな
talking
かったっ
about
け？
what the world was.
聞いてな
The
い。
visitors are
聞かれな
apparently
かった
just
か
in
ら
a
だね。
spaceship above
あんたは
Earth.
秘密が多すぎる。
I had the impression that they arrived, they gave some technology, and they were lost in the war.
Well, from what like from what we got
何してん
this
の？あんた。
episode, it's something along the lines
あ、
of
これね。
they
してこないと
their
私が
home
人間
world
じゃないのが
is
バレるでしょ。
big gone. Oh no, bad.
For a while.
ナオ
We,
ミは
they,
人間じゃない
they
の。
show up on Earth.
ナオミ・オルトマンは人間ではないのです。
We will give you
来訪者が人
trade,
類と
you know,
接
the
触す
trade
るた
deal
めに
mean,
作った
right?
コンタク
We
トネアン。
give you
それが
you
私。
technology.
言ってなかったっ
You
け？
give us
聞い
Jupiter.
てない。
Venus.
聞かれなかったからだ
Right?
ね。
You
あんたは
terraform.
秘密が
Oh,
多すぎる。
Venus. Yeah, Venus. Sorry, I thought it was Venus. I thought it was Jupiter. I don't know why I thought it was Jupiter, but we will give you Venus if you give us. You give us the Venus and you terraform it and you make it inhabitable for us. We
あ、
give
これ
you
ね。来てこないと私が
technology
人
to
間じゃ
make
ないのがバレるでしょ。
right? We will help you make technology, big technology,
ナ
right?
オミは人
And
間じゃ
that's
ない
kind
の。
of like the law, I
ナオ
guess.
ミ・オルトマンは
What's
人間
going
では
on?
ないの
And
で
then
す
you。have like the
来訪者が
robots
人
that
類と
were
接触す
created
るた
and
め
they
に
want
作
to
った
rebel.
コンタクト
And then
ネア
apparently
ン。
there's also
それ
this
が
other
私。
group of aliens that are the
言って
bad
なかったっ
aliens
け？
and they want to destroy everything
聞いて
because
ない。
they're bad aliens.
Yeah,
なかった
that line was very
あんたは
suspect
秘
of
密が
them.
多すぎ
Like,
る。
they are
It's like-
evil. They went an evil way.
Yeah,
Alright.
they're bad. They're
Why?
bad aliens.
They're
Yeah,
bad,
bad
aliens,
aliens.
because they went an they're bad. They are
何してんの？
bad.
あんた。
They were bad because
What do
they
you
went
mean?
an
これね。
evil way.
来てこないと私が
Very,
人
what do you
間じゃ
mean
ない
by
のがバレ
that?
るでしょ。
very insightful, my big aliens.
Yeah,
ナオミは
what do you
人
mean by
間
this?
じゃない
So overall, I'd say it
ナ
was
オミ・オル
okay.
トマンは人間ではないのです。
Wasn't great.
来訪者が人類と
I mean,
接
that
触
kind
する
of
ため
sums
に
up
作っ
Metallic
た
Rogue
コ
in
ンタク
general.
ト
It's
ネア
like,
ン。
yeah, that's
それ
alright.
が私。
It's alright. You know, it's not.
I'm just
聞いて
feeling
ない。
right that
聞かれなかったからだ
the
ね。
neons are
あん
going
た
to
は
be
秘密が多
freed,
すぎる。
I think so too. I think that's what's gonna happen.
and that either Venus will be just half inhabitable to the visitors.
Or they're just going to agree
何してんの？あんた。
out of their own free will to be like,
あ、これ
alright,
ね。
we'll
来てこないと
finish
私
the
が人間
project.
じゃないのがバレるでしょ。
Live on the Venus with alien
ナオ
lamels.
ミは人間じゃないの。
Yeah. It
ナオミ・
all
オルトマン
stems
は
from
人
the
間で
little
はない
line
の
of
です。
they went
来
an
訪者が
evil
人類と
way.
接触するために作ったコンタクトネアン。
Alright,
それ
so
が
you're
私。
evil, you're wrong.
言ってな
Yeah,
か
I'm
ったっ
evil.
け
I believe in artistic
Keep it
integrity. That makes me
You're
feel
you're
疲れなかった
evil.
から
You went an evil
Same to
way.
you. You're
秘密が
evil.
多すぎる。
You're evil. You hate artists, don't you, Ellie? You evil man, you.
And that's the entire thing that you hear about them. There was a big
Yeah,
war.
yeah.
So
何してんの
there
あん
is
た
more about them. But that's all I
あ
have to
こ
say
れね
about it.
Yeah,
来
we
てこ
don't
ないと
really.
私
Yeah,
が
we
人間
don't
じゃ
really.
ない
I
のが
don't-
バレるでしょ
We'll see what happens. We're almost done. With, I mean, we're getting close to the end of the season anyway. I've been thinking, like, just now, what I should do is I should go back through all the casts and we could do
来
like
訪者が人類と接
Ellie and
触するために
Lorenzo
作
talk
った
about
コンタク
Metallic
ト
Road
ね
and the supercar.
それが
Nice.
私
Just put,
Maybe.
just put all of the
言ってなかったっけ？
put all of the
聞いてない
anime segments
聞かれなか
together.
ったから
And
か
it could be
ね
like
あ
episode
んたは
1,
秘密が多
episode
すぎ
2,
る
episode 3. And we could do like a supercut thing. I think that would be cool to do for magical girls. Like that would be kind of.
Alright. Well, let's not pollute the talk about making an episode while talking about the
あこれ
episode.
ね来てこないと私が人間じゃないのがバレるでしょ
Do you have something on stage, teacher?
Not really.
ナオミは人間じゃないの
Yeah, it exists. It was okay. We got some deep lore about you might because you're not watching it, are you? So
No, I've read the manga a fair bit, but
oh, okay. So yeah, we were at the part where they're like, oh, here is the fucking you eat the peach when you're in the Mato, you get corrupted. They do unethical experiments to try and figure out more about the peaches and the Mato, and the girls escape, and now they want revenge. And now,
their village is the village already being attacked, or is it still there?
It's been attacked, and well, we're having the big shonen fights with the slave corps. They're split up and they're fighting each other's baddies, basically, is what's happening. So you have the matchup of the giant girl and the strong girl versus the little slimy girl and the fluffy thing, and then you have the two sisters fighting the archer and the chick that can go through walls, and then you of course have, you know, main girl and teleport girl versus the sister, and that was basically, we got half of the fights this episode, and we'll probably get the conclusion to those fights next episode, and that's where we're at.
All right. Next up is a blitzkrieg of a little bit of my stuff. For one, I have images for It's Time for Torture and Naretsu. These are all from the same episode, if you might believe it.
Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Oh look, he's in the kindergarten. Look at him. He's having a good time.
Look, that's him on the throne. There.
Yeah.
And that's him in his house.
Yeah, he's having a fun time. Yeah, he's having a fun.
In his Japanese apartment. That's his apartment. The king, the demon king, lives in an fifth floor apartment.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Well, the princess is there in the prison.
Yeah, having a good time. So what have you got? Have you got anything else to say about it?
No. Just last week I said something about the wild contrast of being a super fantasy show with magic and castles and dungeons and
then the magical demon realm is just Japan.
Just Japan. And when the Demon King is very loves his daughter very much, and when the Demon King has the opportunity to have breakfast with daughter at the preschool, he says,
big daughter-roo energy.
And then I says, yes, I want to go to the kindergarten and have dinner with my daughter.
Yeah. Fun times.
So next up, the wrong way to use healing magic. I said I was behind on watching this show. I caught up a bit, and there was 2 episodes of backstory of Rose, the green-haired girl in the back of the image.
All right.
Maybe it was kind of predictable, but damn, that was sad. Naretsu, the show made me feelings, therefore it's good.
Oh no, big feelings.
And therefore it's good. And I haven't got around to watch Undead Unwanted Adventurer, other than to say that maybe to repeat myself from a previous time, yes, dungeon crawling anime is still slowly on the uptick.
Dungeon crawling anime is still dungeon crawling anime.
Yeah. Now I have to check. Is it this button? Yes.
Which button? What are we? So what are we doing now? Is it news? Oh, I had a manga to talk about. So
Yeah, but I don't have any image. I don't have anything.
I sent you the fucking image yesterday.
Well, like I
I
said,
put it in the chat. Yeah, whatever. Maybe I'll talk about it next week. We can set it up for next week. I mean, because we're going really long. We're going really long anyway. So let's get through the fucking news, right? So let's just get right into it. So the Sweet Baby fiasco. So, Ellie.
Yes.
What do you know about this?
Sweet Baby is some advisory thing, and sometimes they are hired or put some input on games.
Okay,
and
then
they do.
I'm gonna give you the full timeline of events as accurately as I can and as unbiasedly as I can, right? And I just want you to kind of just sit for a sec, because this is buckle up, right? Buckle up. So you are correct. So Sweet Baby Incorporated is a narrative advisory group, and essentially what their job is it's like, hey, you want ESG money, right? You want to be able to be compliant with the ESG and write the black people properly, right? How about you hire us and we'll send you some of our writers, and they can advise you on how to properly write the black person, right, Ellie? Because obviously you can't empathize with people that are not your race, and you can't write stories about them unless you're actually them, right? You know, that kind of thing, right? So, and this is not me being biased. This is actually what they do with their own words, right? Their own words. This is what they do. They advise on how to do the stuff, right? Now, the fiasco started because people started to see a connection between, hey, this narrative consulting agency works on a lot of games that people of my personal persuasion would call woke garbage, right? And people were like, I wonder if there's a connection here, right? So a guy from Brazil made a Steam group, and the Steam group's entire purpose was basically just, did this game have Sweet Baby work on it or not? And all of the information that he sourced to, you know, mark games as Sweet Baby detected, right, was just on the Sweet Baby website, right? Publicly available information of, here's the list of games that Sweet Baby has consulted on. Let's make a Steam group so people can go, hey, Sweet Baby worked on this game. Now, on one hand, you could go, oh, Sweet Baby worked on this game. That's bad. That's woke garbage. Fuck that game. I'm not going to buy that game. On the other hand, you could go, hey, I like woke garbage. I'm a big lefty woke person, right, Ellie? Big lefty. Sweet Baby worked on this game. Maybe it's pretty good. I'm going to buy it, right? So the actual Steam group itself is, even though it's obviously created by someone that's anti-woke, right? The Brazilian guy is anti-woke, right? It's neutral in that regard. It's not saying, oh, you know, sweet baby, good or bad. I think there's a little bit of personal opinion in the reviews for it, but that's just, you know, the Brazilian guy being the Brazilian guy, right? Because it's some random fucking, it's literally was created by some random nobody Brazilian dude, right? And it started off as just being like a really small little Steam group. It was like, you know, barely like a few hundred to 1,000 people, right? Following the Steam group. And obviously the way that the Steam group works, to just provide context for people that might be listening, is Steam creators are like reviewers, and they can review a game, and if you follow the group, that review will show up on the game, right? So it'll be like, hey, I actually follow a few of these myself for like censorship related stuff that'll be like, hey, this game has censorship. Here's where you can find the patch, right? That kind of thing, right? And it'll show up on the Steam page. So one of the employees at Sweet Baby Inc. got on Twitter, right? And this is where everything starts to go downhill, right? They were like, this Steam group is targeted harassment against me and my company. This is so bad. This needs to be banned and censored. What are they doing? How dare they mark games that we publicly mark on our website as having worked on them? How dare they do this? This guy's Steam group, go report this guy's Steam so he could be removed from Steam, right? This random Brazilian guy, he needs to get removed, right? And so, have you ever heard of a little thing called the Streisand effect, Ali? Are you familiar with that?
I don't know what it is.
So the Streisand effect is when
I know what it is.
you know what the Streisand effect is, right? I don't have to explain it.
No.
Because I don't want... Okay, so the Streisand effect is basically Barbara Streisand has a house.
Yeah, a house, air photography suits to not have it in a thing.
Yeah, try to scrub it. Try to stop people doing it. People do it more, right?
Well,
people didn't know about it.
Different. It was more of like because there was a court case, and the court case filings were public. Therefore, the photo was public in the court filing. Therefore, everybody reported on the court case.
Yes. More people got to know about it and saw the photo than
because of the courts, and it was public court, etc.
So that's basically what happened here, right? Because this employee made a massive mountain out of the Steam group's existence, pretty much everyone now knows about Sweet Baby Inc. and what they do. And that Steam group went from, let's say, I don't know what it's at now, I haven't checked. I think that screenshot is like, what, 1.5? Actually, I could bring it up because you did post the image, didn't you? I think it was at like 1,000. That screenshot was when it was, 1,000. 142,000. Now I think it's getting close to 300,000 members on the Steam group, right? So exponential growth, lots of growth, right? Heaps of growth. And for some reason, the people at Sweet Baby Inc., they're not very happy about this, Ali. they're not very happy about this because it's led to a lot of interesting revelations, and a lot of ties to a certain Gamergate fiasco that happened a number of years ago. Apparently, a lot of the same people involved in Sweet Baby were possibly involved in a bit of the Gamergate fiasco. So, a very interesting turn of events. Now, this is the where I guess discussion/debate is going to come in, right? How do you feel about the situation? What do you think's going on here?
From what I know, right? As I was sleep deprived this whole week, so Twitter was on the list of my concerns, on my bottom of my list of not my concern list. Agency does writing things. People say all the games that they write on is woke because of them. That sounds debatable at best, but people like to hang on, bandwagon and blame everything. And this is the blame they saw. Some unfortunate employee thought it was a good idea to speak against, but
more I wouldn't say speak against. I would say try to start a harassment campaign would be the accurate way to describe what they tried to do, because they basically were like, we need to dox this person. We need to dox this Brazilian guy. We need to ban his Steam. He has to lose access to all his games because we ban his Steam account. Go report the Steam group. They essentially tried to start a harassment campaign, is the accurate way to phrase it. And I don't think you can have any other interpretation than that, because that's pretty much directly what they said. So,
sorry, I saw an image of Ubo Eats.
Yeah, you can tell how much Ellie loves Twitter drama.
I love it so much, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, even then, the thing is, right? I don't believe that he had the ability, the power, the social influence to really make it a reality. just as much that if I, will go on my Twitter and say, I demand to know the address of you.
So I
Then-
don't think that you're talking by him, you mean the employee, right?
Yeah.
Being specific, because I thought you were talking about the Steam Group creator there for a minute. I was
Oh
like,
no!
what the fuck?
So say if I were to demand to know, if I go on Twitter right now and I say Naretsu is super wrong with his stupid Puritan view of authorship, give me his address right now. That is not a serious threat. Therefore, I'm not going to treat it as a serious threat.
I don't know how many followers this particular employee had. I actually don't know whether or not it was the CEO specifically or not. But I believe it was possibly someone higher up in the company, right? I don't think that you can downplay that a little bit, especially because of how things went down and how many people. Yeah, apparently they directly contacted Steam about it, according to 650. So having a direct line to Steam is a little bit of institutional power, I guess, if we're going to use leftist stuff. And there was some stuff. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. Again, I haven't fully looked into it. I'm just trying to recap.
But anyway,
what I recall.
I have no.
But I'm just saying that I'm just saying. I don't think you can downplay it just because this might, like, they probably wouldn't have had an effect. I think it's kind of like saying, a direct call of action. Like, see, here's the thing. I want to say an example, but it would 100% be taken by YouTube as TOS violation, right? Because it would be, right, to do a direct call of action. We need to go and kill Ellie, right? We have to go. We're going to go to Dutchland, right? We're gonna drag Ellie out of his Dutch windmill, and we're gonna tie him to it, and we're gonna have the windmill cut his head off or whatever, right? I think that regardless of whether or not I have the institutional power to actually pull through with that threat, Ellie, I think it's still a threat, right? I'm still actually making a call to action for people to go and do something.
Yeah, but
right?
the thing is, right, there, to me personally, there is a kind of a, you're, even if you're the high up in a company, if you don't have any real power or even real expectation to do it, I mean, I can say he could, that sweet baby employee can say, I am going to run for president, and that's a very serious thing.
To play an Uno reverse card on you, would you lend the same charity to the Brazilian guy?
But the thing is, right, this is where the situation reverses, in that apparently this Brazilian guy does have the social clout to make this a reality.
Well, no, he didn't. Because before the Steam group was advertised by the employee, it only had below 1,000.
Yeah, no, but so say before.
That's not like, that's nothing though. Like a small, like, I don't know what Steam groups I'm following, but I could have a look and see like how big they are, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't really think like a Steam group that's all it's doing is just
I was saying
what games.
I was thinking of right now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We're not talking about right now.
Back then neither, right? Back then.
Yeah,
neither.
Back then neither. No, well, neither had any power whatsoever, and the only reason the Steam group blew up was because of the employee, right? And I don't actually even think that the Steam group creator has any like power or sway now, because I would argue that all he's doing is just posting publicly available information that Sweet Baby Inc. themselves posted. They were like, hey, here's all the games we worked on or are working on. This guy was just like, right, okay, I'll just create a Steam group that just informs customers about it. I view it as no different to having an age rating or a content warning, right? That says, hey, here's a content warning of what's going to be in the game, right? Hey, Sweet Baby Inc. worked on this game. It might have some woke stuff in it, right? And I don't really see a problem with that. Do you? Do you think that that's like bad in some way?
No, in the sense that, well, besides that, it's Twitter drama, and therefore my interest drops to zero real quick.
Well, it's kind of exploded beyond Twitter drama, right? It's a bit more, it's a bit bigger of an issue, you know, than that now, because now
I'm not.
there's
To me, I only know it still as Twitter drama, so that's where thus far my interest.
you really need to get over your hang up about that, because it doesn't lead to interesting discussion. We can't have a good discussion, Ellie, if all you're going to say is, oh, it's Twitter drama. Like, come on, dude. Like, give me a bone here, right? I want to be able to actually, like, at least when we were arguing and trying to kill each other over localization, we're having an actual fucking debate. This is just dumb.
But this is how I intended news to go for bits. You know, your own personal things that you're interested in.
We're not. Yeah, we're just having fun. I'm pulling you. I get where you're coming from, right? Like, in the grand scheme of things, sure. It's I mean, I only added this to the news story thing because we didn't have another news story to put in the fucking thing. And I did kind of want to talk about it because I think it is kind of important in the sense that I'm a big, somewhat consumer advocate as much as I am an artist advocate, right? I think that consumers should be informed. Making informed decisions is important, and I think that if you do care about woke stuff, right? If you might not agree and think that it's a big deal, but for a lot of people they do, obviously, right? I think that there should be no problem whatsoever. I think that if Sweet Baby just left the Steam group alone, right, and not really reacted in the way that they did, not just as that one employee, but the company in general, because the company in general has but a lot of the people in the company have been reacting in the same way, right? I think that the Steam group would have probably just faded into obscurity. It would have gotten,
as
like,
many,
I don't know,
many
maybe
do.
It would have gotten at max, like, what, 10,000 people or whatever, and people would have followed it, and it would have been whatever, right? Like, who cares, right? So what? But I think the interesting part of the story is that Streisand effect of, because they made such a big deal out of it. And the question I have to ask, right, is why make such a big deal out of it? Why is it such a big deal that people know what games you worked on? Right? What are you, like, I don't want to say, like, what are you trying to hide, right?
I believe,
but it does.
Didn't I say in private, secret to you that
in secret?
It's very secret. There is this something. This is, I heard the name Sweet Baby before, something. They probably were harassed
there's
before.
There's been whispers about it, like, but nothing like. Yeah, there's been, like, conspiracy brain whispering stuff about it. But
I wouldn't be surprised.
But it was nothing. But it was nothing. Yeah, but it was nothing like. Like, in terms of me, like, it wasn't like it was in the limelight, right? It wasn't a massive. Like, people just considered it because there's more than one consulting agency, right? Sweet Baby is just one of many, right? There's a whole lot of these, like, woke ESG consulting agencies that exist.
So,
but exactly the same thing.
My point is that it wouldn't surprise me if even this employee was harassed or harangued or annoyed by weirdos with conspiracy theories about that they were the ones that made a game bad for some reason. The writing bad, maybe even in particular, and they saw this as a part 2 or part 20 for their and it went bad for them. So maybe it's just them being vindictive, and maybe it's them being vindictive, and everybody who disagrees is
could be.
is a racist.
I mean 650 talks about reputation. That could be part of it. But again, it's one of those things where I don't think the reaction should have been to start a harassment campaign against the Brazilian.
I do have some, if you are poked 1,000 times before, the 1001 time is more aggressive then it might.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're just making that assumption.
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm not saying
like.
that
I'm gonna be
is.
real. I'm gonna be real. I had no fucking idea who this person was until like a week ago, right? Like, I had no fucking idea. I didn't even know. Like, I knew Sweet Baby existed and it was this consulting agency, but I didn't really give a shit, and two, I just kind of chalked it up as how it's just more woke. Whatever, like it's confirming what I already fucking assumed and already knew, so I didn't really care about it, right? But then, so I don't mean, I don't know. I've not seen any evidence that they were personally harassed, right? Outside of people maybe being critical of the company, right? And maybe this is a case of 1,000 cuts and the last cut pushed them over the edge. But I'm personally not going to be that charitable, because I don't think even in that situation, the correct response was to try and essentially harass this random Steam creator, right?
Yeah.
Or curator.
Anyway,
I don't
think we
I
spent
don't
enough
think
time.
I don't think you can excuse the actions. The only other thing I am going to add that may or may not sway people's minds about this, right, is that the CEO and a lot of the people that work at Sweet Baby are kind of fucking racist. They're kind of flat out just racist pieces of shit. Because I watched an entire GDC talk where they're talking about how there's a lot of white man hate, a lot of stuff that makes me feel a bit these being a bit bigoted here, just a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. The sympathy is starting to. I don't know, but I guess we could end it with that.
Anyway, it's time for my story.
Yes, your story. Well, your three stories, I guess, because you picked the other three.
Yeah,
but yeah, Helldivers time. How's Helldiver? I heard I watched some guys play the new patch. Looked pretty fun. Some
yeah, Helldivers. Even I wanted to talk something about the balance update, but let's just talk about their mechs in now, officially real.
Yes, I saw the mechs. They look really cool. Yeah,
they look cool. They play cool. The one annoying thing is that when you turn rapidly to the right, the thing about this game is that weapons have a heft to them, weight. That means
I've seen some of that in the whatchamacallit, the clips that I've seen.
Yeah,
the footage of people streaming it. Yeah,
when you turn or 90 degrees, your aiming reticle will lag behind. So
yeah, it's kind of like having mouse acceleration.
Well, deceleration even.
Yeah, the opposite of acceleration. Yeah, it's like deceleration. Yeah,
mouse deceleration. So where you're aiming is not what's straight ahead of you in the monitor, even really that often. So you have to, if you have big weapons with big recoil, you have to wait until your reticle settles down again from your big cannon shots. Otherwise, it will just fly into the air, or you quickly turn. You might, aim completely. You miss completely the entire swarm of insects, of bugs that come your way because your reticle wasn't there yet.
You completely fucking whiff.
Yeah. So the mech have the same thing. You can't just turn as fast as you can swipe your mouse. Your mech turns at a steady pace. The one bug, the one annoying thing is that if you do that and you turn rather quickly with your mouse, but your body turns not as fast, if you then shoot with your missile, you'll shoot the missile into your own cockpit and your mech dies instantly.
That does sound funny to watch, though. I might have to see some clips of that because that sounds.
You'll barely see. You'll see just the mech explode in a single click. So it's not that. Not that.
Well, I mean, people's reactions to it. I mean, would be quite fun. Quite fun.
But anyway, Naruto, there was a balance update.
Yes.
People got mad.
I heard people got mad. I heard the devs were on Reddit chewing people out and telling them that they're dumb, and the devs had to apologize, which they shouldn't have done. But
no, this is what I kind of wanted to say, because the weapon, the railgun, was a weapon that didn't. All right, so there's a quick analysis
Yeah,
aside.
yeah, yeah.
Most big weapons require a backpack to carry the ammo.
Right, yeah. I've seen some
The
footage of that.
railgun was the most powerful thing that you had, and it didn't need a backpack.
Mm.
It was lightweight in that sense, but shoot very accurately, and it had a lot of ammo, and most things died fairly quickly to it.
Mm.
So it got nerfed.
As you do.
As you do. And people got very angry that it got nerfed.
See, it's an interesting kind of balancing game, right? Because no one likes when something gets nerfed, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
you're having fun with X gun or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's shit and you can't effectively use it, right? And a sad reality is that metas, like having a meta in a game, is something that's very, it's just bound to happen because you're gonna have, unless all of the guns are quite literally coded to be exactly the same and do the exact same amount of damage. It's quite hard to not have certain guns be worse than others, right? So it is a bit of a pain, and I'm speaking from experience with other games, not necessarily Helldivers, but I don't think Helldivers is immune to this, right? And it sounds to me, based on what you're describing, that's kind of what's happened. Is people really like the railgun, they had fun, it's great, and then they nerf it because they want to put it in line with other weapons of its class, right?
So
And
the real important
suddenly people can't have fun with it anymore, basically.
Yeah,
right?
Even though the flamethrowers is now kind of a strong weapon.
It's interesting you say that because the guys I was watching stream it the other day were like, the flamethrower's trash.
But yeah, now the flamethrower is pretty good because one notorious enemy is the charger.
People keep complaining about the charger.
But the charger is fairly quickly killed by a flamethrower now.
Interesting, because maybe the guys I was streaming just have a skill issue.
Yeah,
didn't understand. Well, they were using the autocannon a lot.
I use the autocannon. The autocannon is cool. But
something that I will talk about the autocannon, maybe we'll have to play around with this if I ever buy the game when I have more money, which is probably not going to happen anytime soon. But that they were showcasing that you can have two people operate it. So you can have one guy full auto the autocannon, and the other guy has to reload the autocannon so that they can keep firing the autocannon. And I'm sitting here like, man, that's fucking cool. Cooperation in my video game to get more powerful weapon? What?
There are a couple of weapons you can help reload with, but balancing in a single player game is sometimes a thing that you can do, and there is the mantra of it's been around for a while now that you should buff and not nerf.
Yeah, but the problem is that's how power creep happens.
Yeah,
if you buff it, it's why I say it's a balancing act, because you have to you do the way I would go about it as a non-game dev fucking pleb that I am, right? Is I would try to think, how can I have these different weapons fill different roles, right? Like, for instance, you've got this autocannon, right? The autocannon might be really good for like high armor targets, but it's harder to aim it, for smaller targets, right? Like, it's good for charges than big things. You can shoot the limbs and whatnot and blow it up, right? But if you're trying to shoot smaller targets or targets that are not like clustered together, maybe a sniper rifle or a different type of gun might be preferable or whatever. Like shotguns might be really good for dealing with things at close range, but you have to use something to get things at longer range, right? You have to kind of find roles to fill the different types of weapons so that, you don't end up with a situation where everyone just runs a shotgun because the shotgun is the most powerful thing and it can just deal with everything and you don't have to worry about anything else, right? Like, so that's how I view it, at least. What do you
Yeah, the shotgun in Helldivers was very powerful, but according to the metrics of the devs, the shotgun didn't make you win more games, so it was kind of more of a perceived advantage, while the railgun was just an advantage, so they nerfed it. They buffed the flamethrower because the flamethrower very weak, and now it's pretty strong against chargers.
And I think that's something to consider, is that the devs obviously have access to the back-end statistics,
Yeah.
whereas, like, because as you're describing, like, you can feel stronger using the shotgun, but that doesn't statistically make you stronger, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and also
So
bought some stratagems. You know what the stratagems
yeah, I know what the
are.
stratagems are. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all cool. I'm still having fun with the game, balance patch or not. Oh yeah, that's a fun thing. You only get a real gun and at level 20, and I was level 19 when the patch happened. So I'm ignorant to the great benefits of the real gun. I also
Right.
didn't pick it up when I found it in the world. I had
All
my
right.
autocannon.
All right, well, that's fun game balance discussion done. Let's talk about real quick VTuber contracts. So, Ali, you're going to be Niji Sanji's strongest soldier. Let's.
Yeah, apparently.
So the TLDR of this one is basically our boy Sayu, our boy Zion, Hail Zion, our girl, leaked, quote unquote, the contracts for Niji Sanji. So both the main contract and the silencing contract that they tried to force her to sign when they terminated her, which she didn't sign. Now this was part of the second stream that I don't think Ellie will be familiar with, because most of the stuff came from the first stream. Because basically the silencing contract was basically like, hey, you have an hour to sign this contract so that we can terminate on mutual terms. And Sayu was like, no, because I have to talk to my lawyer. I have to send this to my lawyer, and they have to look. I can't do this in an hour. What the fuck are you talking about, right? And so she wanted an extension, right? And she did get an extension at the very moment the time limit was about to end. They were like, oh, yeah, we'll give you another 3 hours or whatever, right? And then they decided, after she contacted the lawyer was basically like, this is a bullshit contract. They basically want you to be more silenced than the NDA that you've already signed. This is kind of ridiculous. Why the fuck are they trying to force you to sign this? And so they decided to just not sign it. But they have the unsigned version of the contract, which they gave to Legal Mindset to look over, and I've been slowly getting through that stream. I haven't quite gotten through all of it. The first stream was the more generalized contract for Niji Sanji, and there are some interesting provisions in there. I do have a summary of it. Notes on the okay. As for payment, most of the stuff is subject to agreements. However, the contract does cover super chats, maybe even sponsorships in this case. After penal cuts taken by YouTube and Apple, YouTube and Apple has to take their cut. Niji Sanji takes 50% of any income the VTuber had. Niji Sanji takes a cut of 50%. Any income made as the VTuber has to go through Niji Sanji. So that includes the super chats, that includes merch, I guess, that include, pretty much any income you make as a VTuber gets cut by 50% split, right?
Mm-hmm.
After YouTube cut or any other third party cut. Niji Sanji compel the liver to purchase anything the company considers required to work, but will only reimburse up to 200k yen, so that's about 1,333 US dollars, give or take.
From the leaked contract, I wasn't very clear if it was per item or per thing, or per badge.
I believe when I was watching the stream and Legal Mindset explained it, he basically explained it in the same way it's noted here, where it's basically just anything that is required for you to stream. So let's say if you needed to buy a new PC to be able to stream, they would reimburse you up to 200k yen of that
but
purchase.
I was talking more if they want you to have a camera and a monitor and a PC.
It's not about whether or not you need. It's more like you have to have that thing to work, right?
No.
You can't
my question is, if they say, oh, you need this monitor and this mic and this camera,
I don't think it's specific. I think it's just you need to have this equipment to be able to perform your job.
Natsu,
So
let me finish. My question is, do
Alright.
they cover...
I thought you were finished. I apologize for that.
Natsu, do they cover... is the mic covered up to 1300, and is the monitor covered up to 1300, and is the camera monitor covered up to 1300?
I would assume it would just be 200k of the entire upfront cost, I guess.
Yeah,
so like
but
everything together.
the thing is, right, and it gets into, if you batch it out, right, this week I need a mic, and next week I need a monitor.
Yeah, I'm not
then
entirely
separate
sure.
things?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I think for the purposes of the contract, I think it's just 200k yen wholesale for everything that is required. Like, I guess you could compare it to, like, let's say you work at, like, I don't know, a mine or something, and you need to buy, I don't know, a pickaxe, right? Or you need to buy shoes that are steel-toed, right? So safety equipment, right? They'll pay part of that, but you also still need to be, and I guess they would obviously give you some of that equipment, and if it was a situation like that, right? Obviously, but I assume that it's just, if you require this equipment to do your job, we will foot part of the bill, but not all of it. And I would assume you would have to negotiate per item base. Like, again, I don't know if it's per item or per the entire upfront cost of all items together. So let's put a pin in that one.
Yeah, so number three, so as Niji-san's strongest soldier, apparently.
Niji sister right here, Ellie, the true Niji defender.
The big defender. First part, right? Besides that 50% seems quite a lot to me. That everything has to go through Niji-sanji is not...
Yeah, well, that's not unreasonable. Like, obviously, it has to go through Niji-sanji. If you're making, like, they wouldn't want you to be, like, moonlighting and getting income using like, I guess that's what they mean by that. Like, basically, all it's saying, right, to try and localize it, quote unquote, right? All it's saying is, if you are making money as the liver, right, defined as the liver, the avatar, right? All money made as the avatar has to go through Niji-sanji. I think a good example of this would be Kali Mori in Hololive.
Yeah.
She is both Kali and Demon Dice, right? She can make money. She can make money. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? She can make money as Demon Dice doing albums or selling things or whatever as Demon Dice, but if she does anything as Kali Moraipi, or however you pronounce it, right, that has to go through Hololive, right? And they have to get a cut from the percentage of that income, but not the income that's not connected to the liver personality. That's how I interpret it, right?
So like also the compel the lifer to purchase anything the company requires to work. Depending on what it is, that doesn't have to be unreasonable, but that depends.
Well, again, it depends. But I want to kind of
also next part. You say.
So the next part, So the next, because I'm going through the Reddit post, right? So the next post part is talents must provide certain information to Niji-sanji. This may be a mistranslation for personal information. However, in the contract as written, this in theory requires the liver to turn over any information Niji-sanji want. So on one hand, okay, the reasonable good faith interpretation is obviously they need to know what your address is so that they can send you things. They need to know what your name is. They need to know what your bank account details are so they can send you your pay, right? So, I mean, if we're going to take a reasonable interpretation of the contract, that's not really that unordinary, but I think the issue comes with, as said in the little paragraph, how it's worded is a bit and the issue with translating the document into English, right, I think we talked about this in private a little bit, right? Where only one version of the contract is probably the contract,
The
right?
Japanese version.
The Japanese version. But the problem comes. This is interesting because it ties back to us talking about localization, right? A little bit. Like, can you imagine if you got a localized version of the contract that was
but
completely
the
different?
contracts are
No,
business
no,
things.
no. Hang on. Let me finish. Right. You get a localized version of the contract that is completely different to the version of the contract you're actually signing, right? Like if you're signing the Japanese version of the contract because you have to sign both, right? Or by signing the English version, you are by proxy signing the Japanese version, right?
I believe I just signed I believe I just signed the English version and I read the Dutch version.
Well,
I read both,
I don't know how this particularly. I'm just saying hypothetically, right?
Oh yeah, but
because,
I have the minorest experience with signing a foreign contract.
Well, I mean, I don't have it with foreign contracts, but I have it with normal contracts, right? But like, if you like, but we have to think of this from the perspective of these livers have probably never. Most of them may or may not have actually had experience signing contracts in their lives, right? They probably aren't having these contracts filtered by a lawyer for things that might be wrong. They're also probably not negotiating the contracts in general, right? They're probably just signing whatever the template is, right? So if you were getting a localized contract, signing it under the assumption that what you're signing is what you're signing, and then it turns out, no, in the Japanese contract, which is the real contract, it says something completely different and allows them to do something completely different. I believe that Legal Mindset's analysis on the stream was basically the contract wouldn't be valid at all in America specifically, because he was talking about like Californian law, right? Californian law, it wouldn't be valid because you can't obviously sign and consent to something that you can't read, right? So if you're signing a version of a contract that is actually making you sign a version that you can't actually physically read, then there's no way that would be enforceable under any form of law.
Really? Because
yeah, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
like it wouldn't work.
Odd because,
and that's why if the translation of the document in English is wrong and is mistranslated, and they actually found a number of typos in the document, which is bad, right? It doesn't look. We don't know if it's machine translated or AI translated, or they just hired some guy off the street to translate it, or whatever. We don't know that, right? We can't know that. I'm not going to make the assumption or whatever. But the fact remains, there is possible inconsistencies between the two contracts, and you can only consent to the thing that you can read, basically.
Yeah. I do. Not to say that the lawyer man is wrong per se.
Yeah, you can't say that, really.
But not everybody here can read English very well or speak English very well, and they too signed a contract. An English contract. So,
the other thing to consider is you're probably talking about Dutch, European, EU law versus Canadian. Well, not Canadian, but Canadian / Californian US law versus Japanese law. Right, and that's where things start to get a little bit, like I could only talk about, I don't necessarily know the New Zealand laws around contracts and stuff. There was some recent stuff about 0-hour contracts. There was hot debate a while ago that I was looking into, but I don't know a whole lot about it. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it. It was like there were questions around whether or not it should be legal or not.
Yeah, I know what they are.
You know a little bit about it. Yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah, it is quite shady. But basically, yeah, I can't really talk about whether or not, I can only go off what the legal man, the lawyer man says, right? I have to lean on his expertise because I can't say, oh yeah, in California law, me, Naretsu, the lawyer, I can't, because I'm not a lawyer, right? I can't.
Well, the only thing I have to say about the lawyer man on this point is that if it's legal here, I would assume is legal in a nation which is far more companies. You can do what you want. Here.
Well, you're making a very big assumption there. You should just recognize that.
It is an assumption, but I don't agree that it's a very big one.
So let's continue because we got a little bit to get through.
Yeah.
So and we can probably spit through these quite quickly. So
yeah, let's say
livers are under the obligation to including under livers are under the obligation to cooperate, including attending meetings, etc. Livers must provide. I think the contention around that was there was some wording in the document that was like, oh, if they say you have to go to the office in Japan, you are forced to go to the office in Japan, which obviously isn't really enforceable to be real. Okay, next section. Livers must produce materials under their own cost and responsibility. They may not be used for any other purpose, be altered, reproduced, or transferred, but still belongs to Niji Sanji. If a liver somehow gains copyright over anything, it is immediately transferred to Niji Sanji. So there was, I don't know if you saw the stuff I posted about Ghost Data.
Something made a song for Finana, but then it became...
No, it wasn't the Finana song.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't the Finana song. It was a different song. They were apparently working on a song for another liver. I'm going to make the assumption that it was one of the livers that graduated, possibly, because that would make sense, because they're mad that they can't release the song now, and they don't have the rights to the song because the liver paid for the song, requested the song, because let's say the song is material, right? Like that would be classified as a material. That song's copyright now, I know you love copyright, right? That song's copyright now belongs to Niji Sanji, and because Niji Sanji isn't going to do anything with it, Ghost Data isn't allowed to release the song on his own because he doesn't own the rights to it anymore, even though he created it, right? So doesn't it suck when authors aren't allowed to do things with the things they create, Ellie? It's really bad, isn't it? It's really bad when other
should
people
be abolished.
It's really bad when authorial intent is messed with, and it's
but who's the author really? Isn't it
that's a good point. Yeah, is it the guy? Is it go? But see, Ghost Data's point of view, you know. He that's the way he views it. Now, whether or not Ghost Data is in the right in that, right, legally, morally, whatever, debatable, right? This is just how it is as it's written, right? So let's continue. Or I'll let you comment on that.
Yeah, sure.
Continue.
It's very. It's not shady. It's annoying I guess this part.
I mean, it does sound kind of standard, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? As a thing. But let's continue.
What's yours is mine.
A little bit. Yeah. Once the contract ends, livers will return everything they used for their work. Seems to be written to include any of their personal property. So that includes like the computer that they brought with the money that Niji Sanji gave them. Right. Kind of don't know how I feel about that one. Livers are contractually permitted from streaming a long list of stuff, including images that include bullying, harassment of a third party, images that may cause trouble or discomfort to a third party, or anything Niji Sanji concludes is inappropriate. Which, on the face of it, sounds okay, but then you remember the incident with the one that was saying stuff about baseball, and supposedly may or may not have gotten graduated because they said stuff about baseball. That was not... See, that's where people are kind of doing a bit of conspiracy brain, connect the dots, red wire on the thing, right?
Yeah.
Still, that's a bit... Yeah.
It's not shady per se, because I assume that I would be fired if I would start...
Yeah, well, it's shady. It's shady. Well, hang on, because it's shady in the respect of that it's not well defined.
Yeah,
right? Because technically all that boils down to is they can basically terminate you for anything, right? Like if you put a meme like on the screen or whatever that is inappropriate by accident or something, all of a sudden it's a big problem, right? So let's continue. If the liver is suspended or terminated, niji may terminate livers at any time without reason. They owe penalty equal to 50% of income through this contract for an unspecified period. If they specifically breach the list of things they can't stream, the penalty is equal to the amount of money they would have made while in breach, or the amount of money they made in the prior 12 months, whichever is higher. That's pretty harsh, I think.
Sounds harsh.
Yeah, that's a bit.
But this is kind of
especially because like, let's say like they get suspended from YouTube, right? That's not technically their fault, right? If it's a situation where, again, accidentally something happens, or maybe something else happens, right? Or they say something inappropriate by accident that causes a problem, or there's a whole lot of different scenarios I can think of where being forced to reimburse Niji Sanji for that period of time, right?
So this is where I perk up and say the contract isn't the only agreement you have with a company. Do you know of an employee's handbook?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
In the employee's handbook, for the people who are filthy neats, is the big document where where all the kind of, oh, don't do this, if you do this, then this, then this, then this, which is far more detailed than just if you're
but the quiz, but we don't have access to
no,
that,
we don't have it.
So
but everything that is very harsh in the contract is very often, from my experience, very softened by the employee handbook. And I assume that Niji Sanji has something of an employee handbook where, how many penalties you can have and what the consequences should be about that before the very harsh stuff in this contract comes into effect.
Well, again, don't know for sure.
But we don't know for sure. But I am Niji Sanji's strongest soldier.
You are Niji Sanji's strongest defender, yes. So you have to defend their honor, yes. So let's continue. We're getting there. We've got a few paragraphs left and then we're done. So, if disputes, including legal disputes, arise between livers, Niji Sanji must be notified, but otherwise does not do anything. They do not mitigate or manage. So that's basically if there is bullying between the livers, right? Or a legal dispute between two livers, then Niji Sanji is basically just like, well, not our problem.
They should though.
They should though. Yeah. That's kind of. I don't know why that would be. That's in the. That's bad to be in the contract. But
I would assume, right, that they.
I mean, because if you have like disputes in the workplace, that is something HR should be handling, right?
The thing. If I'm thinking of normal people, right? I would say this: put in the contract so you're not legally liable.
Yeah, it's like a cover your ass.
But then have somebody that does it.
Yeah,
that sounds like a reasonable thing that you should do.
Maybe, right. If a liver is terminated, they must turn over any deliverables.
Things that you can.
So basically, if you were working on music videos, so and so, you have to hand over all the data.
I would say if Naratsu, if you have a,
it's kind of like if you were renting like a piece of equipment or whatever. You have to
more of like Naratsu, you're tasked with writing a story and you have one sentence. That's not the deliverable.
Right. But if you have like something that's almost finished or something,
or halfway finished or quarter finished, you have the background but not the music, or the music not the background.
Yeah. Storm alert. My watch is telling me a storm is rolling in.
Oh, no.
Okay. Niji Sanji may amend the contract, and the liver is assumed to have agreed even if they don't object within so basically, yeah, they can amend the contract in any way they want, and if you don't object to the amended contract in 14 days, or pretty much do anything in their VTuber persona. So that was a key point there that was contentious, because basically it would be if you streamed while the content, after they amended, so they amend the contract, right? You have 14 days to respond, or if you stream after the contract has been amended, that is taken as consent, because you streamed while under the amended contract.
So,
but there is a note. But there is a note here I want to read. So note that Niji-Sanji dictates the communication channels and may compel the liver to do things like tweet. So they may contractually compel the liver to tweet some random thing, thus agreeing to the contract amendments that they didn't even know existed. So that's where the contention is, because doing anything under the VTuber persona, tweets count as that, because that's if you tweeted under the account, right?
So I believe I've seen this "you have to tweet" thing before, and I very much doubt that Niji-Sanji. I mean, they could if they want to be very malicious, but
that's the key contention, though. It's not a matter of whether or not they would. It's a matter of that they could,
because
right?
Random tweets isn't really something I see Niji-Sanji demanding. What at most I'm seeing from, you have to tweet before you stream, that kind of rule.
Or hey, you have to tweet, I'm going on hiatus because I've been shadow suspended,
or promote events of another live or event.
But the issue in the contract, though, as the note stipulates, is they could amend the contract and then force them to tweet, and then that gets considered consent by the contract, right?
Yeah.
Which is the problem. That's a problem. That is a bit. Well, it's a problem of consent, because you can't say, "Hey, I've changed the contract. Go tweet." Or let's say, like, you didn't even know, right? Like, they changed the contract, and then before they sent you the notice that they changed the contract, you put out, like, hey, I'm going live right now, right? All of a sudden, you've just consented to the contract. You didn't even... that's the problem, right? Like, the whole, if you don't object within 14 days, that's fine, right? Because that's, hey, we amended the contract. If you don't agree, you have 14 days to, negotiate or whatever. That's fine. It's the other part that's the problem. This is the other part where it's kind of like, yeah, it is a bit skeevy. It's a little bit.
Yeah, so overall, right, Naratsu, most parts of this contract seem fine, normal, maybe even reasonable.
I don't know about that.
Well, the part where, what was it? Something, you have to attend meetings.
Yeah, well, there's more here. We're almost done, but there's more here. So, almost most of the contract is specified as surviving the end of the contract, though not the provision that provides the rest surviving. So who knows if it's actually effective? I don't quite understand that.
I think it's surviving the end, the termination of the contract. So
is it really consent? Yeah, 650 is a good point. Is it really consent if it's forced? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, well, not even not informed consent, right? Like, is it really consent if you're not informed, right? And you're not, yeah, it's a bit weird. So there's 3 edits here that we're going to quickly get through. So I apparently forgot to mention that Niji-Sanji gets to specify where the livers may do their job, even though it's fully remote by definition. There doesn't seem to be any restrictions on this. So if a liver happens to piss off management, I hope they're happy having to stream from the moon or be in breach of contract. So I think that's a bit of a hyperbolic example on the Redditor's part, because I think what they mean by that in the contract is, like, let's say we want you to go to Anime Expo, right? You have to conduct your VTubing activities at Anime Expo to do a signing or whatever. We want you to do that. Go
interview,
do that, right?
ads, radio.
Yeah, I don't actually think I think the issue is that it can very easily be interpreted the way that it's been interpreted, which is you have to move to Japan, right, to do your activities, right? You have to, like, because theoretically, based on the way the contract is worded, they could do that, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
it
it's not
doesn't
in their.
because it doesn't specify activities in a way that makes sense. Because if it said activities bracket live show, live appearances, con appearances, so and so activities, right? And they clearly defined it as that, then I think people wouldn't probably be making such a big deal out of it. But I think because it's so broad and it's just all activities have to be done from this location, right? I think that's where people are getting a bit hung up, right, on it.
Yeah, but like there is no benefit for Nichi Sanji to have the liver, to force a liver to go over there to stream.
Yeah, to stream. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like, but I think it's just the fact that that's in the contract. And it is again, a lot of this is not about whether or not they would do it. It's about the fact they could do it, right? And the contract is very loose in that regard. So we got two more here. I somehow didn't think about this until now, but consider that much of the payment structure is subject to additional agreements. More specifically, these are individual agreements between each liver and the company. There is a non-zero chance that this is the case because they try to lowball each individual liver. So everyone got the same promotions. Everyone got the same promotions. It would not be possible for them to potentially get people to accept lower rates. So basically, individuals could be, some people might be getting paid more than others. So that's typical business shit.
Yeah.
Whatever. Final point, and then we can cap off and talk about Nintendo being shitty for a bit. So apparently this is being shared on other sites now. I have seen it on Twitter at least. I want to make it clear that everyone is invited to do what they wish, but I would so basically just the guy wants to be linked back to his fucking Reddit post. Okay.
He wants
Whatever.
the karma.
Whatever. He wants that sweet, sweet Reddit gold. He wants that sweet, sweet Reddit gold. So my overall assessment, right, is I do think that there is some stuff in the contract that appears to be very shady in the sense that it's too broad. There's a lot of stuff in it that's like, I could very much understand if it was a very standard Japanese contract that's been translated poorly, right? And there's some parts of it that are just like, this is normal culturally in Japan, but in the West it's a bit, it's a bit if, right? It's a bit if. But I do think that there is some grounds for people to be cautious about this, right? To be kind of like, yeah, this could be criticized a little bit. I do think that there are some parts, as we've kind of gone over while going through the notes, that are a bit overblown, right? It's a little bit...
Yeah, they're not going to have you move
to the moon, yeah.
Or another country every week. That's...
Yeah, but I do think that there are some issues that could probably be talked about. But you'd have to go a bit more in depth than the notes, right? That's why I've been watching the stream with the legal mindset guy, because he's been going through it line by line and kind of talking about things from a lawyer perspective. And his general vibe, I guess, I get from him is that the contract is pretty poorly written. It's just bad. It's bad contract, and it probably would not be enforceable because it's badly written, right? And that like if you went to court and you took it to court and a judge looked at it, they'd probably toss it out. Is what I'd get.
Yeah, but would they trust the actual Japanese version out? That's the big question now and then.
Well, I mean, but I thought you couldn't have Japanese text translated one to one. I thought you couldn't faithfully translate things.
That's why there will be Japanese lawyers and English lawyers on both sides. And
but how can you? But how could the English lawyers look at the Japanese contract if they can't read Japanese, Ali? How's that going to work?
They'll just make something up.
I'm gonna try stop teasing.
They'll make something up, as lawyers do, right?
Let's shit on Nintendo, because we can both agree on shitting on Nintendo, can't we? Or are you going to be Nintendo's strongest defender today too?
A little bit, not a whole lot.
A little bit.
In that Yuzu had it kind of coming, not in that they had a patron and were making money. But they had an emulator where they, they
I did hear about this. Like, basically, they were cracking Switch games before release.
Yeah, they were cracking Switch games before release, and they were bragging on it on their Discord, and Nintendo
sending
had
them to
the
each
Discord,
other,
and they're bragging it on Discord, and Nintendo had the messages that said, "Hey, look, we have Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom before release. We are so cool."
The quick TLDR, from what I understand, is Nintendo sent the hit squads in, and we're like, "Hey, you motherfuckers are cracking our games before release. We're gonna you motherfuckers, Big Sue coming your way. You getting fucked, right?" And Yuzu was like, "Fuck, shit, shit. Here's $2 million, and we're gonna cease all operations." and that's the end of the story, pretty much.
Yeah, there is one part where, say, Yuzu kind of was wrong, besides bragging that they had Switch games before release. Or two parts, right? Yuzu is an emulator, and emulators are legal, but there are two things, right? On their site, on their presence, they say, "We are the emulator, and this is the emulator, but click on this link, and there are always all the games." Right? So there isn't really a meaningful separation between, "Oh no, we are just the emulators, and we're not, the games are not in our circle," but they were in their circle. You just clicked on their own site to get the games, which becomes more of a piracy thing, and the illegal piracy thing. Also, Yuzu was kind of built as a an emulator, and you just need to place the illegal bit of Switch hardware key, the encryption key or something in it.
Right.
So, I don't know. I haven't played with an emulator for a while, but to make a device that you say is not for piracy and not for illegal use, and then build it all around and make a perfect hole to put something illegal in it. Yeah, you know, Naretsu, I have I don't have a gun. I just have something that if I place this barrel on it, then it's a gun.
Right, yeah. What, like upper versus lower receiver type stuff?
Yeah. So it's not a gun. I swear. I mean, it has a handle.
Well, legally, like, if we're going to talk legalese, right? Legally, it's not a gun in America unless certain. There are like there is to cut the long story short, there are definitions of what makes a gun, and some of them will surprise you. Some of them will surprise you.
It's something like this is not a gun. It doesn't have a trigger, and I just have
one part of it. Yeah, but if you did have that part of the gun, then you would have a gun. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah. So in that sense, Yuzu, now 3 reasons. First, they bragged that they had Switch games cracked before launch. 2 is that they were linking said crack games on their own site, on their own circles, in their own Discord. So there was no meaningful.
And then the third was they were already skirting legal bullshit with.
Yeah, although I'm not so sure how they could avoid that last bit. I mean, they're Game Boy emulators are far more easy to do because you just emulate the entire Game Boy and then that's it, right? The hardware is easy enough to emulate the whole thing back to front. There's no need to put hardware decryption codes in or something. It's just the Game Boy thing that works on your computer.
Yeah. So I'll let you go.
Yeah, there's one good news for Nintendo, and that is from what I'm told and heard, is that the reason why Yuzu was working day one, basically, from the Switch's lifetime, is because Nintendo was using chips and hardware that already was cracked to begin with,
Right.
before the Switch came
Right.
out. So it was, oh, we know this hardware. We just we know how it works. So on the computer, there it is. There's Switch emulator because the hardware already existed. For the Switch 2, Nintendo's doing custom chips and whatnot that don't exist. So there won't be a Switch emulator a Switch 2 emulator at launch, or for a little while at least.
So my generalized take on this is, I mean, outside of the parts we agree on, like copyright bad, Nintendo bad, trying to go after emulators. Even it's one of those cases where even if Nintendo was in the right, like,
yeah.
You're in the right, but you're in the wrong in a sense, right? Like, because I mean, as you have laid out, Yuzu clearly in the wrong, right? In a lot of ways.
Well,
but
as far as we know,
people,
Yuzu
as far as we know, right? But I think that the general gist of emulation should be protected, piracy should be protected, right? There are legitimate reasons to keep it around. We shouldn't be like, Nintendo shouldn't get necessarily a complete pass to just go around attacking things. But in this particular case, it seems like they did have somewhat of a just-ish reason to go after
it.
Because here's the thing. Yeah, because here's the thing. I mean, sure, like Switch emulators, there's not a lot of Switch emulators, right? But, well, I mean, I think there's probably some that have already cropped up to replace this, but you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
They could have gone after other emulators for other consoles and other Nintendo properties and other things, but they haven't, right? So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation.
Well,
but
PlayStation, you know Bloodborne Kart?
Yes. Oh, yes, we did talk about that at some point, didn't we? About Bloodborne Kart getting hit by
and it was
Sony.
kind of even worse than what Nintendo does. Nintendo hunts you down the second it smells you. Sony apparently,
but with Bloodborne Kart, they were like, "Hey, we see you're almost finished with that. Goodbye." So yeah. So and look, I think the Bloodborne Kart dev is a bit of a twat, but I will say that that shouldn't have happened to them, right? That shouldn't have happened to them. That was wrong. Sony bad, bad Sony, bad Sony, bad Nintendo, bad Sony. All right, well,
Xbox is already dead, so.
Yeah, Xbox is already. I want to give you some information. We've been going for 5.5 hours. How do you feel? Are you feeling good?
Well, I see 5 hours. Oh, it counts my time while streaming, but not live. Never mind.
Yeah, it's five. Well, the stream on my YouTube is about 5 hours and 30 minutes. So we've been going for
how terrible.
Man, this was gonna be a short fucking.
Like that's what you said. I had my doubts from the beginning.
Our big debates, big angry fights, Ellie. Big fights. Hey, I hope it was at least entertaining for everyone in the chat. That's the main thing. At the end of the day, we want to put on a fun show, So it's all good.
And
so I guess if there's nothing else. So I was going to talk about that manga, but I'll do it next week. It's not.
Yeah,
we can do it next.
I'll prepare something for you, Noretsu, to have the images.
Yeah, I'll have a special. I'll get some maybe safe for work screenshots from this manga when I talk about it. But anyway, I think we're pretty much done. I don't have any. Do you have anything else you want to quickly talk about before we call it quits for the day? All right then. It's been fun, guys. It's been a good time. We will. Are you not entertained?
I hope so.
Are you not entertained?
It's been over 5 hours. Not counting the time where we're preparing the stream.
Yeah, the hour that we was. But yeah, it's been 6 hours technically because we were in a little earlier. So, all right, we will catch you guys next time.
Later.
Bye. Have a good one, guys.